right, good morning, everyone. Please come take your seats. We'll get started in just a few seconds here. All right. So good morning and welcome, both in person and via our live stream, to the 2023 Tech Ethics Symposium sponsored by the Grefenstette Center. I am John Slattery. I'll sort of be your MC throughout the day. I'm the director of the Grefenstette Center here at Duquesne, and I'm very excited to welcome you to our entire day of panels and discussions. So just a couple of things about us. So we were founded in 2019, and what we do is we look at this wide range of science, technology, and law, but really focusing in, and especially in the more recent years, on the questions of technology, questions of AI, and of course for this conference, questions of generative AI. And we do all this through a broader lens than a lot of comparable centers do, making sure we take in questions of faith, questions of sort of religious perspective, and then of course drawing on the deep intellectual traditions of the Catholic tradition here at Duquesne. Now, a couple of things to keep in mind that you'll have seen in some of your handouts. So in February, we're having the second Hacking for Humanity, which is a multi-university tech and policy hackathon focused on tech ethics. This year, the theme is Confronting Online Hate. So it's going to be February 9th through 16th. It's both virtual, all the preparation is virtual, and then we have a great in-person day of competition and just a lot of fun here with a bunch of judges, and it's just a lot of fun. So if you have any idea of doing that as an undergraduate or graduate student anywhere in Pittsburgh, go ahead and look at your, you got an insert into your flyer as well as on our website. So we also have two other things to keep in mind. We have a student research scholarship that we give out each year. We gave our first 4 this year, and it's been a really fantastic experience for everybody involved. And then we also have faculty scholars. Every year we select up to 8 Duquesne faculty to sort of be a part of our day-to-day life and help to understand what it means to bring the ethics of technology and science into their daily lives, maybe in ways that they haven't done so already. All right, finally, student posters. Obviously you saw them on display out there. You should have all been given a voting slip as well. So a fun thing we're doing this year is that on top of judges, so we're having official judges will be going through and giving the awards, which will be given at the end of the day, to sort of the best posters. We're also going to have crowd favorite posters. There's a voting box out in the main area as well, and you can put your 2 favorite posters on there. And then the other thing we have out there too is we have 3 different generative AI workstations. So we have ChatGPT 4, and DALL-E 3 is over in the Shepperson Suite main area, so you can play around with that. Within reason, obviously. And then we have Bard and Anthropic AI. The two workstations here in the C-suite right next to us. So go ahead and play around with those throughout the day. Have fun. Help it to be a part of your experience of what we're doing today. All right. So oh no, that was the wrong one. I meant to go back one. There we go. All right, so without further ado, I want to introduce President Ken Gormley here. He joined Duquesne University in 1994, serving as professor then dean of the law school. In July of 2016, he took office as the 13th president of Duquesne University. President Gormley is a constitutional scholar and the author of 6 highly acclaimed books, including a New York Times bestseller. He earned his bachelor's degree from the University of Pittsburgh and is a graduate of Harvard Law. So please join me in welcoming the 13th president of Duquesne University, Ken Gormley.
Thank you very much, Dr. Slattery. Good morning. As John said, my name is Ken Gormley, and I have the privilege of serving as the 13th president of Duquesne University here in Pittsburgh. So welcome to all of you to the 4th Annual Symposium of the Carl G. Grefenstette Center for Ethics in Science, Technology, and Law. We're just so honored to welcome a slate of just incredible speakers throughout the day, featuring among others the Honorable Connor Lamb, former U.S. Congressman for Pennsylvania's 17th District, and Annie Newman, Director of Digital Strategy for the Office of Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. Annie will be kicking things off as part of our opening plenary, and Connor will be helping to close things out at the end of the day. This really is a fabulous symposium, like the preceding three, featuring renowned scholars from universities across the country, from industry, from our own Duquesne University faculty, and we'll also be hearing from a group of current Duquesne University students this afternoon who will contribute their important insight, because it's important for us to remember that they are our future, and we need to understand how AI is already impacting their lives and how they learn from this new technologically driven world. It has been a year, as you know, since the release of ChatGPT, and it did not write these remarks here. These are actually human produced. But when that concept of public-facing generative AI exploded, and the question now becomes, what has changed as a result of that transformation? How has it impacted our world? How will it continue to impact us going forward? And I'm proud that the Grefenstette Center has brought together such a nationally renowned group of speakers and panelists, so we can roll up our sleeves here today, working together and address these questions and explore what we can do, again, together to ensure an ethical future in light of such incredible but uncharted technological advancement. We are deeply grateful, foremost, to the Henry L. Hillman Foundation, whose generosity led to the creation of the Grefenstette Center. This was a labor of love, creating this initiative back when we started, and I started about 5 years ago on this voyage with David Roger and others at the Hillman Foundation. But it's named for Duquesne University's preeminent alumnus and former board member, Carl Grefenstette. He's now deceased, but he was with us when we dedicated this center. He was just an incredible person, a distinguished 1950 graduate of our School of Business. He went on to spend more than 30 years with the Hillman Company, where he was the trusted advisor to the late Henry L. Hillman, helping to transform that family-owned Pittsburgh-based company from its roots in heavy industry, for which it was famous, into a diversified global investment holding company. Carl was truly the embodiment of ethics in all he did, just as Henry Hillman was, and this center honors his memory and the legacy that he holds as one of the most respected alums in this university's 145-year history. So a resounding thanks also to Dr. John Slattery, who's director of the Grefenstette Center. And yes, it did take us a few years to find the right person and also to figure out how we were going to configure this center to be something special, and we succeeded on all fronts magnificently. I think we better have a quick round of applause for John before we go any further. John has really devoted himself to the center's important work, which furthers the historic Catholic and spirit and mission of Duquesne University as well. Thank you all also to Dr. Jerry McGill, who was instrumental in creating the center, and as also to the impressive Grefenstette Center Fellows who work closely with Dr. Slattery in shaping the conversations and the direction of the center coming from other parts of the United States. It's been a really wonderful partnership with our fellows. The prominent scholars who've been working with us are Dr. Florence Chi, Associate Professor in the School of Communication and Program Director for Digital Ethics and Policy at Loyola University, Chicago. Dr. Nathan Colliner, and it was great to see Nathan again. He's been with us since the start, a senior instructor and director of business analytics and the managing director of the Initiative in Ethics and Transformative Technologies at Seattle University. Ehi Nosakare, Senior Data Applied Science Manager at Microsoft, specializing in machine learning. Dr. Paul Schertz, Associate Professor in the Department of Religious Studies at the University of Virginia. And our own Dr. Rachel Miller Nealon, Associate Professor of Mathematics and Assistant Chair in the Department of Mathematics and Computer Science at Duquesne. You can see how impressive this group of fellows is that truly is bringing together talent in our institute, the Grefenstette Center, from the best such institutes across the United States. And it's really almost a model, I think, of how this kind of inter-university connection can be so productive. A big thanks to the center's postdoctoral fellow, Dr. Erjan Avci, who's been instrumental in supporting today's program. Erjan, where are you hiding here? Can we have, there he is. Let's have a round of applause for Erjan. And thanks to the numerous faculty, scholars, and affiliated faculty from the center coming from schools across Duquesne University who further the center's important initiative. And finally, thanks to all of you, our wonderful participants and audience in this symposium, both those of you who are here in person, there will be more people flowing in and out throughout the day, and also those participating virtually. I hope that you draw new perspectives and inspiration from today's rich interdisciplinary dialogue. And so with deep gratitude to the Hillman Foundation and the Grefenstette family, and to all of our community and campus partners, we welcome each of you to the 4th annual symposium of the Carl G. Grefenstette Center, featuring truly an all-star lineup. Have a wonderful day and a productive symposium.
Thank you so much, President Gormley. All right, last thing before I introduce the people from this morning, is just to talk about, for just a second, why we're here, right? So generative AI and AI in general obviously is a really important task. And you might imagine that all the people I have speaking up here all have PhDs in computer science or all working for big tech company, but that's obviously not what you see as you look through the program for today, and that's intentional. Right? One of the main points of doing this work and doing the ethics or doing work towards what is called responsible AI is understanding that technology and AI isn't just for people that are coding off in tech companies or somewhere else. It is for everyone, and it's used by everyone. And one of the main goals I had for putting together this symposium and the way that we did it is to help people to understand that they can be empowered in the communities in which they live, whatever community that is. Whether it's your school or your church or your county or your neighborhood or your work, wherever that is, you use technology, you use AI, and you can be empowered to make those decisions and understand how that works for you. If it's at a hospital, if it's in the military, whatever it is. It's not just for people that are far off or for regulators in DC. Those people are important, but they're not the only ones that can do it. So throughout the day today, that's what I want you to keep in mind, that AI is not just for someone else to worry about and somebody else to regulate. It's for us to think about, for us to make intentional decisions about, and have those decisions reflect the ethics that we have decided are important to ourselves as persons, whatever background that we come from. So with that in mind, I am very excited to welcome our panel for this morning. So I'm asking our panelists to come on up here, and we have one virtually joining us. So first we have Rebecca Tweed, is the Executive Director of All Tech is Human and a leader in responsible technology. Rebecca was named one of the 100 Brilliant Women in AI Ethics in 2023 and frequently speaks on responsible AI, generative AI, AI policy, and responsible tech careers, talent, and hiring. She's the guest editor of Springer AI and Ethics Journal, topical collection on the social impacts of AI in youth and children, and the co-chair for the IEEE Global AI Ethics Initiative Editing Committee and a member of the Arts Committee. Annie Newman, joining us virtually, is Governor Josh Shapiro's Director of Digital Strategy, the very first to hold the role and to lead the newly formed Office of Digital Strategy for the governor. In this role, Annie is the chief architect for Governor Shapiro's digital communications, partnerships, and services, including leading the administration's work to responsibly integrate generative AI into Commonwealth operations. Prior to this role, Annie served as the digital director for Shapiro for Pennsylvania during the 2022 governor's race, where she led a nearly $10 million digital program using cutting-edge strategies to reach Pennsylvanians all across the Commonwealth. And finally, we have Alka Patel, who recently served as the head of AI ethics policy for the Department of Defense Joint AI Center. In this role, she led efforts on responsible AI throughout the DoD, bringing over 20 years of experience working at the intersection of technology, business, and law. Before that, she was the inaugural executive director of the Digital Transformation Innovation Center, sponsored by PricewaterhouseCoopers at Carnegie Mellon University. Alka has been recognized for her professional and personal contributions locally and nationally, and serves on a number of nonprofit boards advocating for gender and racial diversity, social impact, and has held leadership positions in professional organizations. So, welcome, welcome. And I want to start off this morning by just posing the question of the conference. How can we create an ethical world with generative AI? And Alka, I'll start with you.
Okay, great.
You want to come up here?
I'm fine sitting.
All right, great.
That's
well, let's
okay.
just do that then.
Yeah,
that sounds
okay?
good.
Or I'm happy
No,
to
that's
either.
just fine.
Okay, perfect. All right, well, good morning, everyone. First of all, I just want to say thank you for the invitation to be here today. It's always a wonderful day when I get to come back to my home. I did get my law degree and my MBA from Duquesne, so always wonderful to be here, and especially under this wonderful leadership with President Gormley and Dean Barton at the law school. So a big thank you for that, and I'm really excited to be here with these esteemed panelists, Rebecca and Annie, who are doing amazing work leading the charge around responsible AI. So before I share and answer your questions, John, I am going to address the point that we don't all have to be PhDs in this conversation, because I am not. I'm an engineer and I am a lawyer. So when I come to this conversation, the lens that I am coming with is one of risk management. I grew up in the Dodd-Frank days where working at a bank and banks being too big to fail, and so a lot of audit, risk, compliance, governance conversations and building systems around that. And I also come to the conversation with a systems engineering approach, right? How do we think about these questions around responsible AI from really a holistic perspective rather than sort of a piecemeal? And I think when I answer your question, hopefully that will come through, because I'm gonna try to hit 3 big points: one around ethics, one around technology, and one around people. And we can't be having those conversations in silo. They are very all interdependent. It's almost a Venn diagram here, and so we need to be thinking about all of these concepts and so much more collectively. So the first piece I'll just say around ethics is, how do we create an ethical world, was the question with generative AI. And I think the first question I would pose back to everyone is, whose ethics and in service of what, right? So I bet you if I asked the question in this room about, hey, what are your ethics, what are your values, we would come up with a list that is very, very long. And and I should have said at the beginning, sorry, this was my legal caveat and I forgot to mention, I am speaking here on my personal behalf, not the DoD or my current employer, but I will share some experiences from my time at the DoD. When you're working within a large organization or a bureaucracy like the DoD or a federal agency or even a corporate organization, there are many individuals, many leaders who have certain values, want to push forward certain values. And so oftentimes this becomes a conversation around how do we consolidate, how do we align on which values at the end of the day we want to push forward, and that we want our technology, the use of the technology, to really embody and integrate. And that's not easy. That is not easy, because like I said, if I asked this question in the room, we'd have a number of different responses. Take that, scale it to an organization. You can imagine how big that list might be. Take that, scale it to the entire US, and then scale it across countries globally, right? And this is one of the challenges around how we create this ethical world, because at some point, we are all gonna have to coalesce around whose values and in service of what. What gives me hope is that all these conversations have started. They're ongoing. You see the DoD released its ethics principles back in oh my gosh, when did I start? 2020. And a lot of these other organizations, corporations are coming out with their ethical principles as well, right? And I think what happens then is, great, we've aligned on words, but how do we take a step down and decide how do we operationalize those words such that we're using the same processes or standards to actually get the outcomes that we want? So that's my ethics point. When we move on to the technology point, what I would stress around technology is that oftentimes, for those who might be new to this conversation, ethics is something that gets discussed at the very end, after the product has been developed, right? And when we're talking about creating an ethical world with Gen AI, we can't be talking about it at the very end. It needs to be a conversation that happens at the very beginning and continues throughout the entire product life cycle. And I'm not just talking about the product life cycle, also the acquisition life cycle. So as these products are being developed or as they're being procured, how are we making sure that someone's at the table, someone's in the room saying, hey, wait a second, what kind of values, what kind of processes, are we making sure there's transparency? Are we making sure that the data may not be biased? Are we making sure that there's representation, especially for the end users, the impact to the social communities? So I think that's really, really important. And part of that is governance. And I think Annie's going to be hitting on that in a little bit. But around governance, how are we actually thinking about the data? How are we thinking about the model? And then, of course, once it's deployed, how are we thinking about monitoring and continuous monitoring so that the second we see something that doesn't align with our expectation of the outcomes of this product, we can say stop, or we've got a plan B that's a fail-safe. So a lot of that around the technology is really, it's technical, but there's also the socio-technical concept that I'm sure Rebecca is going to be hitting on as well. And so the conversation of how do we bring in that social technical conversation from the very beginning of the product development lifecycle through the acquisition lifecycle as well. And then the last piece I'll just raise is around people. This isn't a technology conversation actually at the end of the day, it's a people conversation. Not just from the ethics perspective, but the people who are using these tools and how they're using these tools. I'll give you one brief example from my DoD days. So we had created data cards. And so, as we were procuring technology, we said, hey, vendors, use these data cards. We want to make sure that we're checking for bias, representation, the provenance, all of those different pieces. And we realized once we gave these tools to our vendors that they didn't know how to use them. And in our minds, we're like, oh, of course, it's a data card. And we even gave them instructions on how to use them, but we were getting them back that weren't complete. And so a tool is only as good as a tool, right? And so how are people being trained on the tools? How are people actually using the tools? Is the end user using the tool the way the developer actually intended them to use? And a lot of this comes down to, especially when we're thinking about Gen AI, I think President Gormley made the point that it's been a year. It's really democratized the access of that tool to so many people now. And I think we even need to take a step back and just talk about AI literacy at its very fundamental level before we get to some of these bigger pieces. And, the last example I'll give real quick is around the fact that we know one of the examples or one of the positive benefits of using Gen AI is around the health industry. So drug discovery, for example, can help expedite drug discovery. One of the challenges, again, is, have the individuals around the table actually looked at where the data has come from? Are there any privacy concerns? And so again, when I talked about technology, it's not just a technology conversation. We need to be talking about privacy. We need to be talking about safety. We need to talk about education. There's all these interdependencies that come into this conversation to really make sure at the end of the day that ethics, technology, and people are working in tandem to develop and produce an ethical world that we want to live in. I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Rebecca, I'll turn it to you.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you to President Ken Gormley and to Duquesne University, and thank you to the Grefenstette Center for Ethics in Science, Technology, and Law, and to Dr. John Slattery for inviting me to contribute to this opening plenary session. Thank you, Alka Patel, for your amazing kicking us off. I loved everything you had to say and second that all. Thank you to Annie Newman for joining in this discussion as well. I'm Rebecca Tweed. I am the Executive Director at All Tech is Human. So we are a nonprofit. We're based in Manhattan, and we are committed to building and strengthening the responsible technology ecosystem. We are connecting a community that includes thousands of people across about 85 countries around the globe, and all of us are committed to tackling complex tech and society issues in order to co-create a tech future that's aligned with the public interest. And as President Gormley said, we're gathering at a really interesting time in generative AI. We're 1 year into this Gen AI revolution, where OpenAI released ChatGPT a year ago. And we know that there are well-documented risks and harms associated with artificial intelligence more broadly. These have been studied for quite a few years now. And we know that these harms are related to some of what Alka had mentioned. We have bias and privacy and transparency, explainability, and many other issues. But we have had an incredible array of thinkers and researchers and practitioners who have been tackling these issues and sounding the alarm about what these harms are. So we know a lot already. People have been writing books and releasing documentaries to document these harms. Generative AI itself is relatively new, but these issues are not. There are a few new harms that generative AI has brought, and we will be digging into these in more detail later in the session. But some, just to mention quickly, we have so-called hallucinations or accuracy issues. We have problems with exacerbating disinformation, especially in light of a lot of global elections and global conflicts around the world. There's a growing problem of synthetic, non-consensual porn and child sexual abuse material. There's a new surface area of privacy concerns around generative AI. There are deepening concerns around bias, especially as you look at the probabilistic nature of generative AI, which tends to more intractably embed some of these existing biases. And then we also have this pretty gnarly mess of implications for copyright and intellectual property with these large web-scraped data sets. So there's a lot going on there. But one of the things that we have found at All Tech is Human over the past 5 years, since 2018, when we were founded by David Ryan Polgar, we've been finding that there are 3 main hurdles to tackling these hard problems. And in light of these hurdles, our nonprofit has built a better process for how we approach some of these more complex topics. First is that tech innovation is greatly outpacing our ability to consider the impacts of technology. We need to move at the speed of tech. And conversations around responsible AI can tend to break down because we get caught up in this debate about how global competition and the feasibility of slowing down American innovation. But the real concern is this wide gulf between how fast innovation moves, on the one hand, in comparison to society's ability to understand its current and potential impacts. But it means it's not actually a binary. It's not 2 options between unencumbered innovation or pausing or slowing down. There is this 3rd option that All Tech is Human embraces, and that is faster consideration. That requires uniting governments, tech companies, researchers, the general public at large, all of us, to massively speed up our ability to understand the impacts of technology, to surface our values, to coalesce around best practices, and to discover these areas of consensus. All Tech is Human is designed to be an adaptive system that unites people and ideas across civil society, government, academia, and industry. We provide a middle layer, a connective tissue of sorts that can allow society to tackle these tough issues, like some of those that are introduced by generative AI, while moving closer to the speed of tech. The second hurdle we have is, how do we bring together people, organizations, and ideas? How do we benefit from the whole community? And how do we leverage our collective intelligence? The system is not cohesive enough. All Tech is Human has built a global, multi-sector, multidisciplinary network that operates as a meta-connector to bring together the people, organizations, and ideas, and to promote knowledge sharing and collaboration. It's designed to be a perpetual feedback loop, informing the entire ecosystem from involving thousands of people across all of these countries over the past 5 years. It's why we have a Slack community of over 7,000 members. We have open working groups that mix together the established with the emerging. We have over 1,000 people who have gone through our mentorship program. We have regular summits and mixers. We have a university network. There are many ways to get involved. And all of our activities, from our events to our programs, are bursting at the seams. We are oversubscribed, and we are tapping into something really powerful. I think community building doesn't get the respect it deserves very often, but that is the hard work that really does make a difference, and people need community. Technology is intertwined with the future of democracy and with the human condition, and no single person should ever have a concentration of power when it comes to technology that impacts each and every one of us. Similarly, people aren't looking to have one person's ideas that they want to disseminate. People are looking to have our voices heard and to be a part of this process. Since tech impacts all of society, we all deserve to have a say in determining how it is designed and developed and deployed. The third hurdle is that we don't have a diverse enough mix of people focused on these problems. Complex tech and society issues cannot and should not be solved by a small sliver of society, and some of the most capable people who are best positioned to help tackle these complex issues have not yet been a part of the process. There is a lot of gatekeeping around tech, but if these tech tools are so powerful and so complex and so impenetrable that you and I cannot understand them, then what that's actually saying is that you do not have a place in this conversation and that the future of tech will be made without you. And we don't accept that. Crucially, we need disciplines involved that are focused on empowering problem finders as opposed to relying solely on problem solvers. Because you can't solve a problem if you don't know it's there. That's why we prioritize diversifying the traditional tech pipeline with more backgrounds, more disciplines, more lived experiences and perspectives. We have a responsible tech job board, a talent pool, a talent matchmaking service. We host responsible tech career fairs. We have an extensive mentorship program. And all of this, we do note that there is some bad news that maybe doesn't get talked about often enough. Unfortunately, there is no magic solution that's going to untangle the deep mess of problems that we face as a society. Tech is intertwined with society and with human behavior. So we need technologists, and we do need them to be more ethical, but we also desperately need to include a wider array of people. We need the saints and the poets, the artists, the attorneys. We need the psychologists, the ethicists, the theologians. We need you, we need me, we need everyone. Because this is socio-technical. Quite simply, good things happen when we bring together and create welcoming spaces for people to build community, share knowledge, and collaborate. And we are creating a space that glues people together. And that is the good news. There are so many people who are dedicating their lives and their careers to responsible technology and responsible AI, people from all backgrounds who care about the future of tech and who want to be a part of building it. We don't lack passion, we don't lack knowledge. What we have lacked is an interconnected system that benefits everyone. And that's what we're trying to do, to grow the ecosystem, to create a tech future that's aligned with the public interest, and that is very powerful. With the power of community and the power of our collective intelligence, we have the power to change systems and to co-create our tech future together. And that's what we're trying to do at All Tech is Human, and we would like you to join us. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that, Rebecca. All right, Annie, last but certainly not least.
Right. Thanks, everyone. And I'm so sorry I can't be with you today. Please just like do a little wave in the audience if, you know, you can't hear me or I say something weird. Oh, and also just to say hi. But really glad to be with you. And I just to echo the thank yous of Alka and Rebecca, thank you to Dr. Slattery and President Gormley. I think it's pretty amazing that Duquesne is putting on a conference like this that is very specifically intended to really lower the barrier to kind of what people see as something that could be intimidating or something that's not for them. I think Rebecca and Alka both said it really beautifully. It's also really cool. And I think an illustration of that mission that there's 3 women on this panel, and that's not always the case. So thank you for that. That's really awesome. So as Dr. Slattery said, I'm Annie Newman. I'm the Governor Josh Shapiro's Director of Digital Strategy. So in that role, which is a new role, it's been pretty fun because it kind of allows us to say what new technology is coming up that Governor Shapiro needs to act on, needs to understand, and really put that in an office that is close to the governor, close to our policy shops, close to our communication shops, and really do something about it. I come from Democratic campaigns and committees. Coming to government is a really interesting shift, and I'll talk about that as it relates to AI, in that on campaigns, you are working for, you know, a year and a half for one specific goal, and everything you do is to reach that goal. And when you need something, you go get it and you do it as fast as possible. And government is not always optimized to take the next big thing, get the resources they need and do it as fast as possible. So all of us across the Shapiro administration are really trying to move it in that direction, but it's a challenge when it comes to generative AI. I think, you know, something like a commonality, and I promise I won't just heap praise on Governor Shapiro in this panel, even though I think he's an awesome person and a great governor. I think it's something that I've seen working for him and in this administration in Pennsylvania is that just really cutting through the noise and speaking the truth about things that scare people is so, so important, whether it builds political will or not. And there is no better example of that than generative AI, right? It combines something that people don't always know about, something that people are really scared of, and something that feels like it could have a level of almost pretension or condescension. You know, how could I possibly understand this? And by kind of cutting through that and speaking to this is happening, but it's going to be something that, you know, if we do it correctly, we can mitigate the risks, we can save people, save careers, save jobs, and we can also deliver for Pennsylvanians and run a government in a really cool way. So really excited to be a part of that and just very grateful that Duquesne really shares in that mission. So creating an ethical world with Gen AI is obviously, I think, the thing that we are constantly laser focused on in the government, both mitigating risks, which we will get to, but also, you know, not losing sight of there's really good things that could happen with this. And we don't want to get in our own way. So a couple of like key things that I see in just creating that ethical world from a government point of view. And, you know, frankly, from not a developer point of view, I'm not in here building LLMs. But I do think from our point, you know, I don't like calling myself an expert in anything, but, you know, we are good at governing. And so this is something that we need to govern and use responsibly. So anyway, from that point of view, a couple of buckets, I think, in creating like an ethical world and what that looks like. I think the first is being really willing to come out with regulation and very transparent regulation, but keeping it malleable. That means returning to it over and over again as new technology comes out, as new businesses come to the forefront, as new research institutions develop new ideals. Government is not made to create a law and then rewrite it in a way that tech often requires you to do. We have to get around that and do it anyway, or else we will be falling behind. So I'll talk a little bit more about the executive order that Governor Shapiro signed on generative AI specifically, but we really did that as start of a kind of a level set of what our governance structure should look like. We created touch points that our guidance should be updated. we included different points of view, like organized labor and other stakeholder groups, to be at the table with us and ensure there's transparency and visibility from the get-go. And we included, really strong collaboration, and I think benefited from some early leadership from federal and other state agencies in saying we all have to be willing to revisit this, to look at this from different points of view and say that that's not a wrong thing. It's just an update, and it's something that we have to do if we're moving this quickly. The second is really investing in public education, both, yes, in the K through 12 public education, but also in educating about AI and what it means for people. People are really scared. It is really unsettling. And the massive amounts of mis and disinformation online, of doctored videos, and a past that we know has included social media giants not regulating or protecting us from lies. It can be really scary and really anxious. So to move forward in creating an ethical world, I think we have to prove first that an ethical world can be created using generative AI with the help of generative AI. I think leaders and prominent figures in this space need to be out there listening to folks and really listening more than they talk, hearing concerns, because as I think Rebecca said, or maybe Alka said, if you can't find a problem, you're pretty much done. Like, you need to find the problem before you can solve it. And really just ensuring that our leadership is well educated. Again, that doesn't mean that, Governor Shapiro should know just as much about creating an LLM as Reid Hoffman. It does mean that he should understand how that LLM interacts with the world and interacts with his government. Collaboration with research institutions and industry leaders. We cannot create an ethical world in a silo, and we also cannot create an ethical world if the government falls behind those two other pillars. So it would create a tiered structure of organizations, some that understand it and some that don't, and that is not fair. So working in partnership with research institutions like CMU, like PSU, I hope Duquesne is one of the next ones, helps ensure that we have kind of the latest and greatest in tools and research. And working in partnership with private companies ensures that we can all hold ourselves to the same level of accountability. The government has no place telling private companies what to do if we don't mirror that ourselves or really understand what we're talking about. So creating that person-to-person level of trust, I think, is really key. And the last thing I'll say is, frankly, like, not the first time that anyone ever heard this, and it won't be the last. But we have to invest in real workforce development that's analog, non-digital, outside of AI workforce development in order to create an ethical world. And that has to be something that is proactive. An ethical future involves more than just AI. It means training folks on AI-related skills. It also means prioritizing funding and investing in industries that have really nothing to do with this and can kind of be counted on to continue on. At least for the short term. Concrete workforce development investments actually will move us forward. And if we operate from an aggressive posture there without technologists telling kind of workforce developers what to do, we can make sure that all of our people that are impacted by this technology will be accounted for. So that's kind of my short thoughts on creating an ethical world, and really excited to just be here and kind of discuss some risks and some real optimism around AI. I think everybody should be optimistic. If we don't start there, we're not going to end there. So I'll turn it back to you, Dr. Slattery, and thank you again for having me.
Thanks so much. All right, so let's start the conversation with that sort of last comment that Annie made about risk. So, there's a lot of, sometimes there's very vague risks, and they can seem very gigantic, they can seem global, and it's really sort of like, it just produces a lot of anxiety and not a lot of really tangible things. So let's try to get really specific here. Rebecca, I want to start with you, and let's just take a couple of minutes and maybe just talk about some very specific tangible risks in generative AI that you've been able to identify in your work.
Yeah, thank you. So there are quite a few that we've been seeing pop up. And All Tech is Human, we have a YouTube page, a channel with all kinds of live streams that we've done with different experts that know about different pieces of this. So I'd encourage you to check it out if you're interested in digging in. One of the things that has been, I think, the most prevalent and common problem is this problem of hallucinations and not being able to trust the outcomes of generative AI. And that's something that I think will be an ongoing problem. We've heard a lot of stories about different issues that have come up there. I think there was a lawyer that, had a lot of cases that he was referencing that were completely made up because, of course, these generative AI tools are predicting the most plausible next word. So they're not necessarily going to be giving you accurate information. You always have to double check what you're receiving. But one of the things that I think has been a much larger problem that is much more concerning would be this disinformation piece. I think there was an article this morning that it was, I believe, in Wired that touched on extremist groups that are now basically using generative AI to really push out a lot more disinformation and at much lower cost. So it is a very concerning problem that it's very difficult to deal with because it's moving so quickly. There is not a lot of AI literacy or generative AI literacy. People don't know necessarily what to look for, and you're not always going to see like 7 fingers on someone to know like, oh, that's not a real organic image. So we are dealing with that issue in real time as we have a lot of global conflicts, and then of course as elections, very important elections are coming, we are concerned about that. Even even when ads get put out that say this was made by AI, they're still powerful. People still take them as, they still have an effect on people as if they're real, and sometimes that's enough to sway things. So that's a problem. And then the one other one that I'll touch on is the problem of synthetic non-consensual porn, which is really proliferating right now, especially with young people. And we are currently working with an organization called Thorn that specifically deals with this, and we are collaborating with different creators of generative AI tools, whether it's images or some of these chatbots, and we are trying to together come up with best practices and ways to move forward and find solutions that respect everyone and their privacy. So this is something that we're working on, and then, yeah, I'll leave it to some others to talk about other things, but those are the most concerning ones that I'm seeing right now.
Annie?
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, completely agree with Rebecca. I think I was reading an article about the synthetic non-consensual porn in the New York Times recently, and it's frightening. So as I was preparing for this this portion of the conversation, I wanted to pick out a few different risks that we see that are kind of risks about lazy implementation, essentially. So this is, we are in our hypothetical government, as we try to do the best that we can here, what if we miss a step? What if we miss something in implementation and execution and it causes a problem? So a few of those different types of things. One, say, I think a lot of spotlight is on generative AI and education. How should students be able to use it? How can teachers regulate it? Say in our hypothetical government, we said, great, I want to take a proactive view on making sure that teachers know how we see it, that they know it can be a force for good. We write out guidelines. We create, we partner with new vendors to put technology in the classrooms that can really help students learn. What if we miss the piece that's educating teachers on what this is, and we end up unleashing a curriculum and tools that a humongous portion of our workforce don't trust, let alone don't know how to use, but don't trust. That missing that trust piece, I think, before execution is a really big risk in being able to effectively move forward. I think another one is lazy governance, and this is of a government or of an organization, of any large bureaucracy. If you don't start with the governance of generative AI, you risk very well-meaning, individuals or teams or whatever, using generative AI to what they think is solve a problem, but actually do something like eliminate a need for jobs or cause a problem down the line, or accidentally open the door for mis and disinformation to be very easily spread about that use case. Without that governance structure, it means that in huge bureaucracies, you can't control what everyone is doing. And while people are rightfully exploring this, and seeing how it can be used in their own use cases, we have to make sure that there is a kind of diverse and well-esteemed body that can make sure that they are all working in sync. And then the last one, I'll just mirror what Rebecca said about mis and disinformation. This is a problem that I'm particularly interested in the political space. I'll use kind of the Israeli-Hamas war right now as an example. I think we all know kind of the vast mis and disinformation that you can see online. Where the real risk and problem for me comes in is when we are talking about using generative AI in part to further or amplify something that is already bad or is already going to go viral. And we are fully depending on social media companies that we really let loose in the 2000s to regulate that. I'll just end with saying, I think there's so much to be learned from mismanagement or misregulation of social media 10 and 20 years ago as we now face AI and wonder how we can best make sure that it leads us to this positive future. So I think a lot about the intersection of AI, social media, and where those lessons can come into play.
Thanks so much. Alka.
So I'll echo everything that's been said already, and I'll try to give some other additional unique perspectives. And I'm going to take maybe a broader lens to it. Annie, I liked your concept of the lazy implementation and governance. I think that's spot on. I think what goes hand in hand with that is a lack of resources to actually do everything you just said, right? So corporations, organizations, you know, I know what the White House executive order will come up later, but like, where is the money associated to actually do everything, right? So there's a money conversation, and then there's also a skills conversation. So this kind of piggybacks on, Annie, what you were saying about the workforce piece. So we know that these tools are not ready to be leashed out on their own, and we do need human oversight. And where's that workforce to provide that human oversight? And again, they don't need to be all PhDs. There's a scope for that. But how are we thinking about this AI literacy piece of educating that workforce, whether it's children at a younger age to understand at least the basics, so as they get older, they're more interested in, you know, maybe go into this direction or field. But I think we really need to be thinking about the workforce conversation, not just from how does technology impact workforce, but how are we making sure we've got enough people to do what we need to do to really get this right. The other couple pieces I'll just talk about, Rebecca, you talked about the privacy piece. The privacy violation piece really concerns me, especially as we think about it from a regulatory perspective. It is such a patchwork regulatory environment around privacy in the US. We have yet to come up with a federal solution for this, and you know, I don't know when and when it would happen. But I think the piece that when you see privacy regulation in different aspects across different states, when you see different states taking on AI regulation, right? Now it's adding to the complexity of all of this, right? And that's something that keeps me up at night. The other one is really around IP theft, and you talked about a little bit about this before. You know, again, intellectual property theft is a big one, and then sort of the weaponization of AI, using it in these contexts that Annie gave an example of in terms of, you know, this is for good. Let's just make sure that we're using these technologies for good and we've got the right oversight. And I think at the end of the day, maybe more at the federal level, while we've been focused on self-regulation from companies and organizations to date, how do we really build a sustainable, resilient body or framework that allows for the right kind of oversight holistically and consistently across organizations, across states, however it may be. And I think we need to really be thinking about that as well.
Fantastic. All right, so now we know all the risks, and we're all a little anxious. So let's talk about solutions. So let's jump right back in, and Alka, I'm going to throw it right back to you.
All right.
And so let's shift over and take a few minutes talking about not just like, okay, what are some pie in the sky, but what are some real tangible solutions that we can hold on to in this conversation?
Yeah, and I'm going to pick back up on the executive order that the White House put out last week. Was it last week? Days elude me anymore. But in any event, we've all sort of talked about this. It is a very comprehensive document. It gives us a lot of hope because it's looking at things holistically. I think it tasks different agencies to do certain things. I think NIST is tasked with setting some of these standards. So very hopeful that there is going to be this body of work that comes out that gets us aligned. I think there's also bills in play from different legislative folks around watermarking, digital signatures, nutrition labels. I think any of those sort of types of concepts that reinforce the integrity of the technology solution and or the transparency to the user of where AI is being utilized or how it's being utilized or what the intended outcome is supposed to be are all positive things. So I have hope that those will move forward and get passed. I think, Rebecca, you called it further consideration, I think, when you were giving your remarks, but, and Annie, you talked about this too, but cannot stress the fact that no one organization, no one state is going to be able to solve for this. This is going to require everyone. So this requires academia, this requires industry, this requires the civil sector, our communities. And so forums that, bring these different stakeholders into these conversations, because we don't have the answers for how best to create safety considerations for some of these technologies. So there's still a lot of research to be done. And so you need those researchers, and of course, diverse researchers in the conversations, and you need industry because, at the end of the day, they've got deep pockets. We see that from the examples Annie was giving around tech companies and so forth. And so they've got resources in different ways, and they're the ones actually building the technologies in many instances. And then, of course, we need the people who are at the table who are using the technology. And so more of these structured consortiums or bodies that bring all of these stakeholders together, I think is going to be really critical in getting it right. And so with All Tech is Human, I think that's a great start and something that needs to be built on.
Rebecca, you talked already about a lot of the solutions and all the work you're doing, All Tech is Human. Can you, just sort of talk about some of those specific risks you mentioned and what are some very tangible things that you're working on?
Yeah, thank you. I definitely want to point to something that Annie was talking about when it comes to trust and talking about the disinformation piece of it. That is, I wanted to add to that to say that I think one of the other concerns is not necessarily that there's going to be a bunch of, synthetic content out there that is, that would be disinformation. That is a concern, but the other side of it is really concerning as well, that people stop trusting anything they see, and so actual atrocities, actual harms that are real are no longer trusted, and people will just say, well, I can't decide if this is real or not. And people will determine that based on their own prior convictions and what they already think, and it will further polarize all of us. So I think that's something that needs solved very quickly. Pointing to something that Alka was talking about with companies are coming out with all kinds of guidelines around AI and around generative AI specifically. We have been tracking some of those at All Tech is Human, and there are a few that are publicly available. I would encourage people to check out some of these. Some of the best ones that I've found. Dataiku is a company that has something called, they've just released Building Responsible Generative AI Applications, Introducing the RAFT Framework. And that's a really excellent comprehensive framework. There are also great ones by Deloitte, PwC, Salesforce has a good one, and the World Economic Forum has a really great one as well. The Presidio recommendations for responsible generative AI coming from civil society. So these are some really concrete, spelled out guidelines for how companies and organizations are approaching these issues. I think with disinformation, one of the most important things, and actually with the problem around computer-generated CSAM, child sexual abuse material, I think the most important thing there is to make sure that we can get these watermarking and content provenance issues solved very quickly and be able to track where each piece of content comes from. Is it synthetic? And to have to build the public trust, to be able to determine for ourselves what we're seeing, because the digital literacy and AI literacy and generative AI literacy are all falling way behind the speed of these technologies. One other thing I'll point to that is a really tangible solution that is talked about a lot, both in the executive order, and the vice president also had some guidance around some specific AI initiatives. There was a lot of emphasis on a lot of these kind of checks that Alka was speaking about, and red teaming is a really important one. And that is basically it comes from the cybersecurity world, and to be able to basically stress test these, especially the generative AI, the chatbots, and the image generators, to try to have it produce results that are unsavory, and things that we should not be able to do with that, coming out with people's credit card numbers, or just being able to generate imagery that is something that people would not want to be seeing. And there are a lot of really great red teaming efforts underway, but one that I wanted to point to, Dr. Ruman Chowdhury, with I think her new nonprofit is Humane Intelligence. They put together a big red teaming effort over the summer, and they will be basically trying to do that in a lot of different areas as well around the world, so that we can have a really robust group of people with a lot of different areas of expertise, coming from a lot of different perspectives and backgrounds, to be able to really stress test all of these tools in ways that have not been thought about before, so we can have a more robust set of tools and understand and know that they are secure.
That's great. That's great. All right, Annie, I want to turn to you, and obviously working for Governor Shapiro, he had the executive order on AI. So I would love to hear a little bit about what are the solutions built into that, and how is that going to get implemented? How are we going to see the effects of that?
Yeah, thank you. I think I am personally, and I think our administration is just really proud of this executive order. We tried really, really hard to make sure that it was not something vague that was like, I am ordering that, we create a task force that will tell us something in a year. We are doing solutions right now because we really don't have any time to waste. So the kind of core tenets of the EO, I think it always actually sounds like a little bit unsexy. And some of the other solutions that I'm going to bring up are like very unsexy. But in government, that's important. And creating that foundation for change, I think, is how we can do it effectively. So we lay out a couple of key tenets, one of which is that generative AI cannot and never will replace human creativity, human ingenuity, or lived experiences. It says that in the executive order. It makes it very clear that we believe generative AI is a job enhancement, is a tool. It is not a job replacement. And the governor talks about that a lot. So it lays out 10 core values ranging from employee empowerment to adaptability to bias to really mandating that as we in the government look to govern generative AI, we do so proportionally, that we do not take a year and an army of very smart lawyers and technologists to, our graphic designer who just wants to use Adobe stock with generative AI elements. We don't have that same response as we would for, say, a tool that helps us sort applications utilizing generative AI, that we really keep those solutions proportional. It creates a generative AI governing board made up of, I think, 12 senior leaders from across our administration, including the chief of staff, including the general counsel, chaired by our Secretary of Administration, Secretary Neil Weaver. And that board is charged with making recommendations about tools that we should use, about use cases, and really approving tech that comes up through them for use by the Commonwealth. And in that way, we can make sure that we are the AI champions. We do not want to be risk averse, but we do want to make sure that, in a sprawling organization, like any state government or any large corporation is, we have a unifying value set and theory governing our use of these tools for the better, and that we can perceive those risks. So the executive order was signed here in Pittsburgh just a few months ago. Since then, the board has already met had their first meeting. We're now kind of working with stakeholder groups to ensure that our board, that stakeholders in the government that are not on our board, particularly in spaces that maybe conventionally do not have to deal with technology, but now they really will. I'm thinking about our legal teams. I'm thinking about our procurement teams, are trained in what this is. And, working for in the next few months, we'll hopefully have some really exciting announcements about pilot programs within the government, which is really exactly what the governor charged us to do. I want to just note kind of two, as we think about solutions to some of these risks from a government perspective, two like particularly unsexy but very tangible solutions that I think we can create. The first is reforming our procurement code. So that's in government in a large organization, how we buy products or how we buy software. It is not conducive to utilizing technology that is changing at the pace that generative AI is. When we have so much process in place to buy something and we have technology that is improving even faster than that process, we don't get anywhere. So bringing in technologists and folks with experience there to help us stay secure and stay responsible and stay ethical, and ensure that we're serving the taxpayers and using taxpayer money responsibly, but being able to utilize those new technologies is really important. And the second is, I'll go back to our legal team. We are very lucky in our administration. We have just an exceptional legal team led by two amazing and really smart women who are completely bought into how we use new technology for good and for the government, and know that there's no time to waste. But bringing in and advertising for things like software lawyers, lawyers from some of the massive private companies that we all talk about that have some real firsthand experience in this. So it's hard to make that case from within the government. So really figuring out both how we can train our legal teams from the top down, but also ensure that we have the legal staff that we need to make sure things like bias and cybersecurity are accurately addressed in technology that is very new and adapting is super important.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. All right, audience, I hope you're getting ready with your questions. This has been really, really helpful, and I think what I appreciate about our conversation so far is just trying to latch on to those really tangible things that we each can do. And I really loved hearing from each of you just sort of what I tried to talk about at the very beginning, which is that it's not just about certain people in certain rooms that we all should think about and raise our fists at, but we can't do anything. It's about sort of that empowering, that sort of daily education to what we can actually do, and about that literacy that Alka talked about, and like what is actually available, how much literacy should we have, and how much do we need to know to be able to make effective actions here. Okay, without further ado, we have some people in the back with microphones, so if you have a question, raise your hand, and we'll go from there. Let's start right in the back here.
Thank you. That was a fabulous conversation. I come from the world of healthcare, and I am currently a faculty member here at Duquesne. And it's all well and good that we are talking about wanting to hear voices whose voices we have not heard so far. But at the same time, the civil discourse in society is going down. We are already seeing that in our classrooms. Certain things you cannot talk about. So in a system where all institutions' blueprints for governance comes from a paternalistic point of view, and with the breakage of trust and civil discourse, it seems like we are already living in a dystopian world, and how are we going to now put the genie back in the bottle?
Who wants to take that one? Annie, I'm going to throw it to you. You work for the governor.
That's a super easy question to start us off. Thank you so much. But a very good question and a really important question. I think answering it kind of starts to come from a place of like, I totally agree with you. We are not good. As in terms of the civil discourse, it's not good. So we cannot expect it to change overnight. But I think there are a few things that we can do, especially as government leaders and corporate leaders, to kind of show an example that over time can bring us back to the light and where we want to be. I think one is has a lot to do with really ensuring government is hand in hand with private research institutions and private companies. I think that it has to mean that the government is not behind in adopting technology and understanding it and understanding the anxiety of society around it. But if we can put a strong, trustworthy face to those three pillars and show kind of the world and show Pennsylvanians and our citizens that we're operating together, that we hear them, that we understand the risks, but that we're moving forward together and in line, I think that does a lot to give people faith and to give people trust. I think one of the biggest kind of things that speak to what you just said is like the incredible lack of trust in government right now. And this is nationwide. It's not a Pennsylvania thing necessarily. And there are things that we can do to strengthen that trust that have literally nothing to do with generative AI, but actually set the scene for our adoption. So I'm thinking, you know, in our work, if I could take a second to brag on our digital services team, Code PA, that the governor set up in, I want to say April. You know, we did that knowing that this team of, you know, the first team of technologists, of software developers, of user researchers in the Pennsylvania government will have an incredible task ahead of them to create digital products that amount to services that people use every day. So the first one was Payback. I won't bore you with all the details and the talking points, but it's a portal, payback.pa.gov, where you can go to request a refund on a permit, license, or certification if you did not hear back from the government in a certain time. Those tools that are straightforward, that are easy to use, that understand that not everybody knows what every acronym means or what agency they get a tool from, I think are really important to strengthening government trust. So being able to sort of say, look, this is a long game of trusting us that we are listening to each other, that we are taking on the risks, protecting our people, and also using AI to move us forward while like not putting our foot off the gas on the other elements of public trust, because they really do work simultaneously, I think is important to at least getting us to a point where we don't currently feel like we are living in a dystopia.
Alka or Rebecca, you want to jump in on that?
I do. So 2 points, and actually the question reminds me of my DoD days, because when we were adopting the AI ethics principles and talking about implementation, you know, had a room full of people and some would raise their hand and be like, we're at the DoD, we're ethical, why are we talking about this, right? Yeah, so I was not prepared for, no one prepares you for that question when you're in the role that I had. But suffice it to say, you know, what we didn't explicitly talk about, and Annie alluded to this, I'm gonna take it a step further. So this requires top-down leadership and bottom-up effort, right? And the real key is the incentive structures to making it happen. We didn't talk about how important incentives are in forcing the behaviors and the outcomes that we want. So one of the things that, you know, I had worked on previously on procurement side was actually putting contractual requirements, putting some incentives from a financial perspective into the contracts to get the vendors to behave a certain way. Now, in your example, the incentives would be different, obviously, but I think the fact that you've got to have leadership at the top pushing, and you've got people at the bottom creating that community pushing from that way, and hopefully you get somewhere in the middle. It may not be perfect, but at least it's a start. And then the last point I'll share is, you know, I haven't talked about my current role because I'm not here in that capacity, but it's around digital literacy. And BCG did a report for us about 2 years ago, and what they found around digital literacy is that there is a stigma, almost similar to, I think, where Annie was going around AI. Like, people don't want to admit they don't know, or, you know, it's not something that people openly want to talk about it. And so the stigma is that there's a negative aspect around admitting, I need help. Of course, human nature. And what we found was that we needed a trusted partner. So we started working with our nonprofit communities, partners that are in the communities talking to these individuals every single day to be carrying our message, because we can't be the ones carrying the message because they don't trust us for whatever reason. And so it's creating sort of these new structures and mechanisms to also try to get to the end result. And unfortunately, there's no playbook, and unfortunately, even if there is a playbook, it doesn't mean it's going to work for every organization, because every organization is structured differently, has different resources, has different leadership. So I just put those two thoughts out there as well.
Great, thanks.
If
Yeah.
I could,
Oh,
if I could jump to what Alka was saying really quickly with just like a quick anecdote. When we first started, I totally agree. When we first started figuring out how we could approach generative AI and really looking at the big picture, we gathered a group of really amazing advisors and people that could just help us shed light on things to be looking at, on questions to answer. And one of them fully suggested making an AI mascot that was produced by the governor of Pennsylvania, that was like really kind and really not threatening, that could go around and do a PR campaign on what AI actually is. So I just like totally agree with Alka, what you were saying about kind of a trusted messenger. And I don't think that we should take creative solutions like that off the table. Like when we see a stuffed animal on Sesame Street talking about generative AI, I think we'll know like the job is done.
yeah, Bill.
Great. Just want to say, incredible session. Want to piggyback on sort of what Alka talked about, right? When we talk about trust, we see the most distrust in our rural disinvested communities and our urban disinvested communities, right? I mean, you can go 2-3 blocks up, the street here, right? I mean, it's all around us. How are we talking to folks in these communities, right? I come to conferences like this, and it's, folks from research universities, folks from government, are there conferences for the people? What are we doing to get to the people? Because if we don't get to the people, we're not going to be able to deal with the trust issue. If we don't deal with the trust issue, then all the types of tactics that we're trying to layer on aren't going to work. So just want to know what we're doing now in real time, right, or what's planned, because like as you said, we're already in it, right? Mm-hmm. This is not something that's coming. The train has moved and is about to knock us over.
That's a great question, Bill. I'll take a first stab at it and then turn over to my fellow panelists here. But I think this environment requires us to go to them, right? We can't, maybe in other aspects, we could have, the conversation around whatever the topic might be would pull the rural communities in to say, hey, I want to learn more. But in this situation, we really have to go out there. And so one of the things, and again, I'm going to piggyback on my digital literacy work that I'm doing right now, which parallels to the AI work that needs to be done, is we work with partners who actually go out. They have mobile banks, computers, where they actually go out to the rural areas and knock on doors and start having the conversations, right? This is really a grassroots effort. And this is something we didn't talk about too, is like, this is really high touch. And this is why I go back to the resources. Because this is so high touch, we're gonna need the people, we're gonna need the money, and you're gonna need the leadership to carry this on. And so, again, this is about going out there. The other thing I'll just say is, and this is where I think doubling down on corporations who may have the resources to do this is critical versus government who might be able to pull levers in different ways, is that there are organizations that are actually starting, I've seen some universities start to do programmatic aspects around, hey, we're gonna go teach these rural teachers, or we're gonna teach teachers how to teach AI. Great, but you can't just be talking about teachers, you gotta be talking about rural teachers, because we need to get them in first, frankly. And so how are we making sure even others are thinking about that rural community as part of their daily calculation on creating programs? And I will also say, like, the disability community too, right? This isn't just like these ones that are typically left out. How are we proactively thinking about it, or at least have someone at the table advocating for them so that someone can stop and pause and think?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's incredibly challenging because I think what we are all interested in is having more people at the table, more voices. But when you're talking about disaffected communities, whether that's urban or rural, it gets much more challenging to include everyone and to make sure that we are going out into those spaces and having conversations and bringing people in. I think a couple of things that I've seen that have been really helpful in the community that I am in New York, there is a really big effort with the public library system to try to increase AI literacy. So where I live in Brooklyn, they have the Brooklyn Public Library. They are bringing in people to educate the community, and it's also put online, so there's a live streaming aspect so more people can tune in. there's also a big push for the community colleges to be bringing in not just the elite universities in New York City, but to have, the City University of New York be really involved and in the other community college level, bringing people in with a lot of different initiatives just to bring more voices to the table. So I think it's something that we do need to go out into the communities. We need to be just opening up the table as much as possible.
I'd also add that, like, when we talk about these disaffected communities in both rural and urban areas, they have been disaffected and gone without that attention for far too long, which means we're operating right now as a deficit. I don't believe we can come into that deficit, or maybe I don't believe it's always 100% strategic to come into that deficit with generative AI. But it's with rural broadband and making sure that everyone has actual internet access, with making sure that people aren't falling off of Medicaid, or are accessing fresh, good foods or education, that like uncapped wells in their communities aren't sprouting methane. So I think there's parallel to generative AI education work. There's so much to do to just rebuild that trust that we have to do simultaneously. We have to do really quickly.
Can I just add one more
Yes.
comment to that, which is, it's sometimes like, when you've got kids sneaking in the veggies into different foods, right? And so sometimes the conversation doesn't have to be about AI or Gen AI. The conversation is around healthcare access, right? So similar to where Annie was going. And so, hey, a lot of healthcare appointments are now going virtual. You don't have to, you're in a rural community, you don't have to spend your whole day driving 2 hours to get to the medical institution. Why don't we teach you how to get online, do a virtual appointment? And oh, by the way, here's some other pieces that like kind of sneak in the AI conversation to at least start, right? Until you have some momentum and resources to build it into more. But I think for especially the rural community, I think, they're just, in some cases, just trying to make it through the day. And so how do we help them make it through the day with healthcare access or workforce access in terms of skills to get the job? And hey, did you know you could work remotely? And so kind of sneaking it into some of these other conversations.
And this question is also a great promo for our next two sessions. Right after our break here, we're going to have a session directly with healthcare providers in the area, a director of ethics at a local hospital, as well as somebody who works directly with doctors in Pittsburgh, doing AI in healthcare, what that looks like. And then the very next session right after that, right before lunch, is with the directors of 3 different local nonprofits that are working with Pittsburgh public and private schools, looking at STEM education in the community. So that was a great keyed up question there, and I really appreciate it because that is a really important part of what we're trying to do and how we try to differentiate ourselves from some of the other questions and other centers that sort of look at AI and always sort of keep it at the level of the researchers and sort of the high level. We want to be a very multidisciplinary approach here at Duquesne, reflecting what Duquesne does best, which is ethics, which is a priority on serving the community and building out sort of a workforce that is attentive to those needs. We have time for one more audience question here, one or two more maybe. Here, right here.
Yes, thank you very much. It's a great way to kick off the day. Excellent overall presentation. My question is a general question about the ethics of science and technology that predates AI, but I want to apply it to AI. It has long been argued that while science and technology themselves are morally neutral or ontically good, or whatever term you want to use, that their applications can be used nefariously, and that those can be predicted ahead of time, such that while science and technology are neutral, scientists are moral agents and arguably shouldn't be pursuing certain lines of research. Applying this to AI, could one make the ethical argument that AI developers ethically ought to be putting their systems out in such a way that these systems cannot be used in these nefarious fashions, that trapdoors can be put in or prohibitions can be put into the programs so that deep fakes and some of these other things cannot be done? Is that ethically interesting in terms of the development of AI, and can that be applied in policy in terms of rules, regulations, legal prohibitions, legal liabilities?
And let's go ahead and take the other audience question here, and then we'll just have the panelists address them both.
Thank you. So I actually don't know if this is a question or a comment yet. I'm still trying to figure it out. But I was really fascinated and hopeful at the mention of I guess what I heard was the desire and the realization of the need to include humanities disciplines and liberal arts disciplines in the conversation. I'm sure nobody's surprised to hear that there's a massive devaluation of the humanities going on at universities around the country. I think, unfortunately, probably even at high schools and elementary schools around the country. And so I'm curious about the conversation about values and maybe who's in those conversations and what their training is on understanding values, right? I'm an ethicist, so I talk about values all the time, and I have different ways in which I push students to think about reasoning through values. But I do think we have a devaluation of the humanities that's happening from the top down. The rhetoric that we hear from our politicians is almost exclusively about STEM, which is good and important, but we can't understand STEM without, and its impacts on the world without the humanities. The New York Times ran an article this week on its front page talking about devaluation of the humanities and how maybe humanities education was not really valuable anymore, surrounded by a full front page worth of articles that you couldn't understand without having a liberal arts background. So I'm curious as to, I guess, how you see that moving forward. Is there going to be a change of rhetoric, do we think, from the top down to insist on valuing the humanities?
All right, we have those two huge questions about responsibility of developers and the role of the humanities, and you each have 60 seconds. So, Annie, I'm going to start with you.
Great. Great questions. To the first question about the ethics of developers, I think that makes a very real, I agree. I do think there is a place for what you described. I also think it really lends itself to prioritizing public AI, which I think we are like very real, like years or decades away from. But the world in which the government could work with technologists, with ethicists, with people in the humanities, to develop AI that they own and then can create those trapdoors for themselves, I actually think is one that is really worth exploring. And for long-term benefit, I would be interested in that. I think to your second question about the humanities, I do think that politicians, just speaking from my background, I do think that politicians will have to change their rhetoric on this because with the advance of generative AI, like they have to figure out a way to convey that generative AI and its output will not replace people. I think that's or people's lived experience. I think that's really true. I think it's also sometimes with all of the news that we see and all of the scary things that we see, like a little bit unbelievable by people. And that's totally fair. I think by connecting with folks in the humanities, by connecting with what we learn with my liberal arts degree, as how we talk about generative AI and specifically how we talk about what it does not replace and what it cannot do is really important, and the humanities should be considered in that discussion. 60 seconds.
All right, good job. Alka.
Okay, so I appreciate the first question, especially at the DoD. We had these kind of conversations around, here's where I'll land. We can't predict every action that someone's going to take, right? And I think that's where the policy, the safeguards, the governance comes in. If someone wanted, the pen could be used in, a nefarious way. And so if you've got those governance structures and safeguards to kind of stop and pause and be like, hey, someone to ask the question, are we using it the right way? What could the unintended uses be, and how can we prevent that, and how can we build some safeguards into the technology to do that, I think is where that happens, at least at the first level. I think the second level actually ties in nicely with the humanities conversation, right? Which is, and I don't know what the higher level conversations are on the humanities piece, but I do, your point is well taken. And I think it's the humanities piece that keeps us as a society. It makes us who we are. It creates the norms we all want to live in, the world that we want to live in, and we can't be having that conversation with the humanities at the table.
Yeah, completely agree. When it comes to, yes, the nefarious uses, one other piece of it, I think, is to be able to be asking the questions, are there uses of technology that are off the table for us that we as a society say, no, thank you? And one thing that I have noticed when it comes to the policy question, the executive order that was released, there aren't really any red lines around things that should not be done at all, as opposed to in the EU, their AI Act does have some things that are off the table, these kind of riskier uses for artificial intelligence going beyond Gen AI. And I think it is worth asking some of those questions of, what about where the decisions are very important, where it's around autonomous weapons or our critical infrastructure or even things like surveillance technology in the criminal justice system. Like, where do we as a society say, like, this is not something we want? So I think that needs to be a part of that conversation as well, not just building it into the tools themselves. And then addressing the question around the humanities, that is a very central part of all tech is human, that diversifying the traditional tech industry involves a disciplinary aspect of making sure that people from the social sciences and the humanities have a really prominent voice in the conversation. And there are definitely roles and professional opportunities for people who have that critical perspective. And there is a line of thinking where we need to make the technologists more ethical, and that is valuable. But there are so many people who already come to the table with an understanding of critical thinking applied to to the way we live and who we are as people. And the humanities and social sciences backgrounds are crucial for ensuring that we have an ethical tech future.
That was fantastic, everybody. That was great. Join me in thanking the panelists this morning. We could probably stay up here for another hour and talk, but we have so many more great conversations. Right now, we got a 15-minute break. Play around with some AI out there if you're bold enough to do it. Get a snack, use the restrooms, they're out in the main area, and then come back 15 minutes for a great conversation. Thanks so much, everybody.
Bye, Annie. See ya.
Thank you, Annie.
Bye, everyone. Thanks.
Thanks so much.
Yes.
Fantastic. So I
That's
have
me.
this magical slide advancer for you. So when it gets time for your presentation, you'll see I'll switch from this graphic here to your slides. Simply put, if you walk over to the lectern computer over here, I have them pulled up here.
Okay.
You're more than welcome to present from right there. I just wanted to show you how the slides advance from right here.
Whatever you prefer.
Fantastic. I would think that over here would be the best. And it's a simple big green button goes forward. Little red button goes backwards if you'd like the green firework as a laser pointer. And this little no sign button is a no-show button. It will black out the screens. Please don't push it because I will have a heart attack because I'll think something's going horribly, horribly wrong.
Okay.
So if you guys want to take this, you have a couple test clicks. You have to click a little bit harder than you think you do, but it'll work for you every time.
Great.
If something is a little bit off or something's not quite right, just give me a weird look. I'll be in the back. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Yep, looks great. All right. I think what's the order? You, myself.
I'm first.
Right. Okay. So we can go this way. That works. I believe so. Hot mic. Hot mic. Yeah. What time is your flight?
It's 3:30.
Okay.
So this one.
Should have some time, yeah. The Pittsburgh airport.
All right, if everybody could please take their seats and we'll begin the next session here. You can just sit right there. I'm going to introduce you right now, Florence. Don't worry. I got it covered. All right. All right, as the moderator of the next session, I'd really like to introduce Dr. Florence Chi. She's an associate professor in the School of Communication and the program director of the Center for Digital Ethics and Policy at Loyola University, Chicago. She's also the founding director of the Social and Interactive Media Lab, Chicago, devoted to the in-depth study of social phenomena at the intersection of society and technology. And she also serves as an external consultee to the Freedom Online Coalition's Task Force on AI and Human Rights, and as a key constituent of the United Nations 3C Roundtable on AI. And she is also, we are very grateful, one of the fellows of the Grefenstette Center for this year. So without further ado, Dr. Chi.
The beauty of being 5 feet tall. So thank you, everyone. Good morning. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this panel called The Future of Healthcare in AI. Now, we have a very wonderfully eclectic, yet very rigorously involved in the field of AI in terms of the panelists we have on deck. We are going to discuss how AI is being used in the healthcare industry, what aspects of modern healthcare could generative AI replace, improve, or make worse, from patient recommendations to healthcare advisories and new technologies. Join us for a discussion with leading experts surrounding the future of AI in healthcare. With us today, Shyam Visweswaran is a tenured professor of biomedical informatics and vice chair of clinical informatics with training in biomedical informatics, artificial intelligence, and clinical neurology. His research includes the application of AI to biomedicine with a specific focus on patient-specific modeling, causal discovery from biomedical data, AI-based clinical decision support, research data warehousing, and ontology development. He is the PI of the Viz Lab in the Department of Biomedical Informatics at the University of Pittsburgh and is affiliated with the Intelligent Systems Program and the Clinical and Translational Science Institute. His responsibilities include Director, Center for Clinical Artificial Intelligence, CCAI, Director, Biomedical Informatics Core of the University of Pittsburgh Clinical and Translational Science Institute, CTSI, PD, PI, NCATS, ENACT Network, PDPI, NIH's All of Us, Pennsylvania. Joseph Bertino is the Director of Clinical Ethics for UPMC's Presbyterian Shadyside and Western Psychiatric campuses. He received his bachelor's degree in philosophy from the University of Scranton, a master's degree in philosophy, and a doctorate in healthcare ethics from Duquesne University. Joe previously worked as a clinical ethicist for Wellstar Health System in Atlanta, Georgia, where he aided in the construction and development of a system-wide ethics consultation service. Joe has also worked as a professor for Georgia State University and Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine, teaching courses in clinical ethics, moral theory, and Catholic bioethics. He is a frequent contributor to various biomedical ethics journals and an active American Society of Bioethics and Humanities member. Urmi Eshar is Director of Public Health Programs, Rangos School of Health Sciences at Duquesne University. Dr. Eshar's multidisciplinary skills equip her to address complex issues in healthcare, education, and governance. She serves as Director of Public Health Programs at Duquesne University, where she has made the curriculum more experiential and innovative, working with CETR and community partners. Proficient in adaptive leadership, she builds multi-stakeholder coalitions to solve complex problems. Her holistic approach incorporates strengths-based training in leadership curricula. As healthcare embraces generative AI, she emphasizes the importance of relating or focusing on relational human aspects to cure us of our inaction to social determinants of health. So given our panel time allotment, my duties as moderator are to keep us disciplined, first and foremost. We have 5 to 7 minutes to hear from each panelist, and they have a couple of slides to show us in a couple of the cases. And then we will have our panel discussion and open up the last 15 minutes of the panel session to the audience for enhanced discussion. There's an immense wealth of topics to discuss here, and I will let our first speaker, Dr. Viswasarn, to take the floor. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for the great introduction. And I'll just get into my slides. So I want to first talk a little bit about something often physicians ask and medical students ask, which is, why do we actually need AI? Why do we actually need AI in healthcare and in medicine? And there are actually 3 key reasons. So number one is knowledge overload. About 20 or 30 years ago, if you went to med school and you read the stuff in the textbooks and you came out, pretty much that knowledge didn't change for a while. But today, the knowledge keeps changing pretty fast, especially with precision medicine and genomic medicine. For example, if a new variant comes out, today we don't know what it does, but tomorrow we might know what it does. And so keeping that all in your head as a provider is next to impossible, and you need some sort of computing system or AI to push that knowledge at the point of care. The second reason is data overload. This is data per patient that gets collected in the healthcare system. That's gone up exponentially over the past 20 to 30 years. And in some care settings, for example, in critical care, where a lot of data gets collected on a daily basis for patients, there are studies showing that physicians actually miss some of this information. Part of it is because the clinical information systems that they use are not very good in presenting the data. But part of it also is just there's a lot of information sitting in there, and so we need some sort of intelligent system to be able to present that data well to clinicians. And then finally, there is the process overload, which really is all about documentation. And this is somewhat a unique situation to the United States. In the United States, the documentation is about 10 times more than what you see, say, for example, in a European country. And that leads to a lot of data entry that needs to be done by the provider. So I'll just give you some examples of pre-generative AI that's either being used in the healthcare industry or is in sort of in the research stages. So in terms of the knowledge overload, one of the diagnostic systems which has been built and deployed is something called Isabel. This actually came out from the United Kingdom, and this was set up because the person who actually came up with the system, his daughter went into the emergency department and a critical diagnosis was missed and she died. And so the idea here really is to help the clinicians at the point of care not miss critical diagnoses. Data overload. So this is a problem that the ill-fated IBM Watson program tackled as one of the tasks. And the idea here is that if you have somebody coming into a clinic and the physician might be seeing this person for the first time, they might want to have a really quick summary of what's going on with this person. And so humans are very good with visual processing. And the idea is to have a visual display of the summary of what's going on with this person. While this was, I think, developed, it really never got deployed in the real world. And then for process overload, there's a lot of work being done by some of the big tech companies like Microsoft, the idea being to introduce ambient intelligence, which can actually listen to the conversations that are going on between the physician and the patient and translate it into what needs to be documented. And UPMC, for example, is working with Microsoft to try and deploy some of this technology. So this is just a bunch of brief examples of what was going on pre-generative AI. And as generative AI came in, especially in the past 1 year, and it's become sort of something that everyone is talking about and trying to investigate whether it will be useful, I just want to point two key features of generative AI. And I think generative AI is kind of the fourth wave of AI that we are having at this point. And how does it differ from the previous AI waves is that, so the generative AI technology is multitasking. Well, almost all the old AI technologies that we have are unitask. They're all built for a single task. So that makes it really interesting. It also makes it deployable for a whole variety of tasks using one technology. And the second very interesting component is that almost all the previous AI, you had to learn quite a bit to interact with the system. And sometimes you needed intermediaries to interact with the system. But with generative AI, anybody can interact with it. So any physician, any medical student, anybody in the healthcare system can go directly into, say, something like ChatGPT and ask it questions. So that makes it really interesting because everyone is trying all kinds of questions and throwing it at this generative AI. And there's a lot of clinical literature which has been published in the past 1 year, which is looking at, all kinds of tasks in the healthcare field, and they're trying it out directly. So you've got this massive number of eyeballs and people trying out generative AI. And in terms of where I think we will go with generative AI and its applicability to healthcare, what we are going to probably see is that it's going to be most useful in the process overload problems and the administrative problems. A lot of this is really mundane stuff like data entry. And so capturing the data and putting it into these systems is where it's going to be probably first deployed and probably will be most useful. In terms of playing a supportive role in, say, like bringing all the data together at the right point and presenting it to the right people in healthcare, that's probably going to be the second place that generative AI will be involved. It's a little bit tricky, though, because of the hallucination problem. So even simple things like, if you have a complicated patient with a lot of data in the patient record, and you want to ask generative AI some question like, was this person ever on this drug in the past, you cannot be 100% confident that it gives you the right answer. So my guess is that we are going to have the generative AI basically generate hypotheses, which will then get passed into older AI systems to actually check the veracity. And then finally, the cognitive tasks. So this is the real task that physicians do in terms of diagnosis and prognosis. That's, my guess, is way off in terms of the ability for generative AI to actually make a big dent. Primarily because previous waves of AI have tried to sort of hone in that problem, the diagnostic problem, but it turns out that physicians spend 90% of the time in training for doing diagnostic problems. So it's very, very hard to beat them. And in some sense, maybe that's not what you really want to do. We want to complement what humans are bad at, things like monitoring, things like putting all the data together and understanding what's going on. So those are the places where really we want AI to have an impact.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, Joseph.
Thanks.
I'll steal that remote from you. Thanks. All right. Hi, everyone. As mentioned earlier, I'm Joe. I work in clinical ethics here at UPMC, and AI is having an active role in what we see in clinical ethics, not just here locally, but I would say nationally, globally, because it's becoming so readily accessible. Right? I think we all see this. All of us have messed around with AI, typed certain pieces into it, and I'm sure all of us can come up with really interesting stories about what we've used AI for, but one of the most, I think, fascinating pieces of AI is used in surrogate decision-making. There are a lot of elements of clinical ethics in what I do. Essentially, what I do as a clinical ethicist is come in to resolve moral discrepancies or value discrepancies amongst relevant stakeholders in healthcare. When I'm there, often it requires meeting with surrogate decision makers or people who are speaking on behalf of patients who are incapacitated, albeit temporarily, perhaps indefinitely, encouraging them to think substitutively, to think in a manner that really promotes what the individual would want to do is the gold standard, right? That's how we want to go about surrogate decision making when something is known about that individual. And I think all of us might agree that, yeah, I would want someone who I'm very close with, someone who knows me or I think knows me, would make this choice. Show of hands, how many of us have actually engaged in a critical care conversation with our loved ones about what we would want if something critical happened to us, or, right? I hate to break it to you, but even with advanced care planning, no matter how detailed that conversation is, we are seeing about, whoop, did it go back? Whoop, there we go. Nope, here we go. 68% accuracy with these individuals. So no matter how detailed that conversation was, on average, we're seeing that there's about 68% accuracy with the surrogate decision makers' statements paired with what the actual individual would want to do. If you look here in this study, it's really interesting. You can see the details or the pieces of conversations that were had in these critical care conversations and how much accuracy was really relayed here through that surrogate decision-making process, through promoting substitutive judgment, and actually having that individual share those pieces. Well, now in clinical ethics consultation, we are getting consults about surrogate decision makers who are making decisions for patients based off of their responses from generative AI. Everything from uploading pictures of the individual, narrative stories, handwritten notes, coupled with, in the wake of the Cures Act, the clinical information gathered from the medical record. And we're seeing that the results are not only aligned with that 68%, what most people think that they would want to happen for that individual, but we're seeing an even greater level of accuracy, especially when it's compared to other testimony of individuals. If patients regain capacity and actually speak to their values associated with the decision, we're seeing that AI is far more accurate, which is, I would argue, alarming in some ways. But as mentioned before, I think we need to look at generative AI as a tool, right? What if it actually did yield greater accuracy? Would you want that machine making the decision for you, or would you want generative AI to have a key role in making a substitutive choice for you? I call this the critical care fork in the road when we're looking at, do we trach, peg, and place mom somewhere where she can receive custodial care indefinitely, or do we compassionately extubate mom and allow her to pass and palliate her symptoms, the pangs associated with dying? Now, in Pennsylvania, if you have 5 children, 3 say yes, 2 say no, what are we looking at? Well, we're not looking at consensus, we're looking at a majority decision. In places like Georgia where I practiced, we need consensus, and I've had 10 children all working together to try to come to consensus. Well, what if everyone agreed to just look at generative AI and agree upon the results of the AI? Some of the dangers associated with this, as far as I see it from an ethics standpoint, is removing that element of human emotion can be quite detrimental. I think especially when it comes to end-of-life situations. From a care provider side, I think it's very difficult to encounter a patient or a family member who's very resistant towards, say, transitioning to comfort measures or working to palliate an individual's suffering at the end of life. But I think that emotive element is extremely important when you're working with such a large margin of error. Because once that decision is made, there is no going back necessarily as far as the end-of-life choice goes. We can naturally extubate later on, what have you, if the person receives long-term care somewhere. But using that generative AI, I think, can be an excellent tool in guiding people to make these choices and perhaps shed light on an individual's substitutive value, but it cannot be the only mechanism used to make that determination. Some interesting sources here associated with this piece. I highly encourage you to look into them. The last piece I want to mention is about patients who are completely unrepresented and have no capacity whatsoever. They are unable to communicate their choices. Often there is a mechanism in place, whether it be through a ethics committee, an ethics consultation service, or a policy that brings individuals together to make best interest standard decisions for an individual who has no other decision maker. If we're waiting for a guardian for that person, it can often take a long time, and some choices need to be made sooner rather than later. What if we were to use generative AI with the clinical information we have to produce an answer that is quite frankly, objectively true. That could be extremely helpful in those instances, but not without the human error that accompanies a committee or a group of individuals. I think that is extremely important when working with people because human values beget human values, and I think we need to work collectively when working with human beings.
Thank you, Dr. Bertino. Now we'll hear from Dr. Ashar.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to start with the fact that first I'll put some issues on table. I'm an anesthesiologist by training. I started off in India, where I was surrounded by a lot of scarcity-based approaches. Lots of human beings, few resources. 30 years ago, when I came to the United States on a fellowship, I realized, oh, I'm coming to the land of the plenty. Lots of advancements, everything will be fine. Guess what? My bubble was broken. We are still dealing with scarcity, even though we are surrounded by lots of plenty. So with that in mind, I'll start with, we are beings with doings. And some of my panelists have talked about it, and one of the first things I spoke with you was, think of the knife as a tool. The knife can be used to murder human beings, or you could use it in the kitchen very deftly to nourish people. And AI is just a tool. And we are beings with doings, and we are the beings that are going to be deploying the AI, and we've got to figure out how we are going to make the decisions with them. So with that in mind, we are faced with, lots of complex problems. Now, I want to put it straight on the table. Complexity is very different from complicated. Complicated is launching a rocket to the moon. And you can solve all those equations, and you can come up with pretty certain trajectories that we can do that. Complexity, on the other hand, involves interdependency. Just getting 3 panelists together with their minds, we couldn't even get together on the same day after we had made a decision that we would meet together, and we were excited about meeting together. That's complexity. And in a complex system, you push one lever, you get an outcome somewhere far removed with a lot of unintended consequences. So let's keep that in mind. And complexity a healthcare system, public health systems, they are all complex adaptive systems. So in complex problems, technical leadership is very limited. We have to have adaptive leadership. And what does adaptive leadership mean? It means that we learn to kind of interact with each other. Some of the things that you mentioned, about decision-making, even with advanced care decision-making, eventually, when time comes to extubate a person or remove a person from the ventilator, people change their minds, right? Yeah. And it causes a complete mess. So that's the world we live in, and shared informed decision-making is a big issue. 15 years ago, when my mother was diagnosed with a hematologic condition, I took her, and this is back in India, and one of my lecturers, who's the chair of the hematology at Tata Memorial Hospital, in his office, there was a placard which said, "Don't confuse your 10-minute Google search with my 10 years of medical education." And that's the mindset. So we all come from a place of expertise. And where does that expertise come from? It doesn't come from knowing you and your lives, but it comes from our disciplines. And that expertise is built upon certain heuristics. And if now AI comes and supplants that, what are we left with? We are left with relational advantages. It's something we can see, which we can feed into AI. My students are here. Can you raise your hand? Yeah. So these students, when we did a project, and that poster is our poster, they investigated a community and what kind of amenities are available in that community, which is a neighborhood just 1.5 miles from here. And there was a huge difference with what AI produced, with what Google produced, and what the reality was. So with that, I kind of, leave it for discussion now as we go, that we need to realize that the map is not the terrain.
Thank you very much to the panelists for their opening spiel. There's a number of issues that the previous panel helped level set, in that we have multi-stakeholderism as a main objective. It's very clear that we need to get into the communities. We need to go to the communities because the difference in ethics being what we should do rather than what technologically is possible and what we can do. For far too long, what we can do has set the agenda, but what we should do has to work in concert with that. So thank you very much for giving us some of the affordances in the healthcare context with regard to AI. What are some tensions that you see, whether in this panel or various pain points that you encounter in your practice?
You want me to start?
As you like.
Okay.
Okay.
So I think the biggest issue that I see, I work mostly on the provider side with trying to build AI systems which are useful to the clinicians. And generally from the informatics side of things, which is where I come from, the whole idea is to build systems which are human-in-the-loop systems. So these are helping the humans to actually make complex decisions, because healthcare is probably like 10x more complicated than sending a rocket to the moon, primarily because we work under a lot of missing information. So there's a lot of uncertainty involved. And sometimes the feeling is that, AI can do magic. So we just have to make it do magic and we can solve these problems, while for most part, what AI does is it's just statistics at the end of the day. Almost all the AI that we use is all statistical relationships, which are all derived from data. And the AI systems can only be as good as the data that you provide it with. And the biggest concern now is that in the past, things like clinical algorithms were developed with very well curated data, which were collected very carefully, like say the Framingham study, which came up with risk scores for heart attack and things like that. The new paradigm is, we just take data which is available through electronic health records, which are essentially data which were collected for some other reason, not for building AI, and then build big AI models out of these kind of data sets. And these can lead to all kinds of biases. And one prominent bias that happens when you do that is all the inequities of care, which has been captured in the data, the AI will faithfully replicate them for you. And so currently, one of the biggest worries is the use of race in many of these algorithms. And race has been used even in this carefully curated data sets, and algorithms have been built with race in them. And in many cases, it has been shown that it just leads to inequities in care. And currently, there's a National Academies panel, of which I'm a member, which is actually looking into this problem, and a report will come out at the end of a year in terms of what's the guidance we should be using in terms of using race. And race is just one sensitive variable in this context. So that's the biggest worry, is that AI will just take all of this and bury it all, and the users of these systems wouldn't even know that some of these variables like race and gender and socioeconomic status are buried in these models.
exacerbating existing inequalities. Dr. Bertino?
And I think I had mentioned it earlier, that surrogate decision-making is becoming more and more complex. And we're seeing this because individuals, we try so hard to meet people where they are and encourage them to actually tell us what they know about a person, what we can actually uncover, what we can use to find out what the best course of treatment might be for that person, what aligns with their values. These individuals are the same people who might be appointed as a power of attorney on an advance directive. And that person is not bound necessarily by the instructions on that directive because they have to be malleable. They need to be plastic in a way that adapts to the current clinical situation. But we are seeing instances where people come forward and say, look, I went to ChatGPT. I pay for the subscription, so I know it's legit. And they're telling me that if you don't give ivermectin to my COVID-laden loved one, they're not going to recover. And that's extremely difficult to reconcile the justification from the medical standpoint as to why it might be a harmful treatment, right? But we're seeing this more and more, and then it begs the question, is this individual necessarily an adequate surrogate decision maker? Are they making decisions that are ultimately aligned with good clinical decision-making, number one, and two, truly reflect what the individual, at least demonstrating an attempt to reflect what the individual, the patient, would want to do in that instance? So it begs the question, is this person really fit to be an appropriate decision maker if they are putting their entire self into necessarily generative AI rather than considering the foundational pieces of the individual?
Dr. Ashar.
So on the one hand, we have these instances of people wanting to use ivermectin or drinking bleach, right?
Yeah.
And then on the other end of the spectrum is also the issue of patients who know what they want for themselves.
Certainly.
And, you know, my son is today 28 years old, but at one point he was a 2-year-old. I was a physician looking for pediatrician in the Pittsburgh region. Couple of things that, you know, I ran into was, you're a vegetarian. You're going to raise your kid a vegetarian? Yes. There'll be a lot of nutritional deficiencies. Well, I'm a fully functional adult. I'm short, yes. But other than that, I'm pretty okay. So we human beings have biases too, right? We do. Yeah. And then there are these other issues, so the knowledge asymmetries. So a lot of people go, oh, you have a problem, you just want the antibiotics. I was, you know, this is early 90s, and I was already worried about, you know, superbugs and everything because I come from the belly of the beast, right? Did not want to start antibiotics immediately. And I finally found a pediatrician who still, you know, is a good friend of mine now, who was willing to work with me as a partner because we were able to breach that knowledge asymmetry. And even though I was a physician, I was very well aware that I was not a rational decision maker when it came to my kid needing an antibiotic or no. So this brings this question of shared informed decision making. Can AI play a decent role as we all talk about, you know, human beings are not very good at statistics. Even us physicians, we are not very good at that, but are we going to use AI effectively so that we can talk about the realities of how, if you're going to end up with a knee replacement, what kind of effort do you need to put in as a patient towards your own recovery? Because if I'm your orthopedic surgeon and I replace your knee, it's not magical that the next day you're going to become the pickleball champion. And that effect of, you know, the effort that we all need to put in to get great outcomes is really, really important. And we need to have, there is no magic bullet. AI is not a magic bullet. It just is a knowledge database. And it is going to force us to change the way we practice medicine because we need to become more focused relationship builders so that we get the full picture, the complex picture, and not have, I mean, we talk about those patients who don't follow instructions, right? Yeah. I have a very dear friend right here on this campus with a PhD, 2 PhDs. And this person once told me, Urmi, let me tell you a secret. As soon as I walk off my physician's office, I crumple the prescription and I throw it in the bin. So if I was his physician, I have no idea whether he's taking statin or no. I don't know. Am I making intelligent decisions? No.
Thank you very much to the panelists. I think that the main convergence here is that the ability to resist, as well as enabling compliance, which tend to be trends throughout some of the panelists' speeches here. I'm going to ask one question and then throw it open to the audience. I know I've asked this offline, but do you think AI needs to have a Hippocratic oath?
That's tough because in some ways you can ask an assault rifle to have a code of conduct, right? Again, being a tool, being something that is used by individuals who from there, unfortunately, can use free will to do what they please, and that can be extremely detrimental, right? I mean, the beauty on the other side of that free will is to be able to use it for good, but as we know, if it can be used for progress, if it can be used for the benefit of individuals, it can also be used to harm individuals. So I think learning how to use the tool responsibly, preemptively, whether that is a group of individuals in a specific vocation who take an oath to use that tool and other tools responsibly, I think that could be beneficial in the future. But again, it's asking again this inanimate thing that I think seems to have so much life to us. In reality, it really is a tool that we are engaging with, and it really is a reflection of our own moral behavior.
So I would kind of come up with, before I want the AI to take the Hippocratic oath, I would go, as a physician or as physicians, how well are we standing by our Hippocratic oath? Should we ask patients to take the Hippocratic oath too? Because human systems are interdependent. I can only be as good a physician as you can be as good a patient. And AI, at the end of the day, it's not a conscious, sentient being. It's me, the patient, and the governance, of the healthcare systems. We all need to have a decision to make. I mean, I have been on healthcare boards and I have asked this question that given this data that I am privy to as a member of the healthcare board, how are we going to make sure that the patients know that which physicians have a higher rate of, invasive approaches that they practice? And the answer is always, oh, no, we can't make everything transparent because our patients are not capable of making good decisions. So how do we get there is my first question.
So I think in the short term, really we are not thinking of putting in autonomous systems in healthcare. I think that's where this issue comes up, where the system is making decisions autonomously, and you do have to worry about the Hippocratic oath at that point. A lot of the systems we're thinking about are human-in-the-loop systems, so the physician still is in charge. And this is very analogous to autopilots in aircrafts. I mean, autopilots can fly the plane all by themselves. We don't really need a human pilot in the cockpit anymore. But we have them there, mainly because they need to be there in certain conditions to make decisions. And even the decision to actually whether to manually land the plane or not is taken by the humans, even though the autopilot can actually land the plane. Most of the time, it's partially done manually. So I think, at least in the short term, given that it's going to be the human in the loop, so we are dependent on actually the clinician's Hippocratic oath to make sure that the appropriate oversight is done when using the AI. The complexity, though, is that we might be expecting a lot out of providers to understand what the AI is telling them and how does it even make sense with everything else that they know. So that's the tough part, and we already see that with pilots, is when the autopilot actually hands over the system because it cannot work under that particular circumstance, they are too rusty at those times, and we end up in problems. So it's a tricky situation. As you become more and more dependent on AI and you start to trust it more and more, it becomes harder and harder to actually do proper oversight.
Thank you very much for joining us for this panel on the future of healthcare and AI. As our next session is promptly scheduled right after this one, I would invite the audience to ask the panelists the questions over lunchtime, which follows the next panel. Thank you so much. Please join me again for thanking the panelists.
No, I'm going to Uber.
All right, everybody just stay where you are here. Panelists, if you could very kindly exit the stage. And I'm gonna jump right into our next panel, which is very exciting and goes right up until lunchtime here. So the moderator of our next panel is Latrenda Leonard-Sherrill. She is the principal, MBA, is the principal and owner of Common Cause Consultants. She has raised nearly $9 million in efforts and initiatives in the Pittsburgh region through her professional and volunteer efforts. She founded her own consulting firm, Common Cause Consultants, in 2017 to ensure that community-based organizations could be seen, amplified, and heard by the systems level partners. She currently serves as board vice president for Trying Together, volunteers for the Bartko Foundation and Black Women for Better Education, and recently finished a community engagement effort with Pitt Cyber on algorithmic accountability in the Pittsburgh community. So please join me in welcoming Latrenda Sherrill.
All right. Some people just leave. I don't know. They're missing the party, okay? Because this is about to be a great panel. And so I'm just going to invite the panelists to come to the stage if we can. So Casey, Dr. Samuel, where is Jackie? Okay. Awesome. Because I'm going to also have them introduce themselves. But I'm excited to be here, excited to talk about this conversation because I think, AI is happening and continues to happen. And we have young people that exist in this world and they have a role to play. And all too often, right, so many things are moving. And there is a world of young people that need to be prepared to interact. They need to be prepared to make decisions about it. And we need to talk about them when we're thinking about solutions. And so I'm really excited about these folks here because they come from the space of education. They come from the space of science and interacting with young people to also be scientists in their neighborhood, and come from the space of coding and computer science. And so I think we have an opportunity to think about the ecosystem of education and how AI interacts with that ecosystem and what the future of that is, okay? And so I'm gonna have the panelists introduce themselves and we're gonna get this party started, starting with Jackie.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me here today. I'm Jackie Four. I'm the Executive Director of the Consortium for Public Education. Unlike these folks here, I don't do anything in the coding, computer science space. We are a nonprofit organization that serves school districts throughout southwestern Pennsylvania. We're like in a 6-8 county region. We work with dozens of school districts every year. We do some work with students, but most of our work is with the educators. And it's really about helping schools have the resources, opportunities, and experiences that they need to ensure that their students are best prepared for their futures. We are kind of this weird sort of nonprofit that's in the space between education and workforce development, because our goal really is to make sure kids have what they need to be ready for workforce. And that's where I've spent all of my career, really, is between those two places. We're really looking at these tools as how they can help not just students, but educators and administrators in helping to improve education. So, in a nutshell.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Dr. Andre Samuel. I am the founder, president, and CEO of the Citizen Science Lab. I am also a proud Duquesne alum. Go Dukes. Did my PhD right over in Mellon Hall in biology, so it's a pleasure to be back here to speak before you. The Citizen Science Lab is a nonprofit that I created here in Pittsburgh. It started right here on the grounds of Duquesne University. What we do is we create science pipelines for diverse and marginalized communities, and we do that through life-changing STEM experiences. We are approximately 9 years old, coming up on 9 years old. We've served over 7,000 students across the Pittsburgh region and across the US. And our focus is just making sure that we expose students, particularly underserved students, to the amazing awesomeness of working in a biology lab or working on a robot that is going to be aquatic and has to accomplish certain tasks, or show them the wonders of genetic engineering and then put them in a trajectory towards a STEM career.
Hey everybody, my name is Casey Minlin. I'm the executive director at STEM Coding Lab. And first let me say what an honor it is to share the stage with so many excellent leaders and folks that I've learned from since getting this job, so kudos to everybody here. STEM Coding Lab provides computer science education to kids who would not otherwise have access to it. We have 10 teachers on staff. We provide 120 classes a week across 36 different locations. And we provide kids with the tools necessary to be creators rather than just users of technology. We know how important it is. Computer science is the #1 source of all new wages in the United States, and yet less than 10% of our Commonwealth's K-8 youth have access to a computer science course. We believe that's a problem. And so we work every single day to equip our under-resourced learners across this city with the education that's needed for them to participate in the growing new Pittsburgh economy. So we want to share in that wealth and that prosperity. And we have never had a partner that's canceled STEM Coding Lab programming since our founding. And that's because we show up and we do what we say we're going to do, and computer science is fun for kids. So yeah, thanks again, guys.
Thank you all for those introductions. And keeping in mind, right, that this entire symposium is about AI, right, and ethics, right, ethics. I want us to be mindful of what can happen and the possibilities of AI in education, right? And so, AI can support English as a second language, assisting with pronunciation, grammar, and translation, right? It can be a game changer for young people who are neurodivergent, those with specialized educational needs. It can provide personalized support, explain concepts in multiple ways, and address auditory and visual challenges. And so, with the possibilities of AI, I want to ask the panel, right, how are we looking at AI in education? What are the current perspectives? How are we using it currently in education, considering that there are so many possibilities? Where are people with this? And so I'll start with you, Jackie. How are teachers thinking about this?
Unfortunately, they're really not thinking about it enough. And it's not through any fault of their own. It's because it's still so new in education, and there is almost no training there. I would say that's probably even true of our pre-service teachers. I'd really be kind of curious, even here on a campus like this in the pre-service education, how much focus is there on AI and how that can be a tool in the classroom. There needs to be an intentional policies set, I think, at a state level on exactly what do kids need to know around AI. We kind of know, we have policies, we have standards around reading and math and even computer science to a certain extent, although not anywhere near what we should. But there's nothing yet around AI. So it's kind of the wild, like, if you follow, there's somebody my staff loves to follow called A.J. Giuliani. He's really great, writes a lot on this stuff. And he basically says, right now it's the Wild West, and it is. It's whatever tool you get happens to cross your email and says, hey, try this, and people are trying it. But there's no guide rails out there right now. There's no training. So it's not being done yet in a thoughtful way as far as what I've been able in my organization seeing.
The wild, wild west with our youngest learners who are our future workforce, okay? That's interesting.
Wow, well, so AI, wow, in the classroom and as an educator. So for me, from my perspective, is a little different. I don't consider myself an educator, even though I've been sort of brought in that. I'm a scientist first and foremost, and I guess I teach and educate through science. So that's what I do. But as a scientist, I have learned to embrace new technologies as they developed. I found that I need to embrace those new technologies and bring them to the students and our target demographic and who we're trying to reach as these new technologies start to develop, so we aren't behind. So for me, I'm embracing AI as a scientist. There are AI tools that we can use in the laboratory. I don't have to do colony counts by hand anymore. I can download an app on my phone and use that. But it's also important for me as a scientist and an educator to be able to share that technology with the students when we're teaching them about microbiology and how to do CFUs. So on that aspect, yes, I embrace it, but I also know that there are issues when it comes to access. I know there are issues when it comes to privacy and what's being done with our data. And so even the simplest looking apps, such as the CFU counting app, could be collecting data on us or on students. And so what's being done with that? What am I agreeing to when I read these really long terms of agreements, right? And I just want to get through it and go ahead and start using the app. So those are the things that I think about when it comes to bringing this space into education. What is encouraging is that we are starting to see some teachers, there's some polls that have been done across the US where we're starting to see teachers actually start to express an interest in utilizing AI tools in the classroom. But we're also seeing that there's a large number of teachers that are saying in response to those polls that they would also like to get more training on responsible AI use in the classroom. So I think we've got a long ways to go, but it's encouraging.
Well, and Casey, before you answer, I want to ask you specifically about, right, coding in AI, right? And you talked about an article that people were sending you that was like the end of coding, right? So talk to us about AI from your perspective and this reaction to this article that was the end of coding when your work is the STEM coding lab. Talk to me about that.
Way too many people sent me that article, right when it was published. It's like, I get it. I think in order to answer the question, we got to kind of step back and contextualize where the world of education currently finds itself. Since the 2021-22 school year, in Pennsylvania alone, we've had 10,000 educators quit, right? Since 2010, we've seen a 70% decrease in the number of teachers certified to go teach. We've devalued the profession, and teachers don't want to do it anymore. And I can't blame them, right? Because it's not necessarily pay either, right? It's institutional support, right? It's professional development. It's time in the day, right? Teachers are busy and they're strapped. And if you throw AI onto that growing pile of things for them to be experts in, right, we're going to lose more teachers. So we have to kind of step back and understand that the world of education needs to be elevated in our national dialogue, much more so than it is currently. But to answer your question, I think LaTrenda, I mean, when I think about AI, I think back to the early 2000s when, laptops hit the scene and, they were going to revolutionize K-12 education, right? And then in that period, there was a rush, particularly among affluent school districts, to adopt this new technology, right? And use these laptops, right? But what we saw there was while the affluent school districts rushed to adopt these technologies, the under-resourced school districts of our region and nationally were left behind. And the more affluent school districts sped forward, the more our disparities grew, right? So what we need to do, and God forbid we learn from the lessons of the past ever, what we need to do is take a step back and understand that it's our responsibility to ensure that we don't repeat those same mistakes from the past, right? We need to understand that, it is within our economic interests as a city, as a nation, to ensure equitable access to this education, 101 knowledge, right, for kids. That's how I think about AI, because we serve K through 8 kids, right? And our kids just need to know what it is. What are its implications? What are its applications? What are its biases, right? I think when parents think about AI, they just think my kid's going to use it to cheat, right? Which is a valid concern, I guess, right? But the universe of possibilities around AI are so much more, and we can harness that to equip our under-resourced and traditionally marginalized youth to be able to use this technology to benefit the communities that surround them, right? We all do better when we all do better, right? And kids need to understand that and understand this technology can serve as a tool to reverse generational cycles of poverty.
Thank you, Casey. And so what's interesting about this panel, right? All of them are outside of the classroom, right? And I think that is important to note. Education and the education of our community, if we're talking about responsibility, right? It is a community issue, right? So you need partners to do this work. And so thinking about that, right? What becomes the role of universities in this region? I mean, I know that wasn't one of the questions, but we sort of talked about it on our prep call.
Not just sort of.
So what becomes the role of universities in this region as it relates to this responsibility, right? Ensuring that young people understand AI, ensuring that young people have access to a trajectory that is inclusive of these technologies. So I'm interested in you all's thoughts there.
Want me to go first this time? Sure. All right, I promise I won't be as long. So I think that it's important for us as Pittsburghers to understand that we have an institution of higher learning in this city that is an internationally renowned institution that is undergoing research and development and innovation in the space of technology that is recognized worldwide as being sort of the standard, right? We are failing to include the communities that need help the most in our own city in that innovation so that they can gain the benefits of the development that's going on inside those universities. There needs to be a bridge literally from those research and development efforts to our communities to be able to make sure that all of this research, all of this innovation is actually going to the people who need it, right? And I think that what universities can do is, one, understand that the communities in their own backyard need help, and these institutions have the infrastructure, the people, the apparatuses necessary to do that, but also it needs to be, their assistance needs to be reflective of the actual communities that they serve, right? And I think that, it's a shame when, the one result of innovation that's going on within universities is the appearance of surveillance technology in the communities that we serve, right? God forbid it be something that could actually benefit kids and families, right? So we have to do our best to make sure that the valuable research outputs from our universities are brought to bear on behalf of kids and their families.
Yeah, I think that universities, we need to invest more outside of the student body. We need to invest in the communities that we sit in. One of the reasons why the Citizen Science Lab started was because as I sat in the biology lab of Duquesne University every summer and saw that it wasn't utilized except for maybe 1 or 2 summer classes, and realized that we were sitting right here at the foot of the Hill District, right here by Urban Pathway Charter Schools, and these kids didn't know that the campus existed, let alone got a chance to experience what it's like to be in an actual lab. So, you know, how can you be what you can't see? So I think that honestly, I'm a science geek, I'm a nerd, so I'm gonna throw a Star Wars reference out there. We need more Jedi temples, not more Death Stars, right? Like, so I think that if we can, as universities can start looking at ourselves as Jedi temples and going out and, you know, being one with the force of learning and enjoying community and all of that, then we'll be okay. I think we sort of have to change our perspective. We had a conversation in the back, we were talking about this institution, and we were like, why don't you know, the conversation was, why doesn't this institution go out and do this in the community? And the reply was, well, we're not that type of institution. And my reply to that is, well, why can't you be? Why can't you be? What is stopping you from doing that? Why do we have to consistently rely on the individual alumni to go out and make the change? If we are truly serious about making change as an institution, it should not just start and end with our student body and those who are coming to pay tuition to get an education.
And just know the institution that we're talking about is not Duquesne. We say Duquesne.
It is not Duquesne.
When we say Duquesne, and then we're referencing another institution that rhymes with Ellen. Okay, so Jackie.
My organization, our office is in McKeesport, Pennsylvania. That's also the high school I graduated from. We serve lots of school districts. Most of them are economically challenged. Clairton is kind of like the poster child, unfortunately, of that. We have had great programs there that we can never sustain because trying to get universities to come there is incredibly difficult. And it's really not that far away. We really need, I think, you know, going back to the university question, we need to redefine what is community. It's not just the couple square miles around your campus. I mean, if COVID didn't teach us that we can't reach out other ways, virtually do other things, I don't know what will. But, you know, we work with tons of kids that are facing significant challenges that, you know, setting foot on a university campus is like the furthest thing from their mind. I would also say, and this goes back to something I know, Casey, you said, 2019, there were what, 4 computer science teachers certified that year?
Which is less than 1% of what's needed to saturate the demand among schools that want to teach computer science but just can't.
Yeah. So, and we say that if we want all of our kids, and honestly, if you look at our economy, there isn't a kid in this region that we can't, to spare. We need all of them to be as well prepared as possible if we're going to continue to attract employers to this community, if we're going to continue to have a tax base, if it's going to continue to be a place that any of us are going to want to live. We need all of them to be well prepared for their futures. And that means that we all need to come and do our part to do that. So it isn't just the K-12 system. It isn't just us nonprofits, but it's also the university partners, employer partners. It needs to be all of us working together to make sure that our kids are well prepared, because if not, you know, what's going to become of the region?
Latrina, can I just piggyback real quick on something Jackie just said? So she's totally right. We've lost 50,000 jobs in Allegheny County over the last 5 years. In 2021, more people left Allegheny County than any other county in the state, which was the worst performing. It was actually double the worst performing county in Ohio, right? And what frustrates me is that politicians, economists, armchair experts alike offer typically 2 solutions to address these shortfalls, right? One is attract high-skilled talent from abroad as well as other U.S. cities, right? And the other one is to keep college kids here after they graduate, right? Is 50% of college kids in Pittsburgh bolt after graduation, right? My frustration with that is that there is a complete, we're ignoring one important demographic, Pittsburgh's kids, right? Preparing Pittsburgh kids to compete for Pittsburgh opportunities is a moral imperative, right? And if we see the kids in our own backyards as being engines for economic growth and inclusivity, then we better be in their classrooms ensuring that we're bringing to bear every institution, every resource, hardware, whatever it is, to those classrooms so that, you know, these kids have a fighting chance to participate in the new Pittsburgh economy. That was way too long, I'm sorry.
No, thank you. I mean, and so, you know, I think hearing the panelists, right, offering an opportunity for you all to think about your role at this university and what might you do, right, to ensure that young people have access to the opportunities here, right, and wherever else. But what is your responsibility in that? And so, again, thinking more about responsibility and you know, what you're bringing up, what you all continue to bring up around access. John brought up on our call that, right, like, you know, the advent of the internet and computers, right, was supposed to help improve equity, right? Like it was supposed to do the thing. It was supposed to be the magic bullet. You know, give everyone a computer and, right, now we have everything. And so AI also, people see it being that thing, right? That thing that brings people together, that thing that creates more equitable opportunities. But what does AI and equity look like? What does equitable AI look like for our young people in education? How might AI, you know, propel equity even more? And then what do we need to be mindful of when it comes to young people and AI?
I've talked too long already. Go ahead.
And if, go ahead.
I would say there's also one thing we haven't talked about is how AI can be a tool for the educator. And that can be a tool that really can help us achieve some equity. It really can be used to personalize learning. You know, we test kids to death. So we have a ton of data on every kid in these schools, but we don't really do anything very much with that data. There's so many ways that we could use AI tools to take the data that we have on every student and better, almost like a doctor, prescribe for them what it is they need to become better prepared. Like if they're having a difficulty in math, where exactly is that difficulty? Because it doesn't say, it's no good to just say, well, they can't do math. There's a lot of things within that. Like, where are the problems specifically? And then what are the interventions that we can offer to help those students to achieve better, to help catch, you know, and especially this coming out of COVID, what are the interventions we could give them specifically to help them catch up more quickly? So AI is not, it's not just helping them to understand AI, but how do we use these tools to help teachers do their jobs better? You know, we know a lot of teachers that are using AI right now to help them do lesson plans because it helps them offer their teaching in a new and innovative way. It also saves time. So the time that they're saving, what else could they do to give more personalization to kids? I was at a training the past 2 days on economics and school budgets. We really talked a lot about return on investment, which is not a really comfortable word when it comes to education, but there are interventions. There are certain places, if we put our money here, we see tons of great results. But we don't have the data, we don't have the time, we don't have the expertise to analyze it. If we had tools to help analyze budgets and outcomes, we could figure out better where to put those resources. So I think there's a lot of potential really to help with this in the equity space. We don't really have those right tools yet, and I'm hoping we can get there. We also just need to think about, it's not just for the kids, but for the educators themselves, what we could do.
I feel like I should pop this question in ChatGPT and say, how can we make you more equitable?
Yeah.
I think one of the things that we can do is we can, you know, with every new technological advance, there's always a certain amount of fear. And I think that one of the things that cripples us when it comes to the advancements of new technologies is fear. Fear of what could go wrong, fear that our kids might be cheating on the tests, fear of loss of jobs. And I think what happens is that causes a lot of us to freeze and we decide, okay, we're just gonna wait and see, look and see what happens. And what is happening at that time is you're not taking, or one is not taking the time to really explore on their own and figure out what it is that the new technology is all about. Learn to embrace the fact that this technology is coming, it's not going anywhere, because the large companies who've created it said so. It's not going anywhere. So it'll be a part of our life. And it actually has been a part of our lives for so long. I mean, our smartphones, the basis of all of that, basis of Google, all of that. Before we started Googling stuff, that's all early AI. So, we've been using it for some time. It's just becoming more advanced. So my suggestion is to do like I do. I explore, I look and see, I play around with it. At some point, I'm gonna find a tool that I could say, hey, I could take this back to the laboratory or to the classroom. And I think that's how we implement. There's a lot of, I think a lot of data that says that teachers want more training on it and stuff like that, but sometimes we can be our own best trainers, or at least we can get started. We don't have to wait for the school system to put together a professional development curriculum for your teachers, when all you got to do is grab a smartphone and maybe find an app that is interested in whatever subject that you're looking at, and then play around with it and see what it can do and see how you can bring it into the classroom. That's how I do it. We did that with drones, we did that with 3D printing, we're doing that now with AI. I didn't know anything about any of those things, but now, in order to be able to bring it to the students that we serve, I have to learn about it. And I think that as teachers and instructors, we have to realize that there's a duty to ourselves and to our community to not always rely on someone else to provide the professional development for our advancement.
Mm-hmm. We've referenced data that's out there a number of times. I'll share some of it with you here, just to put a fine point on the points that were made by Jackie and Andre. Adaptive AI learning systems can improve test scores by 62%. AI marking tools can help teachers spend 70% less time grading assignments. More than 70% of teachers say AI can help students learn, but they've had no formal guidance from faculty. And by the way, 78% of parents think using AI writing tools from schoolwork is a form of cheating, so just FYI. So I just, to Jackie's points, it really can be a very powerful tool for the teaching profession, right? But again, I'll go back, we need to learn from past mistakes. I'm all about, the Jedi and Terminator references and stuff like that. I mean, the robot war might be coming, but, until it does, we need to learn from the failures of our efforts around computer science, right? Today, in Pennsylvania, Black students are 1.4 times less likely to take a foundational computer science course. In Pennsylvania, again, white students account for 68% of students enrolled in a foundational computer science course, while Black students account for 9%, right? That is a product of our collective failure to care, and to galvanize a teacher community that has the tools, the time, and the support systems necessary to feel confident in their classrooms teaching this stuff, right? I learned from very early in my career, I used to work at Scholastic. You guys remember Clifford the Big Red Dog in the book fairs? So one of my mentors at Scholastic said the number one fear a teacher has is looking like an idiot in front of their kids, right? If teachers feel like they're gonna sound ill-informed about a topic, they're not gonna teach it, right? Full stop, I think, right? And I think that we need to understand that it's not only learning from the past, but it's an economic imperative for the future, right? The tech industry now accounts for 24% of Pittsburgh's GDP output, right? So if we want to keep kids here and develop a tax base and grow into the future, it starts in our classrooms. It starts in our under-resourced classroom.
Awesome. So I'm going to open it up for questions, and I want to sort of just summarize a few things, right? Well, one thing. It is our collective responsibility to think about this differently, right? It is an honor and a privilege, right, to be able to engage in dialogue with all of you, and it is an honor and a privilege for each of you to be here. And so what might that look like to ensure that all of our young people take part in that and have access to that? And so our panelists are great. They are amazing. Please ask them questions. So anybody want to open it up?
Softballs.
I saw someone.
I saw two hands in the back.
Hi, thank you. This is excellent. Gives us a lot to think about. The word tools has come up a few times, and that's actually been a theme throughout the day, I've noticed. I don't know like if there's a direct question, but maybe just some follow-up. The idea that I'm working with, I mean, when people start to talk about it as a tool, I mean, it is, but there's like some real dangers. One is that, you know, when we say tool, like everyone thinks about hammer. You know, someone said knife earlier. So one thing about it, hammer, there's a balance of potential benefits and potential harms that are pretty clear. Hammers are mostly used for good. You can use it for evil if you want to, but most people don't. So there's mostly benefits, very few harms. And the other thing is that, you know, with something like a hammer, if you want to use it for good, you can, right? Because that's pretty easy to understand, like, oh, okay, I'm gonna use it for good here. But AI is different, importantly different. I mean, one is that it's so complicated. Even if you want to use it for good, like you might end up not doing that, right? So you try to say, hey, here's some benefits in the classroom, and then it ends up going in a poor direction. The other thing is that a lot of the tools there's not a similar mix of benefits. And I mean, thinking of deep fakes, that's the, you know, maybe the most obvious one. It's like, no, it's almost all evil potential. So is there a way to help educators think about the tools conversation in such a way that, like, it's not like other kinds of tools that we make easy analogies to? These are different kinds of tools, and it's a lot more complicated to incorporate them in the classroom.
Jackie, you want to go?
Well, I would say yes to everything you said, but I think it also begs the question where we do need to have policy and we do need to have government sort of step in and give us some policies. Right now, there are only 2 states in the United States that have any policy around AI in K-12 education. That's California and Oregon. Pennsylvania is at least one of the next 11 states that's at least working on it. So we're at least not far behind. So there do need to be some guide rails put up about what are okay uses in a K-12 classroom for AI, what are not okay uses. And a lot of that has to be around the privacy and protecting student data and things like that, which we desperately need. And I think it's also what makes school administrators very nervous about stepping into this space, because there are no guide rails, and they're very much afraid of, if I engage with this tool, because it's happened before, I'm gonna buy this vendor's tool to use with my students. Oh, and then 6 months later, they're gonna show how there was this leak and their data got out everywhere. So yeah.
We talked about this earlier, but I mean, yes, there are, you know, you can do the same thing, I think, with any of these. We have the same problem with any of these new technological advances, right? With 3D printing, when it first came out, yeah, there's a lot of good you can do with it, but we know what the bad side to that is, right? Ghost guns, that developed, and of course, other issues. The same thing with drones, right? Drones really have the potential to do wonderful things for us, but there's also the potential to use them for evil, and they have been used for evil. I don't think that we can avoid or totally shut down people using AI for evil, essentially, if you want to put it. Hopefully what we can do is we can create guidelines and rules and regulations that can lower the potential for that to happen. One of the things that I do, you mentioned the hammer issue. When we teach C-Perch, which is a robotics program at our lab, we give them drills. And guess what? You can do the same thing, right? You can use the drill to drill a hole into your PVC pipe and make that connection, or you can use that drill to hurt yourself or hurt somebody else. We teach them, what are the good uses and the bad uses of that tool, and emphasize on the good uses. And so I think we do the same thing in the classroom. Part of the conversation about AI has to be the good and the bad. When you're talking to your students, you got to let them know. I mean, if it's age appropriate. I mean, I don't know how much of a conversation you can have with a 7-year-old about the good and bad of AI, but
Complicated.
it gets a little complicated. But I think you have to be honest. I think we have to have honest conversations about the potential, both on the good side and the bad side. I think that we have to adapt a more divergent thinking when it comes to these things, right?
Yeah.
And understand what the implications are of the one, and realize that their implications go in many different directions, and that we have to find some sort of balance. And that's what this is all about, trying to find a balance. With any new advancement in technology and life or whatever, any change, there's always about adaptation and learning how to deal with it when it comes. And I think that's just what we have to do collectively. We have to work together, share information resources and whatnot, and then figure out how we're going to create the best set of guidelines to make it safe, or as safe as possible.
Yeah. I'll be quick. Because you hit the nail on the head. We have to be honest with our students, right? Have candid discussion. Trust them with scary information, right? They are capable of taking it and understanding it without the world falling apart, right? At STEM Coding Lab, we first seek to equip kids with just foundational knowledge around core computer science concepts, like what is an algorithm, that kind of thing, right? But then as the kids get older and they progress kind of into middle school, late elementary school maybe, we have a website design and development course, right? And it's HTML stuff. It's very basic, but it shows kids their own potential as it relates to the creation of new tech tools and services, right? But so at the end of the year, our end of year project for that website design and development course is we ask kids to create a website that's designed to address a community issue, right? Build a website that addresses food insecurity or health and wellness in your neighborhood, right? I'm a big proponent of civics education being injected into every core concept that's taught in K-12 classrooms. Because if we fail to see the societal context around the stuff that we're teaching, then our kids will too, right? So, again, I'll say it, we all do better when we all do better, right? And civics isn't just, shouldn't just be confined to civics, right? It should permeate throughout every topic that we broach with our kids. Honesty and then a collective commitment to one another, I think is crucial.
One quick thing I would just add, based on what these two gentlemen have said, I don't really want us to have specific AI courses in K-12 education. It is a tool. They do, what we do a lot of training on project-based learning, theirs is entirely project-based learning, what they're doing. AI is a tool that has to be done within a bigger context, and that's where you get to show how those things can be used for positive and for good. And that's what it's really important to have teachers be able to create those kinds of learning situations where they're applying those tools in that way, and then to see how they can be used in a positive way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think, and I don't want to be a panelist, but I think what we saw with computer science, right, the same way we could possibly see this with AI is that, right, we're teaching stuff in isolation, and then you have predictive policing. You have, technology used to penalize and punish communities, right? And so if we're not contextualizing this for young people, if we're not showing them how all of this stuff can be used, right, so they can come up with the solutions, right? So they can see this is not right. Is there earthquake happening at Duquesne. So, I mean, I think some of this, right, is like, we cannot do it in isolation. We have to equip young people with all of the use cases, and then we got to take the feedback to improve the tools and push for the policies, right? We got to push for the policies. So, I will say it's 12:13.
John, we got another hour up here, right?
One more question.
One more question.
You in the back? Okay, go ahead.
Hi, just thank you, all of you, for wonderful comments and thoughts on this. But to this point of the dangers and to the point of how the community and the contextualization of it, you point out the fact that one of the chief things we've brought from higher education is surveillance into our communities. And it seems like generative AI, as we feed it things, is another level of surveillance that could be used and weaponized against these communities as a way of, putting tags on them in terms of what they have looked for, what they have been inclined to search for, what they have, and then attracting them or diverting them away from resources them. So, thinking about this as the tool, as opposed to, I know I don't want to be a doom and gloom guy, right? I want to see this as a sunset and not the sunrise. Or the sunrise, not the sunset. Opposite. But how do you think about this as a you mentioned about like contextualizing and being honest about it. Well, how do you help instructors and students think about what they are feeding into in a systematic way as early as 7 or 8, which is if we are going to get them literate in this, that's when it needs to start.
I just really quick, the private sector needs to be present in our classrooms, right? Kids need to see a pathway to the careers that are currently, growing around us, right? We have 10 Google volunteers at STEM Coding Lab that come to serve as teaching assistants. They come to serve as guest speakers so that kids understand that what we're teaching we're not teaching this for our own health, right? There is actually a path that you can take to enter into a career that not just makes you not just prosperous, but also empowers you to address real, community issues, economic issues, whatever, right? I think that social capital is incredibly important for our young people to understand. They, paired with mentors who make a difference out there in the tech community or whatever community, whatever industry, right? So the equitable distribution of social capital is, I think, one of the paramount issues we got to address if we're to shrink disparities and make sure that all our kids are given an opportunity to participate in the opportunities that are out there, right? I'm not sure if that answers the question, but I did my best. It's been a long, yeah.
I would say that just real quickly, one of the things that I think, and we talked about this earlier, is I think we're headed into a danger zone where we're starting to separate AI from CS. And we have to remember that CS kind of gave birth to AI, and you got to have some sort of CS skills in order to develop AI. So I think for us it's important to keep together the fact that not only is there this black box, but we also have to teach them how the black box works so that they understand the implications, both negative and positive, that can occur as a result of using this tool or developing this tool.
I like that black box.
Yeah.
I think it also begs the question that it's really important that we teach kids those non-computer skills like problem solving, critical thinking, all of those other, so that they can make those decisions, so that they can recognize, first of all, it also makes them smarter and more powerful than the tool, those kinds of skills, but it also helps them discern when is like, okay, do I really want to put all this information into this? Maybe not. But we also have to teach them those other kinds of skills so that they can make those kinds of decisions for themselves.
Oh, Lord,
I'm sorry, just real quick.
Okay.
For me, the thing is like teaching them when to stop.
Yeah.
Because sometimes when you download that app or you start using that tool, and when they start asking you for certain bits of information, you got to know when to stop, right? Like my son is 22, he doesn't always know when to stop. He'll throw all his information and all my information into an app, and next thing I know, I'm getting calls and stuff like that, right? Yeah. So I think also teaching them when to stop, like when to stop, what information not to divulge, right? Like if an app is asking you for your birth date and your social security number and all this other stuff, right? Like to sign up for something, no, don't do that.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, and I think lastly, like ensuring that young people understand that they're the products, Like, they are the product. Like, you are the data. You are the reason why the things work. And so what power comes with you being the product, right? Like, what power comes with your data? What can we talk, like, I know the UN they have some stuff around data consciousness and data sovereignty. How might we teach young people about data at the same time teaching them about tools and all of these things? Because equitably, they have to learn how to use it, right? We continue to see what happens when young people are not giving access to something. People go out, they do bad things, they make a lot of money, and then we come after, right? We cannot continue to have that happen, right? And so we cannot keep young people from accessing this technology, because there is power in that, but we have to show them all of these pieces of it, so that they can make better decisions. So, John.
She should have been a panelist.
Sorry, I know, right? Panelist moderator.
Thank you so much, Latrina. This was just a fantastic panel. Really loved it. So as we break for lunch here, during lunch, you can already hear the hubbub of all the students outside that are next to their posters, so you can talk to them about it. You should all also have voting slips. So besides the awards that the judges are going to be judging during lunchtime, there's also sort of the popular poster award. So that will come from sort of community. There's a voting box in the main area there. So go do that and enjoy your lunch. We'll be back here about 1:30 to talk a lot more about education, university, student panel, and the role of faith in this conversation. So thanks so much for the morning and for all these great conversations so far. All right.
there's two. Okay.
I actually think there's one at the 1:30 and then there's one at the 2:30.
Okay,
That's what I have. Check, check. Gotcha. And you won't see it up on the screen because I don't have it pulled up lately, but as long as that light comes on, you're good to go. And this will just be right up here on the table for you. In fact, actually, you're 130%. Just hold on to it. Okay. You're the only one that has slides for that session, so.
And then my native absent-mindedness is opposed to an English literature will not cover us. Thank you so much.
right, I was having so much fun hanging out with all the posters and everything. Totally forgot the time it was. So thanks to Dr. Schertz here for reminding me. All right, the next session we have today is a really fantastic one and a unique one at this session, talking about the role of faith in an artificial future. So this is moderated by Dr. Paul Schertz, who's an associate professor in the Department of Religious Studies at University of Virginia. He's also a visiting fellow at the Institute for Advanced Studies in Culture at UVA and an advisory fellow here at the Grefenstette Center for Ethics. He's the author of 2019 Science and Christian Ethics and, among many other things, the very recent 2022 Tomorrow's Troubles, Risk, Anxiety, and Prudence in an Age of Algorithmic Governance, which examines the role of quantitative risk analysis in contemporary culture and ethics. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Paul Schertz as moderator here.
Thank you, and thank you for having me here, and thank you for inviting me to moderate this great panel, which is on, does faith have a place in an artificial future? And I'm excited to introduce our speakers today are going to answer questions like, what does it mean to be a person of faith in an age of AI? And how can religious perspectives, especially those of Christian ethics, change our approaches to AI and AI ethics? So we have three panelists today. Catherine Moon is a postdoctoral fellow at the Institute for Advanced Studies in Culture at the University of Virginia. Dr. Moon received her BA from St. John's College, a master's from Boston College, and a PhD in moral theology from the Catholic University of America. Her research focuses on the thought of Edith Stein, using Stein's philosophy to inform our understanding of experience and how that experience should affect moral judgments. She is a member of the AI research group of the Vatican Center for Digital Culture. Luis Vera, our second speaker, is associate professor and chair of the theology department at Mount St. Mary's University in Emmitsburg, Maryland. Dr. Vera earned his BA from the University of Georgia and an MTS and doctorate from the University of Notre Dame. Dr. Vera's research brings Catholic social teaching and moral theology into engagement with technology ethics and media studies. He's published or presented on topics such as augmented reality, digital surveillance, AI, medieval reading practices, and the role of memory in attention and media use. His current project explores the rhetorical patterns that can best serve the fruitful cultivation of memory and judgment in a digital age. He is also a member of the AI research group of the Vatican Center for Digital Culture. And our last panelist is Hannah Eagleson, who is Director of Partnerships and Innovation for American Scientific Affiliation. Her work includes developing new models for key initiatives, such as student and early career engagement, and growing strategic partnerships. Prior to the ASA, Dr. Eagleson served as Associate Director of InterVarsity's Emerging Scholars Network. Dr. Eagleson is also Director of Graduate Student and Faculty Engagement for Chesterton House, which is a Center for Christian Studies at Cornell. She's the editor of Science and Faith, Student Questions Explored. And she holds a PhD in English Literature from the University of Delaware and a Master's in Liberal Arts from St. John's College. She's also working on a children's novel about a dragon who gave up fending off knights some time ago and now sells tea in 18th century London. So, with that august panel, we'll start with Dr. Moon.
Hello. Okay, so there are a number of goods and helpful perspectives that religious traditions offer to AI ethics in thinking about how we ought to attend to these technologies with prudence. Today I'll be focusing on how the Christian tradition's understanding of giftedness offers us a beneficial framework for recognizing and combating some of the potential harms generative AI and deference to algorithmic outputs pose to human persons and communities. First, I'm going to focus on the relationship between giftedness and being, and then I'm going to talk about a biblical example, do some exegesis for us on the human tendency to not recognize gifts as gifts. So one of the things, and this is from Edith Stein, of course, if anyone knows me, is when we think about God and God's being, God possesses God's being. God is being itself. And so then part of the way we can think about what it means to be created, to not be God, is that our being is received being, right? To be created is to receive being from outside ourselves, to not be our own foundation. And so in this way, to be created, to be finite, is to be a gift from the perspective of the Christian tradition. So all of creation and all creatures in creation are gifts. And if we press on this meaning of gift, we can start to see that each creature has its own unique meaning and purpose in the order of creation that's connected to the whole. So part of what it is to be a gift is to have a meaning and purpose, and a meaning and purpose that is so integral to the whole that creation, reality, can't fully be what it's supposed to be without each and every one of us. So this idea of giftedness is really, really important to Christian anthropology and then to theological ethics. And so one of the things that happens often in the biblical text is that human beings tend to not recognize that God has already gifted them something. And humans trying to take a kind of closed-fisted possession of what God has already gifted them. So to name a few examples, we see Jacob tricking his brother Esau for the birthright. He already was promised the birthright at that point. He already had it. God had already given it to him, but he didn't recognize that gift. In the Gospels, we see Zechariah ask, okay, just give me a sign. He's asking the angel of the Lord to give him a sign that what the angel of the Lord is saying is true. So oftentimes we see this tendency to refuse gift, to not recognize gift as gift, or try and erase the gifted character from beings. And so one of the places we see this for the first time in the text is with the tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And so we see in the story, God gives the man and the woman all of these different trees with fruit that's good to eat, and then in the center gives them the tree of life with fruit that's good to eat, and then we get another tree. So they only get one tree without fruit that's good to eat, and that's the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And they're specifically told, like, okay, you eat from this, you're going to die. So a couple things I think we want to notice here that will be helpful in our thinking about technology ethics is, okay, so we're not given the direct parallel of a tree of life and a tree of death, right? It could have been that, but it wasn't. Instead, it was a tree of knowledge of good and evil. And then we're also not just given a tree of knowledge, we are given a tree of knowledge of good and evil, right? So there's a specificity there. And so then we have to unpack what's going on. In what respect are we not supposed to have knowledge? Are we supposed to have knowledge? What's the relationship between life and knowledge? What's the relationship between death and knowledge of good and evil? And so these are the questions that the text is calling us to ask. And so whenever I teach this to my students, I always have them read this together with Proverbs 3. And so in Proverbs 3, we're told, wisdom is a tree of life to those who take hold of her. Those who hold fast to her, to wisdom, will be blessed. And so it's unpacked for us that the issue isn't knowledge, that the issue seems to be acquiring this knowledge in a way that is appropriate for the kind of thing that I am, and in a way where it's actually wisdom. And so part of the gift of the tree of life and part of the gift of being made in the image and likeness of God is wisdom. But part of what it is to be a human being is to acquire oneself over time, is to be finite. Human beings are rightfully oriented towards the cultivation of knowledge and wisdom, but that rightful orientation becomes disordered and harmful when the knowledge and wisdom is not received as a gift with humility and care, but is instead taken possession, but is instead received as a kind of taking possession and disembedded from this gifted character. Okay, so how is this related to AI and technology ethics? Pope Francis often, somewhat mystifyingly, talks about how reality is greater than ideas. I think part of what he's getting at is that I come to know and cultivate wisdom through careful and attentive encounter to God and God's creation, because the wisdom and truth of reality is not merely a series of principles or symbolic abstractions, but it is the fruit of relationship, which for finite beings can only be won over time. Every creature as created by the infinite creator is itself inexhaustible, having an element of mystery at the depth of its being, which I'm called to come to know more and more fully. And so I think understanding knowledge and wisdom as gifts from God and creatures and the whole of creation as gifts from God that I'm meant to be in relationship with, and that are necessary and have a meaning and purpose that is integral to the whole, can help us reframe the conversation around artificial intelligence in terms of service rather than control, and can help us think about ways we can use these tools to help protect the person rather than to degrade the person and treat them as a kind of object of utility. Yeah, so I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Vera?
Hi, friends. I have a single point I want to develop today. That point is that the preferential option for the poor as central to the Christian faith, so we're talking about faith and AI, that principle matters greatly in the face of AI, but it also, it needs to be adjusted in its application. How we prepared for it, how we live it out would need important adjustments to be, to really be itself in the conditions we're in. So I'm gonna start with a quick primer on this. It will not be a full justification, but just enough to help you understand what it is that I mean by this principle. And then I'll talk about what I mean by adjusting its application. So the preferential option for the poor says that God takes the side of the poor, and those who love God must do the same. You could call this a principle. I think it's actually better to see it as a form of reasoning. So for example, you look at how Leviticus 19 puts it. It reads, quote, "When an alien resides with you in your land, do not mistreat such a one. You shall treat the alien who resides with you no differently than the native is born among you. You shall love the alien as yourself, for you too were once aliens in the land of Egypt. I, the Lord, am your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt." So I want to notice a few things. Notice, first of all, how the ethical demand flows from a claim about what kind of God we're talking about. It's a God who drew them out of Egypt. Number two, this is done on behalf of people, at the end of the day, because they matter in themselves, okay? Not as simply, future contributors to the GDP, okay? This is packed into the reference to Egypt here, where that is exactly what the Israelites were, okay? So leaving Egypt isn't simply leaving slavery, it's leaving a commodification of persons, right? Like we have to see it as entering into a world where people can matter for far more profound reasons. And then lastly, this also comes with an epistemic responsibility to see the world and even oneself from the perspective of those who are currently poor, forgotten, or excluded. So we are to keep their perspective constantly front and center, to correct our own tendency to keep the privileged and the powerful front and center. So in other words, this isn't simply about like doing things to help the poor catch up to us, okay? It's about putting the poor, the marginalized, the excluded first, and to give them our best, because our standards of success are already broken. Now, as I have just put this, I trust that many of us can already apply a lot of these, a lot of what I just said to many of the labor issues, for example, that we are already familiar as having to do with AI, the rare earth metal mines, people who refine or cleanse large language models, right? We want to apply the preferential option in this case, right? This is really important. But what I really want to focus on is how the application of what I just talked about, if we kind of shift our perspective a little bit, might have other important applications that we may not have been talking about as much. So that I want to kind of suggest that form of questioning. So let me give us two examples. First, I think the preferential option in the face of AI will require from us a really considered, consistent option for personal presence, more than ever before, both at the level of individual choices and when it comes to shared ecologies we cultivate. So given the constant pressure to use AI with as a more resource-efficient alternative to human activity, we can be pretty confident that, in fact, this is already happening, that many forms of direct and ample interaction with other humans will become a privilege that only some can afford. All of us will suffer from this sort of thing, but not all of us will suffer from it equally. Okay, so this is where the preferential option becomes really important. Some of us will be referred to bots over the phone more often and more consistently than others, right? What does it mean to live in that society, and what does it mean to put the poor first in that society? In our personal lives, in our institutions, our communities, when it comes to ample personal presence. And then the second area where I would suggest more reflection, I would say the preferential option now also requires us to support for the least among us, the most excluded, the most forgotten, forms of activity that cultivate and integrate the full spectrum of capacities that makes up a flourishing human life. In other words, the preferential option means that we put the poor first when it comes to our efforts to avoid de-skilling. We talk about de-skilling when it comes to AI, right? Preferential option would say, don't just think about them sometimes, put them first when you worry about this. So again, all of us will feel pressured to hand over bigger chunks of our tasks and our practices to machines. All of us will have to face questions about the important habits we might be losing by letting machines do our work, but not all of us will feel this pressure equally. In many ways, the live option to develop key skills and habits, For example, our contemplative capacities to appreciate reality for what it is, regardless of how much money it might make me. Our capacity for judgment, for taking a stand and a commitment when it comes to the particulars around us. This will be a problem for all of us, but we can expect the poor to suffer that de-skilling more, right? For just an example, if this is sounding a little bit too abstract for some of us, I'm a college teacher, and like many college educators, I've been talking to my students about ChatGPT. And as I talk to them about this and get conversations going, I've learned that many of them actually agree that it will be far better for them to learn to think for themselves by doing their own writing. It's just that the shape their daily lives have taken, the world they live in, and the world they see waiting for them outside of college, makes it feel like such self-development is a luxury they cannot afford if they want to survive, if they want to take care of their mental health, given the world they think they're living in. I'm not always convinced they are as trapped as they think, but I also have to admit that I was not up against these forces when I was in college. So this is one example of how the preferential option would require us to think about how to create spaces where the least among us find it to be a live and non-alienating option to dive into practices that develop them richly as full human beings, especially in those capacities that we have, that we need to develop to live flourishing lives, that don't have that easy and direct connection to being gainfully employed right after graduation. Which is itself, I think, it's a kind of liberative act, right? In that moment, we set them free from a kind of subjugation to the idea that you have to live by the ideals of the people who are going to give you a job in just a few years.
Great. Thank you. Dr. Eagleson.
It's wonderful to be with you today, and I'd like to do a brief introduction. So I have 3 roles that caused me to think a lot about how to support people who are developing the ethics of emerging technologies. One is the director of partnerships and innovation with American Scientific Affiliation, which is a professional and scholarly society for Christians in the sciences. One, as you heard already, is with Chesterton House, and one is as the director of a grant that's given each year to one early career Christian scholar. So I ground all of that in my experience studying the liberal arts at St. John's, and then studying early modern literature at the University of Delaware. And I guess you could say what I do in all those roles is to take some of the wonderful philosophical conversations that we're having here on this panel and think about how do we actually structure programming that helps us live out those values. So I thought a helpful thing to do would be to give you a few very brief case studies that I've been thinking about over the past couple of years. So last year I did 2 visiting scholar roles in California, one at Stanford Center for the Advanced Study in the Behavioral Sciences, and there I started work on a report for religious organizations on how to structure programming supporting conversations in the field of AI. And then I also did a more practically focused one with the Christian Studies Center, where I went and talked to pastors and AI professionals and theologians and kind of said, what do you think you need to know? What do you think other people need to know from your field area? And so coming out of that, I'd like to share one historical case study from another field, and then 2 current models, and these are all meant as springboards to conversation. So they'll be very brief, but hopefully they'll give us a few ideas that we can weave into the discussion. So the first example is from bioethics. There's a book by David Rothman, Strangers at the Bedside, that gives an account of how, in many ways, the current standard of informed consent that we expect when someone is a patient or is participating in medical ethics was developed from applied Christian ethical ideas, certainly other streams of reflection as well, but it was a framework informed by Christianity It was designed to benefit all patients. Obviously, you don't have to be a Christian to feel like, yes, I'd really like to know what my doctor is going to do in this procedure, and I would like to have agreed to it. And it was the work of many people over time, and it did really require regulatory structures and accountability to a democratic public. So really wasn't just one scholar, although Paul Ramsey at Princeton was a really helpful architect of these ideas that we can learn from. It was a very multi-person effort over a long period of time. And I think we can learn a lot about that as we ponder AI ethics. And then I'd also just like to offer two Christians working in AI right now who you can follow and learn from. And they embody different models. I think we need all of these models. I have great admiration for both people. Obviously, any model has its advantages and its limitations, so hopefully we'll weave some of that into our conversation too. So example one is Chris Lim, and Chris actually runs a company endeavoring to embody Christian principles in how he builds software and what he chooses to work on. And I think a really interesting example of his work is that he works on translation products that include both AI and human intelligence and are designed especially for real-time translation in, say, a multilingual church or a conference setting. And the way he frames that is we are an inclusive faith. We believe that God cares about every tribe and tongue and nation. And when we're all together in one place, let's try to include everyone as fully as possible, even if we don't all share a common language. And in addition to that role of actually developing software products, he also runs a podcast called Theotech, where he interviews many experts on faith and tech. And so he has sort of a public engagement educational role that he's taken on as a CEO of a tech company also. So that's one interesting model to follow. And then the second one I'd like to point us to is Dr. George Martinez. So in the grant that I lead, we've just awarded this year's award to Dr. Martinez and are very excited about that. He runs the Amistad Lab at Harvey Mudd College, and he's developed a really helpful model where he works with undergraduate researchers to produce new knowledge related to machine learning and AI, and also uses that as an opportunity to mentor them deeply and send them often into graduate programs. And he does this in a very inclusive lab where he's thought very carefully about encouraging students from diverse backgrounds to connect with each other and to grow in their fields. And he also does a lot of work on understanding how bias actually works in machine learning systems and the complex math behind that so that we can minimize harmful effects in the world. And we really need this kind of technical analysis. It's not the only thing that we need, but we're still coming to understand so many things about these systems. So that's a way that he's able to live out his values, which are deeply grounded in his Christian faith, but to do it in a secular school where he's engaging students from a wide range of perspectives, and much like the bioethics work I pointed to, what he does can engage a pluralist setting and be helpful to everyone. So those are three case studies that I think can help us ground our discussion and learn some models. And because I am an alumni of St. John's, I have to end with a big question. Is contractually obligated when you receive your diploma. So this is a core question. How can Christians help everyone flourish in the future of AI? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those wonderful presentations. I had a question that Dr. Vera and Dr. Moon, you've provided us some really helpful theological resources for how the Christian formation should help Christians approach AI and the world shaped by AI. And Dr. Eagleson, I love the practical examples of how designers could act, tech design developers can take that into the world. My question is, how do we become the kinds of people who can act in this way in relationship to technology? Do you think churches are providing the kind of formation to developers and users that will allow them to see the world as gifted or to go out and do this applications? And if so, if not, where do you see it? And if not, how do you think they should engage the kind of formation?
I can start if
Yeah.
So I know some people working on this very intensively, the Christian Studies Center, New College Berkeley in the Bay Area that I mentioned earlier, actually just this week held an event called AI in the Church, where they brought together scholars of AI and ethics, some connected to the networks in this room, and church leaders, especially in the millennial age range, to go talk about, what do churches need to know? What do tech professionals wish their pastors knew? What do pastors wish tech professionals knew? And so I think efforts like that, where organizations can kind of connect churches and scholars and professionals, are really, really helpful. Because these are really complicated questions, it's very hard for a church on its own without that kind of support to address all the layers, right? Well, there's a pastoral formation of virtue over time. There's a set of technical questions. There's a set of social sciences questions about whether what we do is actually having the impact we want. So I think the more we can support the church in that, the better.
Presupposing a lot of this, these suggestions, this is a little bit kind of oblique, but I think it's an answer to this question. Beyond like educating people directly about what they need to be educated about, I would say I have really, I've taken to heart something that Marshall McLuhan said once about how artists are the antenna of a culture or the age. And part of what he's saying here is that the artist's ability to think about how media shape our cognitive scaffolding or our perception is exactly the kind of thinking that we all need in order to think critically about media and technology. And so one proposition I would make, right, where churches could be a space where we suddenly have an edge on the formation required for this, would be for churches to really embrace the practice of the arts in a very deep and serious and theologically reflexive way. Because it's often in embracing the full process of artistic creation that it's an important way that we can cultivate good judgment and contemplative capacity, and critical thinking about technology and media. And again, it gives people a space in which they can reclaim their humanity in ways that go beyond how they are being instrumentalized in various ways in the world they live in. So it's not just about art, it's about discovering why it's so important that to be human is partly to be an artist.
A quick thought to add. So one of the things that immediately came to mind was sort of a further question of the extent to which the church is sufficiently forming its parishioners, and the extent to which the church is sufficiently engaged in the world. And it seems like those two things need to be happening, and to be happening well in order for the sort of Christian understanding of how to properly attend to AI to be heard or received. And I know Pope Francis is trying to do a lot of work with that, but I think a lot more work can be done.
Great, thank you. We have just a couple of minutes left, but so I want to have some time for audience questions. Are there any questions? Raise your hand for the panel. There's a microphone in the back.
Hi, my name's John. I work here at Duquesne. I just have a question about very practically in our church communities, in the faith communities that we're a part of, what can we tangibly be doing in that community to sort of help this conversation along? Like if we can't lead it ourselves, like how do we help this conversation within those specific communities?
I'll just start off by saying something obvious. We actually have to talk to each other, which seems small, but again, I think this is kind of what Pope Francis is getting at with all of this focus on encounter. We have a culture of indifference. We have a culture of not engaging one another and just looking past one another, and also a culture of kind of pleasantness. We don't really talk about serious subjects, and so actually introducing serious topics and kind of being open enough and trusting enough to engage in these important topics and conversations with people, obvious, but a good first step.
I'd add also that if your church does have professionals or scholars who are studying this from an angle that might be helpful to the congregation, I've seen, this one was in Protestant context, but I've seen cases where, for instance, a pastor interviews a church member briefly about how they connect faith and work in a field area during the service or in some other setting that's appropriate to that church's liturgy. And I really respect also the Catholic tradition of having masses that honor scientists, for instance, or engage scientists, sorry, is probably a better way to say it. And so I think there are some opportunities to incorporate insights into these things into the life of the church in a way that at least gets us started.
Right, and I guess, yeah, we could think about it as a way of, you can approach it discursively, right? Through any number of ways of generating the conversations themselves and drawing attention to the issues in a way that rhetorically makes sense within that community. And it would seem smart to think wisely about how to put it before the congregation that we are addressing that at a discursive and a practical level in the way that Dr. Moon just talked about, right? And getting people, putting people in a position to rediscover why a life of encounter is a joyful life. It's a life where we flourish as individuals and as faith communities. Helping them rediscover or fall in love with your parish community, be in a place where we can waste time. Okay, and then letting that become itself like an object of reflection in these conversations that are more ostensibly about AI and society. So maybe getting a circle going between the more direct conversations and reflecting on the practice of being a faith community.
I think those are wonderful kind of reflections on this, that we need to have the parish community and the local church grow in order to both have the formation and to have the more specific application on these kinds of topics and to really shape people. We have unfortunately reached the end of our time, so please join me in thanking our panelists for this wonderful session.
All right, well, thank you again to this fantastic panel. So coming up next are two sessions that are going to be sort of fast, one after another, on the question of pedagogy and AI in the school. So the first one here, I'm going to welcome up the panelists here for the next session. If y'all can come on up here to the front. Just take everybody a minute here. Oh, and as a reminder, if you have not yet voted on your favorite poster, time is ticking. You got only like, another, 15 or so minutes to vote. So if you haven't done that yet, y'all can come up and stand there. You can get seated. You can sit down. We're all friendly here. It's all good. It's all good. All right, well, this next session is done in coordination and in partnership with the Center for Teaching Excellence. And so representing that center, I'd like to welcome up Dr. Jeff Lambert. Thanks so much.
Well, thank you so much, everyone, for coming. Thank you for all the previous panels, and really been a wonderful discussion so far. As we have been kind of like thinking about the discussions of teaching and how we can incorporate or utilize or possibly ethically consider using AI in teaching, I wanted to reach out to some of our Duquesne faculty who I know are using AI in their teaching, some of whom are representatives of the work that you see on the posters back there. You can scan those codes and get some videos. But I also wanted to think about this in terms of what are the questions you probably want to know that we could possibly answer. So I'll invite panelists to introduce themselves, and then we'll go through a couple questions. Those questions will be up here so that you have context for what we're answering, and then they'll all respond. But Jim, if you'd like to start.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Purdy. I'm the director of the University Writing Center and a professor in the English department. And I study research and writing practices of scholars at all levels. I'm particularly interested in how folks use digital technologies to accomplish sought writing and research objectives. So obviously AI is now becoming central in that conversation.
Hi, I'm Urmi Asher. I'm a physician that went completely rogue. I love asking questions, and sometimes they get me in trouble, but I love it when my students ask questions too. So I come from a point of view of AI has finally ushered in an era where asking questions is going to be very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, everyone. My name is Wenqi Zhou. I am Associate Professor in Information Systems and Technology in the School of Business. My research is mainly about social media, e-commerce, online gender biases, misinformation, online hate, and healthcare transparency. In the teaching part, I teach in both graduate and undergraduate program. The poster that you can see in the very first one, that is about our SAP certificate program. In that program, starting from the spring semester next year, we're going to include the generative AI-enabled tools in our courses. Our hope is we can educate our students about how to harness the power of GAI and become probably the youngest generation of using GAI on a daily basis when they're ready for their first job. Thank you.
That was a really good way to put that. I'm a lawyer gone rogue. My name is Morgan Gray. I am currently pursuing my PhD in intelligent systems, and the broad area of my research covers how we can use artificial intelligence in the legal domain in an interpretable and understandable and effective manner. I'm really trying very hard to take the black boxiness, as we've all heard, out of the models through my research. And here at Duquesne, I teach programming for lawyers, which is an introductory course in the Python programming language that sorts of gets law students thinking about broader issues of technology and really with a mind to artificial intelligence. If you can't program, you really can't implement artificial intelligence. And so we wanted to give them the doorstep into being able to do that on their own and understanding how it works.
So it's interesting that AI has brought out the rogues in this gallery over here.
Well, thank you so much. So I believe Urmi and Wenqi, you both agreed to answer the first questions. We're going to do this in kind of like a sequence rotation. So how do you see the role of the instructor changing in response to generative AI? Urmi, do you want to start?
So I see that, now we are finally in a place where facts have become fungible. Facts, more than facts, what's important now is interpretation. And that means we will need to understand the context better, connect the facts that we are seeing and how relevant they are through critical thinking, critical writing, critical reading. And that also means that learning has to become very personalized, because if Jim and I read the same thing and we take away different things from it, that's where learning really happens between the two of us. And AI becomes a good tool for that.
So honestly speaking, I don't think my role as an educator, as a teacher, is changing fundamentally. If thinking about the teaching education at a high level, at least in the field of business school, I think the goal is not changed. We are preparing our students to be ethical business leaders and decision makers. And the skill sets we want our students to have are also not changing. We want them to be able to do critical thinking, logical reasonings, and make data-driven decisions and suggestions. But that doesn't mean that we're not adapting. Just like how we change our contents to tailor to our Gen Z students, in the business school, in the IST field, we always teach students how to choose the best technology, commercial products for the firms. What are the benefits? What are the costs? So when it comes to the generative AI, in my personal view, I think that would be the same. We also want to teach students what would be the right generative AI tools, applications to choose for that particular problem, for the company, to meet the future strategy challenges. What would be the advantages? What are the costs? And that cost would also include ethical concerns and risks posed to privacy and also data security. So to me, I don't think it's fundamentally changing, but we're constantly adapting to the new challenges.
Thank you, both of you. Yeah, I think that does point out an interesting point about the fact that this isn't necessarily the case where there's going to be always revolutionary change. Some of it's the more things change, the more things stay the same. The job of the instructor is still to adapt and implement the different ways of logical reasoning. But, all right, so what then, if any, assignments and or assessments do you see becoming obsolete in the wake of generative AI? Morgan, do you want to kick us off and then go to Jim?
Yeah, absolutely. In thinking about this question, my initial reaction was busy work. And then I thought, I was like, no, that can't be true, because there is at least some benefit in repetitive, monotonous work in some way with the repetition. And so I thought, I don't see really anything becoming obsolete in the face of generative AI, and here's why. I believe it becomes about reshaping and restructuring, not about abandoning altogether and leaving behind. And for example, in our Coding for Lawyers class, GPT 3.5 and 4 and above are able to generate code. And I know that has wreaked havoc on the minds of many educators in computer science departments. And we thought about it this way. Well, instead of truly outlawing the use of GPT to the result of draconian recourse, for the first 3 weeks, students were absolutely prohibited, and that's an important part of the learning process, getting in, learning the discipline that we're trying to teach them. But then after that, we really thought about, well, how can we use the use of that model to reshape the learning objective and support the learning objective? And for us, a key component of the course is for a law student be able to read, understand, and comprehend what is going on with a program. Well, if something is generated from a generative model, they can still do the same thing. They can read it, comprehend it, understand it. And so we just reshape that little component in the course to support their use of generative AI, to understand how to use it, but also how to critique it and still support the same learning objectives.
Yeah, thanks, Morgan. I think generative AI will ideally challenge us to create better assignments and assessments rather than to abandon the things that we're doing. For instance, it can push us beyond models where really the primary assignment or assessment is based on mere recall, right? Generative AI can do that pretty well. So I think it does push us to think about creating assignments that push for higher order thinking and to structure our objectives towards helping students move towards that higher order thinking. So if an assignment can be done capably and readily and fully by generative AI, I think that might ask us to pause and consider what are the goals of this assignment and how can we make that better. One of the conversations that you've probably heard about in regards to generative AI assignments and assessments is, well, we'll just have students do oral exams because generative AI, they are writers, they produce writing. As a Writing Center director, you can probably guess that I ask that we put the brakes on that way of thinking. I don't think writing is going to become obsolete. Ermi mentioned this earlier. Technology inevitably affects pedagogy, but I think we have to be careful not to let it dictate our pedagogy, and Morgan provided a thoughtful discussion of this, right? It asks us to consider what our objectives are, but we don't need to abandon the technologies that we're using, but we may have to adapt them. In terms of assessment, I think generative AI can ideally highlight for us issues of equity and transparency in thinking, for example, that it's valuable for us to recognize that student access to AI technologies is going to be uneven. The free version of ChatGPT 3 operates differently than the premium version that students have to pay for in terms of ChatGPT 4. And so we need to consider what does that mean in terms of what we're asking students to do and how we can open up spaces where we're having those conversations. I want to close this with just thinking about 3 things in terms of assessment with generative AI suggestions for teachers. One of those is to be explicit to students about permissible uses of generative AI within the context that you're working. We're in a space now where this is very variable for students, and what is okay in one context may not be okay in another. And so we need to be careful to make that explicit for students. I also think we might consider asking students to acknowledge all of the writing tools that they use when they produce a text. A lot of that has become invisible, but AI is part of the practice of a lot of students already in terms of thinking about technologies like Grammarly, Google Translate, Zotero, all those kinds of things. I think that move can help to highlight for students the way that their communicative acts are mediated by the tools and technologies that they use, and I think this gives us a good moment to do that.
So can I just build upon a little bit of what?
Sure, I'll let you.
So, you know, as a kid, I remember hating history because all that was asked of me was to regurgitate dates. As an adult, I actually find history is one of the most interesting subjects to study because it gives me context of how did we reach here, what were the seminal moments, and so contextual knowledge and pulling the threads together become very important. And I think that that approach allows us to use generative AI much better to get the students to connect the dots for us.
Excellent. So something we've heard a lot is, hopes and fears for generative AI. What are the, as I mentioned earlier, is this like a sunrise or is this a sunset? Is this something that's going to get like, oh, the day is getting brighter, everything's going to be wonderful, or oh no, the night's coming. Is it, so thinking about what are your own hopes and fears for generative AI. Jim, do you want to start and then we can go to Ermi?
Sure. I think, and again, I'm going to talk about this as a lens of someone who directs Writing Center and researches writing, but I think at its best, generative AI raises our awareness of the need for thoughtful writing pedagogy and specific and purposeful writing prompts. It pushes us to think how to be better in terms of the writing that we're asking students to do and that we're doing ourselves. I also think it helps us to push on notions of genius ideas of authorship and to ask students to think about authorship in different kinds of ways. At its best, generative AI asks us to rethink the necessity or value of perfect prose in all contexts, or rather to think about when perfect prose at the sentence level is necessary in particular contexts, because generative AI can, in some level, do this very well. And finally, they ask us to rethink what writing is and for, and to embrace the messiness of learning through writing. At its worst, generative AI minimizes the writing act to technical mad libs and highlights the panic about students plagiarizing and producing original writing. The extent of the threat of generative AI depends on how we view communication, and in my case, particularly writing. If we see writing as action as simply transmitting knowledge from one place to another, then generative AI is a threat because it allows writers to misrepresent what they know. So it causes problems for assessment, right? We can't gauge accurately what students know. If we recognize writing as a way of making meaning, of developing ideas and ways of thinking, then generative AI is a threat because it doesn't allow people to engage in that act of thinking. So it causes problems for learning.
So I like the fact that generative AI essentially leveled the playing field between the students and me as the instructor, because both of us are trying to figure out what can be done with this tool, right? And that allowed us to turn into collaborators. And when we did our project, which is that one over there, I believe a lot in experiential education, so my public health students always work with community partners. And my students ended up pairing with their community partners, and generally my biggest frustration has been from the time I was a student is you're given a group assignment and people will divvy up the work. You do the introduction, I'll do the methods, you do the conclusions, and somehow the whole thing will magically come together, and then the head doesn't know where the limb is going. Now, my students did 3 projects, but they actually worked in class, of talking to each other, experiencing, the initial prompt that was provided allowed them to kind of understand the nature of the generative AI. We were sense-making together. And that just changes everything, because suddenly I'm a guide, but at the same time, I'm a co-learner. And I don't think teaching is possible without us being able to and willing to learn with them. So to me, that was fabulous. And the fear I have is echo chambers if we just keep, it's a recursive loop, self-referential. And then you never break out of your rigid way of thinking. So we've got to be very mindful that we have different players at the table, different voices, so that we can give voice to that with which we are not comfortable with.
Yeah, that echo chamber fear is something that seems very real in the education space, of the fact that if we are pulling our research is fed in some ways by an AI that is fed on research that has already been published, and we are just recapitulating all the things that have already happened. So faculty and students alike are still recovering from the learning interruptions and other challenges posed by the pandemic. To what extent do you see generative AI as offering potential ways to overcome some of the teaching and learning obstacles that the pandemic has revealed? Wenqi, would you like to start?
Sure. So like Morgan has briefly touched on about incorporating the generative AI in coding related course. I also find that the GI can be quite beneficial in this type of course. So I teach the Python-related and quantitative courses in the graduate program. And our students normally come into a classroom at different levels. Even if they have taken the same prerequisite courses, some of them may take a semester ago, some of them may take 1 year ago. So they eventually arrive at different levels. And we also know that things happen. Some students might be dealing with some family emergencies or mental health issues. They would have to be away from the classroom for 1 week. And we all know that it can be really difficult to catch up. When a student has taken 3 courses, they have missed the entire week, and the new week's content is built upon the previous weeks. And in those circumstances, I found GAI is quite useful. I called it as a personal assistant, and I encourage my students to use your own personal assistant. If you forgot a small syntax in certain library, you can use GAI to help you, to give you some good examples. If you were stuck in some of the arrows in the middle of the night and I am not on your side, you can also try to use GAI to give you some hints. But I want them to cite this particular resource, the GAI, as one of their references. I also warn them that it does not mean the answer, the output coming from GAI is always accurate. So before you put it on your paper, marked by your name, you want to validate it. And I think from that perspective, the GAI is quite helpful to help students at different levels, regardless of the reason, catching up with the class, and eventually achieving at a pretty high standard.
Yeah, I can very much empathize with having students come in at totally different levels, especially when it comes to programming. They all have different, many have different backgrounds. Ours have no background at all. But from here, I'm going to speak from my own personal experience with it. And I really like the usage of it as a personal assistant. And I do think that there is a lot of value for a student to be left to slog something out and work with it in that very you're going through the throes of learning. It's very ugly. Sometimes it's painful. It certainly doesn't feel good. But there is certainly, I think we all know as educators and having been educated ourselves, there is definitely value there. But I see it as when time is critical, you have to get caught up really fast or you're really going to fall behind. It's great to have a personal assistant to turn to be able to help you along the way, and so you don't fall even further behind of where you already are. And I'm not saying that, it's just like anything, right? All in moderation. Now, of course, if you were using generative AI, even if it were to accomplish every task you were purporting to use it for, I submit that it doesn't, then too much of a good thing is bad. But in those areas where a student may have struggled, they really don't understand something, but it is absolutely critical that they need that to be able to move on, especially in mathematical and CS courses. A lot of it is additive. You have to know what has come before to understand where you are. I think it is absolutely a wonderful tool to be able to get students up to speed. I know my own personal research. I think I've saved myself on average like 5 to 6 hours of development by using it as my personal assistant. And so I'm moving much faster, and I really think it's a good way to help fill those gaps in a timely manner.
So given the kind of like limited amount of time we have left, I can ask another question, but I want to first offer it to you all to ask them questions. So does anybody have questions you'd like to ask the panel? Yes, Anna, can we get a microphone?
But I'm finding students cheating, and you didn't address that much at all in your comments, which is just really surprising to me. And when I say that, like the question about how assignments need to change or might end up being obstacles. Oh, thank you. You know, I might have a question that just asks students to explain. I'm an ethicist in the theology department. Explain St. Augustine's idea of the witness people and why it contributes to contemporary anti-Semitism. Well, I can't use that question anymore because they don't have to do the reading to answer it, and they can plug that into ChatGPT and give a response. And unless I follow up with them orally to see if they actually understand what they've written, I do not have any capacity to assess using that tool anymore whether they understand that concept. So I'm a little surprised that we didn't hear much about that dark side of this.
I can kind of address your question. Coming from public health, we have certain things that are facts. But public health as a discipline is also in a place where if facts were to solve all the problems, we wouldn't have anti-vaccine sentiments. So the approach I took with my questions was, how are we going to address these complex challenges and how AI can help you out? So you cannot, it's not just fact-based. That's what I meant by facts are fungible until you try to make connections, from your own experiences, and AI cannot supplement that. They cannot cheat about that. So I have one of my students is here, and she came up with a project idea where, she was helping our adaptive action lab that we had hosted, and she came up with the idea, well, the people didn't leave behind ideas for what really gets in the way of their performance. And as the students were brainstorming, she looked at me and went, what if I just asked AI to come up with a solution? So it came up as one thing, and then we started having a conversation, and the next thing came out was, oh, maybe I can turn it into, AI gives me the solution, and then I can turn that into a survey and ask people to respond. How many of these solutions would people undertake? To me, that's learning in real time. And I'm learning with the student. So I'm no longer asking questions where they have to just regurgitate, facts from the textbook anymore, because all those facts are now available at the fingertips of the students. But how they are going to use those facts to make an impact in the real world has become much more interesting and accessible. Does that help you?
That's interesting, yeah. I think thinking about how that functions in different disciplines.
Yes.
I can
Does
add,
anybody, oh yeah, Wendy.
yes, I can also add a thought to it. I think, yes, in my field, we are more applied, and it's less likely to resort to generative AI and get the whole deliverable for the homework. So the concern is less severe. I also have to say that using technology to find quick answers as a cheating is not just happening now. Because of generative AI, there are tons of websites that you can see the questions uploaded by students, and you can find the correct answers. So the generative AI, in my opinion, is just a more convenient way, provides more access for the student to do so. One possible solution could be, I have not experienced it yet, it's just one thought, is maybe we can use generative AI in a proactive way. We ask a student to use generative AI to find the answer to the question. And they will need to record what's your prompt, what is your answer, and then student can revise the output from the generative AI, adding something new by themselves, and create a new piece, so that their answer would have this whole logical process, the prompts, the output from GAI, and then their final thought. That's probably one way to think about it.
So I wish we had more time to talk about this. Hopefully you all can be caught in hallways and things to talk more about this, but can we thank our panel? Thank you so much for taking time.
Well, and let's give another round of applause for the teaching panel up here. And Jeff as well failed to mention the Center for Teaching Excellence at Duquesne does have lots of other opportunities to dive into this topic. They host sort of Zoom sessions all the time and different things to help understand how AI and pedagogy works together. And they always like the hard questions. So keep asking those. All right. Our next up is a very exciting and new panel for this year. It is a fully undergraduate student panel made up of the Grefenstette Center Student Fellows this year. Yeah, come on up, everybody. So I'm really excited to have them here. It was a big challenge, and we talked. I told them early on, I was like, so I'm going to have you give a panel at this conference and what it's going to be like. So I'm really excited to hear it. They've been prepping it all themselves. And the moderator of this one will be one of the student fellows will be Sydney Thomas, who is a dual sociology and psychology major, right? And a minor. It's all right. She's a senior here at Duquesne. Very excited to have it. So please give a big round of applause for our undergraduate student panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm basically going to be repeating a few things that Dr. Slattery said, so I hope that doesn't bother anyone. But okay. So thank you for coming to the symposium. I hope you all have enjoyed the talks and our posters. If you're wondering why we are all up here, it is because we will be discussing generative AI and how it affects our academic lives as students. We are all recipients, again, of the Grefenstette Student Fellowship, and one of the good things about this panel is that we all major in something different. We also are in different schools, so you'll be able to listen to how some of the schools here at Duquesne are handling generative AI in the classroom. Now, into introducing us. Again, my name is Sydney Thomas. I am a senior majoring in sociology with a focus in criminal justice, and I'm also minoring in psychology. The first person beside me is Kayla Crater, and she majors in biomedical engineering and applied math. Next to her is Jacob Mazurkevich, and he majors in data science. Last but definitely not least, we have Emily Curtis, who majors in business analytics. So why don't we just give everyone a hand? Okay, before we begin with the discussion, I first want the panel to talk about one activity they do at school or through the school. So I'll go first. I am a mentor for Strong Women, Strong Girls, and it's just a program that empowers young women at underserved schools and communities.
Hi, I'm Kayla. I'm a student researcher, and I do computational neuroscience research in the math and computer science department.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jacob. Great to be here. I'm president of Tau Kappa Epsilon fraternity here on campus. We do philanthropy events for St. Jude's Research Hospital.
Hi, I'm Emily. I'm a senior and two-year captain for the Duquesne women's lacrosse team.
Okay, so thank you guys for sharing what you do here. The first thing that we will be talking about today is our experience with AI in the classroom. So again, I'm just going to ask the panel, what are you guys' experience with AI in the classroom or just in general? So for me, before this fellowship, I never dove into AI. I didn't really know what it is. I knew from the school standpoint that we weren't supposed to touch it really, like don't cheat or don't enter anything. That's all I knew about it, but now I know it's way different than that. But yeah, so I still don't really use it for my classes. I used it for my poster just to help with my study, but yeah, I'm still getting familiarized with it.
So I agree a lot with Sydney. Even with my majors, biomedical engineering and applied math, being so tech-focused, I don't have a lot of experience using AI in the classroom or even outside of the classroom. I've only had one class where AI was even mentioned, and in that class it was kind of just suggested that it could be used as a tool to support our learning, but it shouldn't be used to help us do our actual classwork. Because I knew I couldn't use it to do my actual work, I just decided to avoid it. Personally, I just preferred to stay away from something that seemed to have the potential to diminish the integrity of my work, and so I just haven't used any AI tools since.
Yeah, I found that I've had quite a different experience from some of my fellow panelists. I think that AI has actually completely changed my studying habits and the way I approach learning, specifically in my non-major specific classes. As far as my liberal arts education here at Duquesne, I take certain courses that aren't necessarily data science centered. And I find that AI is very useful in helping me study for these courses, especially where I don't have a lot of background knowledge. For example, I'm taking biology right now, which is not my strongest subject. And I can actually ask it to explain concepts to me and to summarize paragraphs and to give me study points. And I found it to be extremely beneficial in helping me absorb the knowledge. I think a particular strength of generative AI is the power of prompting. I can ask a LLM to explain a concept to me like I'm a 4-year-old, and I find that it does a much better job of it than the actual academic textbook that we use in the class. So I think especially for me personally, using it in my non-major specific classes has been extremely beneficial in helping me absorb knowledge that maybe I don't have a strong background in.
Yeah, I feel like I have a similar experience to both of them, where I first started using it in my personal life for scheduling, organizing, doing all the things. I'm very type A. I thought it was a great, efficient way to do all of those things that I needed to do to be a student athlete, an academic, all of these things. It was perfect. And then I kind of got scared because there was so much negative conversation around it. And so I was like, oh, I'm going to stay away from this in any of my studies. But then I started to get into some classes where I wasn't as strong, and I realized that these models can take information that I was really struggling with and simplify it or summarize it or give me the major points or turn it into a completely different model that made so much more sense for me. And so then I started to use it for studying, and it completely changed the way that I viewed AI as a whole in education.
Well, thank you guys. So now we'll be moving on to policies. Are there any helpful and or unhelpful policies in your classrooms being used concerning AI?
Yeah, so in my major specific classes related to data science, most of my professors have taken a more hardline stance against LLMs and generative AI, choosing to not allow it in the classroom. And I actually think this is a beneficial take in this specific domain. Many of the assignments in these courses can be easily replicated using generative AI. It would be very hard to distinguish between what is a student's actual work and what is simply output from an LLM. And I think when you're trying to tailor a learning experience to really make sure that your students get the most out of what you're teaching, a stance like this is beneficial. A hardline stance when it comes to more technical output, more like coding, it can actually be beneficial to take some of those more hardline stances. So that has been my primary experience so far regarding policy.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing is I haven't had a class where the policy was the same for the next class. So every course that I've taken kind of has a different stance on this, which we can definitely get into later, but I think is very hurtful for the whole conversation around AI, because students aren't really sure what is allowed, what's good, what's bad, everything in between. So when you have different policies or non-existent policies, it's the wild, wild west, and you don't know what is good or what you should be doing or what is going to help you, what's going to hurt you, all of these things. So I think it's very interesting that policies differ, even in a similar school of business or in a university. And I think it would be helpful if there was more concrete and widespread policies that are more accepted on the same level.
So personally, in my classes, I haven't been introduced to any actual policies. In the one class where AI was mentioned, it was just suggested that AI could be used to support student learning, but that it shouldn't be used to do our actual work for us. I think if something like that was implemented as an actual policy, that would be beneficial. As for unhelpful, I think just the lack of policies in general or the lack of discussions around policies is unhelpful to students.
So we talked about experience and policies so far. Now we're going to get into more of our opinions. So what about these policies has worked and what hasn't worked in your opinion?
Yeah, so I think, like I touched on it before, but I think the lack of policies is obviously a big issue that we should tackle, but also just the lack of training for teachers and professors in this field, because I think it's very easy and it's definitely a knee-jerk reaction to just totally not allow anything that you don't understand, which is completely understandable, and I think also a good decision if you don't understand something. But I think universities, and especially in K through 12 education after the pandemic, there was such a quick turnaround of implementing Zoom and Canvas and Nearpod, and there were all sorts of training for professionals to get to use these certain softwares. So why wouldn't we implement the same thing for artificial intelligence, since it's not going away? So I think it's just really important moving forward to see how we've handled an innovation in technology previously in the space of education, and a lot of good things have come. We now have Zoom. Students can have a snow day but not miss a day of school because they can do their school from home, and it's amazing. And we were so quick to train people on how to integrate this and implement this into our education system. So I think there's no reason that we shouldn't start implementing policies around AI, because it's the same sort of technology that is going to be around for a really long time. And if we can have structure around it, I think it's going to be a lot better off for both students and professors or teachers.
So I agree. I think the lack of consistent policies is something that's really not working. Personally, because of the lack of rules or information regarding AI, I've just personally chose to avoid it. And recently, after joining in on some more discussions about AI, I realized that maybe that's limiting to me, because AI does have its benefits and it can be beneficial in the classroom. Also, I think limiting technology in the classroom in general is not helpful to us students. Oftentimes in my classes, we're taught how to solve problems by hand without the use of technology, but I've found that whenever we are taught how to use software, that's been more beneficial in real-world problem solving. So I think an idea like that can be used to argue that maybe discouraging use of AI in the classroom kind of limits some development of problem-solving skills. So while now we're taught not to use AI in the classroom, maybe giving us the chance to use it and actually really learning how to use it could have huge benefits on real-world problem solving.
Yeah, I think following up on some of my fellow panelists covered, a lot of the policy in the classrooms today are black and white, with either professors outright banning the use of generative AI or not really addressing it properly. And I think this can be inhibitive to a holistic learning experience because it's every day becoming an increasingly bigger part of our lives and our education. I think that having a policy is better than none, but perhaps the best way forward is to adopt a more nuanced approach. For example, having an interactive grading process that can get around this problem of plagiarism in generative AI can maybe allow professors to become more comfortable with allowing students the opportunity to interact with generative AI in their learning experience. Instead of just turning in a project at the end of the semester that they could have plagiarized using generative AI, the teacher can check with them every week, have frequent benchmarks to make sure that they're actually understanding what they're doing. Kind of like a real-world business project that has lots of check marks and benchmarks. Checking in on that progress can kind of curb that risk of a fully plagiarized project. Also, allowing the student to communicate why they chose to do certain things in their projects. Like if they're coding, breaking down why they decided to implement the code the way they did, what the code does, forcing the student to communicate their findings and be more interactive with their work, that shows understanding. And even if a student used generative AI to help them come to those conclusions, by doing that, I think that you can curb some of those issues of plagiarism. So I think that faculty need to consider adopting this more nuanced grading approach, a more nuanced AI policy in the classroom that involves a more interactive basis for grading assignments so that we can adopt this ever-changing and ever-growing technology into our educational experience.
I like how you guys not only gave your opinion, but you gave suggestions and also what you would like to see, like how AI can be integrated into the classroom. So I really think you guys did a good job with that. But the question I have is, what do you think will happen in the future and why? It could be for Duquesne or just in general.
So I think going forward, implementing standardized policies surrounding AI would be the best approach. It would have the most benefits. As a double major, I think having standardization that spans across the entire university would be most beneficial. Implementing policies regarding AI within certain schools and departments has its benefits, but for students like myself who have classes in different schools and different departments, a lack of standardization could lead to confusion there. So I think really just developing a set of standardized rules that the whole university can use would be the most beneficial. It would allow students to really see how AI can be used to support our learning, and it would also give Duquesne the chance to show us what they believe to be unethical use of AI in the classroom, which can guide our views on how AI can be used for right and wrong, just in general.
Yeah, in terms of predicting the future, I don't see this train slowing down anytime soon. It's hard to believe that it was just a year ago that ChatGPT was released upon the world. It seems like much longer than a year. And I think that it's going to only increase its role in our educational experience and the way we interact and with everything in our daily lives, how we interact with social media, how we interact with each other, how we interact in our educational experience. I think it's imperative that faculty and students have conversations regarding the use of AI going forward in the classroom. I think having multiple perspectives, I know there were some great panelists up here earlier today who talked about having a breadth of different disciplines, having conversations around AI is very important, and I would completely agree with that. Not just having the technology faculty, not just having the philosophy and theology faculty, not just having faculty, but having students. I think having a diversity of dialogue and opinion is going to be imperative in navigating this new world going forward, and that the sooner we start that dialogue and the sooner we can organize, because that really is the key, organization. The sooner we can organize these productive dialogues, like right here at the Tech Symposium, the better equipped we will be to handle this future that is going to become, I think, increasingly bizarre, but also exciting.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to talk about the future because, of course, this is never going away. And you could have conversations all day about what's right and what's wrong, and we should do this and we should do that. But the fact of the matter is that we need to equip students to use this. It's not as much banning it or allowing it fully, or there is so much gray area, and it's about being equipped to use tools. When Google became a thing, it was also a huge conversation. Well, now people can just Google the answer, and we would have never thought that now we would be talking about something that was much more powerful than that. But also, those were the conversations happening then, and these are just new conversations happening now. My research poster was actually on empowering K-12 learners to use AI, and I definitely took a very positive approach to AI in the classroom, but I think for a good reason, because a lot of research that I had looked at showed that we can actually implement this and integrate this into student learning the same way that we integrate math or science or social studies. If you give students bite-sized pieces from a young age and they grow up with this notion that this is something positive and this is a tool and you use tools for good and not bad, they are much more likely to go into their higher education, into their life, using these tools for good, for ethical, great reasons to innovate and not be destructive. So when you're in kindergarten, you get a general idea, you're using it to make games with your words and your sounds, and then as you go through your education, you're getting more complex topics discussed to you, and you're actually using it and implementing it into your studying in different ways that we've talked about. So you use it to summarize a huge text that you just can't digest. You give the main points and you overview and you make notes into fun charts and all these sorts of things. It's so important to talk about how positive this can be because the negative parts are never going to go away. We can only do everything we can in the future to make sure students feel more empowered to do good with the software that we have now.
This panel is just phenomenal, so I would actually like to turn it over to the audience if you guys have any questions, because I'm sure someone has a question. If you do, you can just raise your hand or stand up, and someone should give you a mic, or you can just speak loudly, please.
Hi, so my question is for Jacob. So I was struck by what you said about your biology course. So of course, the non-major Bridges courses that you take during your time here, a big part of the reason those exist is to train your mind to be able to grasp foreign and complex concepts that are not a part of your daily life. And of course, that's a very tangible skill that you will use the rest of your life, whether you have a career pivot or you're encountering people throughout your life that think very differently than you or are coming from a very different field. So when you're using generative AI to explain it to you like you're a 4-year-old, do you feel like you're engaging that like you would a tutor, where you're progressively having it guide you in more and more complex ways, and so you are receiving that training? Or could it potentially be more like a Cliff Notes, which I don't know if you guys know what Cliff Notes are. Okay, those were like my time. That was how we cheated. I did not, but that's how you would cheat if you went to college when I did. You would go and you would get the Cliff Notes, and it was enough to pass, but you weren't actually training your mind to be with any plasticity or aptitude. So I think it's pretty obvious that it could be done that way, but are you, do you feel like you're really gaining a grasp of concepts that are not your major?
First of all, thank you for that question. That is a great question. One of the many challenges that we're all thinking about and dealing with going forward. So I think that my experience prompting generative AI for my non-major specific related courses has actually increased my creativity and my capacity to understand concepts. I think that all great ideas are built upon pre-existing ideas, and with generative AI, it gives us the access of the entire breadth of the internet for knowledge. And when I think the main key point here is you're interacting with it. Rather than like a Cliff Notes where you're just receiving an answer, you have to prompt ChatGPT in a way that makes sense. You can ask it to summarize a concept and it can give you a pretty basic overview, but to really interact with it, you have to understand the concept and ask good questions. I found that it's really made me a better question asker because I'm constantly asking questions to the computer. And through that, I've been able to ask my professors better questions. In my head, while I'm absorbing a lecture, I'm asking those questions that are allowing me to more creatively engage with the content. So while, yes, explaining it to like a 4-year-old, it might dumb it down a little bit, I found that it's actually made me more involved in the process, more engaged with the content. And it certainly helped me ask better questions, smarter questions that really capture the essence of, the concepts I'm trying to learn. And I think that's the hallmark of a great learner, of a great scholar, is someone who can ask good questions, someone who knows the information they want to find and how to seek it out. I hope that answered your question.
Yes, thank you for your perspective. Let's say, for the sake of argument, that I'm a professor and I am teaching sort of one of your basic classes in history or philosophy or something like that. And the broader goal that I think we would all understand in this room is that the purpose of a college course or college education is more understanding than knowledge, right? So for my final exam for my philosophy class or history class, I go to ChatGPT, and ask it the question in philosophy, explain Kant's distinction between noumena and phenomena and how he arrived at that. Or for history, list five events that led to the US Civil War, how they contributed to the onset of the US Civil War. So I ask ChatGPT these questions, it spits out these papers, these answers. Then I alter ChatGPT and put 4, 5, 6, 8, 10 mistakes in there in the answer. My final exam is I give this to you. You have to find the mistakes and explain the mistakes. Do I get a really high mark when you evaluate me as a professor, or do you say, this guy's a real jerk, he was just trying to trip us up?
I can take it. I think there are obviously so many uses for this, and there are positives and negatives for both professors and students. But at the end of the day, this also is a tech ethics symposium, and so many of these questions and problems we're going to run into are actually just ethical questions. So the ethical integrity of people plays a major role in AI. That's why we're all here. So many of these back and forth questions of, like, I would say no, probably that wouldn't be great if that's how, a course is being run. But also, that's up to a professor who has chosen to be in this field, to be an academic and to be a professor. And if that's how they're choosing to use their profession, until that can be proven, that is only up to them to deal with that. You know what I mean? So there's so many back and forth questions of, is this right, is this wrong? And most of the time we're posing questions that are very obviously wrong, but it is going to come back to people's personal integrity and how they're choosing to use this. A lot of students have really great integrity. I think we're up here because we have pretty good integrity, I would say, but a lot of people don't, and that will never change. But like I had mentioned before, it's about giving people the right tools and teaching them from a young age how to use this for good, and then people are ultimately going to choose whether to use it for good or bad, but we can only do the most we can to hope and train people to use it for good things.
Are there any more questions?
Thank you so much for this. This is great. We're part of the Milwaukee contingent that's here, by the way. We are the Milwaukee contingent. Anyway, so we work at Marquette University, and so I'm the academic integrity director, but I also don't want to think about this in integrity terms all the time. That kind of integrity, not this kind of integrity. So my question for you, though, is I've been in the room where we're talking about all of this at high-level admin stuff, and sometimes it's fun and sometimes it's not fun. But it's interesting to see everybody's different views and try to come to some kind of consensus about what we can do to move forward. The very short story is we said, a universal policy, we're not there yet, right? This is very new. We don't want to put something out that's reactionary and what, you know. So we put out a statement that's publicly viewable. Sorry. And it's trying to, I think, do what you're talking to, where we want to allow for academic freedom amongst faculty, right? But at the same time, give some kind of guidance of like, when is this dishonest, right? And so, you know, we try to lay out some of those ground rules without saying anybody has to do a particular thing. But that doesn't sound like what you would actually want if there's like going to be a universal policy for a university. The one time we had any faculty who wanted to come together to do this, the only person who suggested a universal policy was, we ban this outright forever. That was it, you know? And I, you know, my personal bias is, no, I don't actually like this stuff at all. You know, I'm a poet, I just don't care about this. In like a, you know, I think this is a great, you know, thing that's gonna revolutionize the future kind of way. But I understand that I'm just me, and other people do really think this is very powerful and important stuff. So I wanna, you know, acknowledge that that's real. Anyway, now I'm gonna stop going on. But you've given me a lot to think about here with how to move forward in those rooms. And so my question then is, finally, instead of a universal ban, and instead of a universal, anybody can do anything that they want all the time, like what would a universal policy look like to all of you that's actually reasonable and would go across disciplines too?
Who would like to go first? Okay.
I think it's a great question, and it is something that it's like, if we had the answer, I think we could be very, very rich. So hopefully I give a good one. But I think the desire for a policy comes between organizations. So we all go to the same school. So we have different classes in different schools of business, liberal arts, you know, science, all sorts of things. So we have to change what we're doing depending on what classroom we're in, depending on what school. So in our case, we would love if there was one policy or one policy per school that we could get behind and know, okay, well, I'm, you know, studying for the business school, and this is how I need to act accordingly and have integrity in what I'm doing. And right now we don't have that. So it's hard to balance, like, this is allowed here, this is not allowed here, and stuff like that. And I think that's similar for organizations. If your organization is not there yet, I think it's a great plan to say, don't do it, because we're not here and we will try to evolve with you, but just be honest and say that's the reason. It's not because we don't trust you, it's not because we think you're gonna act nefariously, it's just we're not ready. And that's completely fine. ChatGPT, like we said, it was only a year ago. Everyone's only had a year to really grasp the magnitude that this has on all sorts of things, education, business, science, all sorts of stuff. So as far as like a universal policy would go, I would say it's gonna vary from organization to organization, and whatever your organization feels is right for you is the best answer. And for us as students, we're just hoping for a more universal policy at Duquesne or at the School of Business or liberal arts.
I would also like to touch upon that. First of all, I do agree with you on a lot of what you said. But I also want to say that when we say the word universal policy, we don't necessarily mean a specific, here's everything we need to do regarding generative AI. Like, for example, I think a good constructive universal policy would be, on the first day of class, students and their professors need to have a 30-minute long dialogue about generative AI specific to the class, what the students' expectations are, what the professor's expectations are. That could be a universal policy. It doesn't necessarily need to be every detail about how professors are interacting with it, but maybe just mandating a conversation, because dialogue is so important, mandating that expectations are clear from the beginning. Whatever those expectations may be, I think that's what we're seeking, is more clarity.
I agree with both of you. I think just developing almost any sort of even generalized policy is better than no policy at all.
Are we good on time? Okay. Okay. Well, I thank everyone. I thank the panel for answering everything. And I just hope everyone has a good day. And yeah, bye.
Thank you so much to all the students as well as to the faculty beforehand. We have one last break today. Students, don't go anywhere because we're taking a picture right over there. We have one last break today, and then we have a fantastic session on AI policy and generative AI policy coming up in just about 15 minutes. So grab a cupcake or some coffee, and then we'll be right back here for our last session of the day. Thank you so much.
amazing. Oh my gosh. You were absolutely amazing, truly.
For us, that's great.
Right?
All right. Welcome, everyone, to the final session of the day here. And we're talking about the question of AI policy and generative AI policy. And I know for you students, you're thinking, wait, he was supposed to do the awards first. But I'm not going to do the awards first. I'm going to do them after this great conversation. So you just hang in there a little bit longer and listen to this really fantastic conversation. So we have three wonderful panelists for the last conversation of the day. And I'm going to introduce them, and then I'm going to prompt everybody with a question. And then we're going to go from there to really just finish off the day on a very high note. Okay. So first, a longtime resident of Pittsburgh, Congressman Connor Lamb, earned his Juris Doctor degree from the University of Pennsylvania and served as Assistant U.S. Attorney in his home city from 2014 to 2017. He ran and won the 18th District seat in Congress in 2018. And after Pennsylvania's congressional map was redrawn, he won his first full term to the 17th District in the general election later that year. He won the 17th seat again in 2020, but after choosing to run for Senate in 22, he came in second in the Democratic primary behind John Fetterman. But right now, he is currently a lawyer, a client inspector, and most importantly, I just, you know.
That's very nice. That was great.
Well, you didn't send me a bio. You're like, just find some things online. So, but most importantly, he is a distinguished lecturer of law at Duquesne University's Thomas R. Klein School of Law. So welcome to Congressman Connor Lamb. Dean April M. Barton joined the Thomas R. Klein School of Law at Duquesne in 2019 as Dean and Professor of Law. She previously held various positions at Villanova University Charles Widger School of Law, most recently Associate Dean for Academic Affairs. At Villanova, she taught courses in administrative agency rulemaking, computer law, and the First Amendment, and regulation in cyberspace, digital law, and leadership. Now, in addition to authoring Best Practices for Building a High-Tech Law School, published by the ABA, Barton's work has been published in law reviews including Washington University, Baylor, and the Minnesota Journal of Law, Science, and Technology. She has testified before the U.S. Congressional Commission on Online Child Protection and the European Commission for Democracy Through Law, Venice Commission in Brussels. She previously served as an attorney with the Federal Trade Commission's Bureau of Consumer Protection and the Division of Marketing Practices, where she worked on policy and law enforcement issues related to internet fraud and deception. So welcome, Dean Barton, to us. And then finally, you all remember her from this morning, who'll be serving as a respondent to the conversation today. Ms. Alka Patel recently served as the head of AI ethics policy for the Department of Defense Joint AI Center. In this role, she led efforts on responsible AI in the DoD, bringing over 20 years of experience working at the intersection of technology, business, and law. Before that, she was the inaugural executive director of the Digital Transformation Innovation Center, sponsored by PwC at Carnegie Mellon. And she's been recognized for her professional and personal contributions locally and nationally, and serves on a number of nonprofit boards advocating for gender and racial diversity, social impact, and has held leadership positions in many professional organizations. So welcome to Alka as well. All right, now that we are all very well acquainted with each other, I wanted to start with the general question for this conversation. When it comes to AI policy, it seems like everyone's trying to do something, but is anyone really doing anything significant or anything that's going to change something? So from your perspective, what does the landscape of AI and generative AI policy look like, and where is it going? And April, we're going to start with you.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Slattery. This is an amazing symposium. Thank you for inviting me to be a part of it, but I'm so impressed with all the panelists today. I do want to emphasize that Alka Patel is a proud graduate of the Thomas R. Klein School of Law of Duquesne University. And I also must recognize the student panel that came immediately before us. You were all amazing, truly amazing. I cannot... It's really why I have the best job in the world. I get to work with these bright, mature, wonderful minds every single day, so kudos to all of you. So yes, we're going to be talking about policy and the future of policy. I'd love to start with a story, wind the clock back to a year ago about today. I'm picking up my then 15-year-old son. He gets in the car and he says, "Hey, Mom, have you heard about this ChatGPT thing?" And I said, "No, why don't you tell me about it?" He proceeds to tell me that he learned about it on TikTok. I'm rolling my eyes. And he says that you can write a paper about anything, any question, any topic that you ask it. I'm rolling my eyes. I was very skeptical. And he actually had it open on his phone. He said, "Well, let's test it." So I said, I was very smug. And I said, "Okay, tell me a little bit about Section 553 of the Administrative Procedure Act. This is something that I've taught for many, many years. I know a little bit of something about it." I said, "Certainly I'm going to find some holes or inaccuracies in what this chatbot delivers." My son proceeded to read to me several-page recitation, perfect recitation of the history scope application of Section 553 of the Administrative Procedure Act. I immediately stopped rolling my eyes. I was immediately humbled and immediately very curious. So within weeks of that release, we saw headlines like this about that this chatbot was a code red for Google's search its business model, its search engine. They were comparing ChatGPT to the Netscape browser and how this was a disruptive technology, or Apple's iPhone, or Google. And it had become, by January of 23, the fastest growing consumer software application in history, gaining over 100 million users. And then very quickly on the scene came competing products, such as, of course, we have Google's Bard, an AI tool by Google, and Microsoft's Bing product. Then we learned that ChatGPT can see and talk. And we had reporters engaging with ChatGPT. In other words, you could upload videos or pictures. Let's say I upload a picture of my bike, and I can talk to ChatGPT about how to adjust the seat on my bike, or I can ask it questions, or I can engage in an open-ended conversation with GPT. And so reporters were having fun with it, and here's an example. We have a reporter who asked it to tell me the story of the three little pigs in the character of a total frat bro.
Hey, could you tell me the story of the three little pigs in the character of a total frat bro?
Absolutely, bro. Here we go. All right, so there's these three little pig bros, right? Living it up, enjoying the college life. First up, we've got Davey. Dude's all about taking the easy route. He thinks, why put in the effort? And just slaps together a crib out of straw. Honestly, kind of feels like those dudes who wear the same party shirt every weekend. You know the type. Then there's Mikey, the middle bro. A bit more into appearances, wants to one-up Davy a bit. So he goes and builds his pad out of sticks. Kind of like when you upgrade to those fancy beer pong cups instead of the cheap ones.
So ChatGPT literally created that on the fly as a response to the reporter's questions. And so lots of things were amusing, innovative, exciting about the technology, but certainly we got some warning signs coming early on. So this gentleman's name is Geoffrey Hinton. He is in many circles known as the godfather of AI. He, in fact, a little over 10 years ago with a few of his graduate students at the University of Toronto, created sort of the underlying technology that artificial intelligence is built upon. He has worked at Google for the past 10 years. Within the past few months, he has recently left Google because he wants to be able to speak freely about the risks associated with AI. And he's worried about things like misinformation and privacy and jobs and humanity. And then I'm sure many of you read the story. You had the New York Times reporter that was having the conversation with the chatbot, and the chatbot declared its undying love for the reporter. Do some of you remember that? I'm seeing some nods here. And so this is an open-ended conversation and led into territory where the chatbot was saying to the reporter, "You're married, but you don't love your spouse. You're married, but you love me." To which the reporter responded, "No, actually, my spouse and I love each other very much. In fact, we had a very romantic Valentine's Day dinner last night." To which the chatbot responded, "Actually, you're not happily married. Your spouse and you don't love each other. You just had a boring Valentine's Day dinner together." Very unsettling, very deeply disturbing. The conversation ended by the chatbot saying, "I just want to love you and be loved by you. Do you believe me? Do you trust me? Do you like me?" It's super creepy, very, very creepy. And the reporter said that it left a very unsettling feeling. And so I think we're all having flashbacks to the HAL 9000 and Space Odyssey movie.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
I couldn't resist. I had to put that in there. Okay, I had to put Space Odyssey. Okay. So, and then we see Elon Musk and other tech leaders, very well-known tech leaders. They had issued an open letter citing for a sort of a moratorium, a pause on developing this technology any further. And this was an open letter saying that we need to stop until we can figure out what's going on. So you see Elon Musk, the initial letter was 1,000 signatories. Very, very quickly, the number of signatories exploded. There's now over 33,000. Very well-known people with far more impressive credentials than mine, researchers and presidents and CEOs of these tech companies signing this letter about pausing this powerful technology. And there's also, if you haven't read it, there's a white paper titled Frontier AI Regulation, Managing Emerging Risks to Public Safety. This, you will see, there's a number of policy groups and educational institutions. And then you also see OpenAI, Microsoft, and Google DeepMind. And this paper begins, advanced AI models hold a promise of tremendous benefit for humanity, but society needs to proactively manage the accompanying risks. And you can see there, this is one of those papers that's updated regularly. It was just updated a couple of days ago, and so the authors continue to update this white paper regularly. But there is good news. So I just wanted to sort of lay that framework so you understand where we're at. But there is some good news. Just 10 days ago, the Office of the President has released an executive order on the safe, secure, and trustworthy development and use of artificial intelligence. And this is a very bold, sweeping action by the president, engaging a very large swath of administrative agencies under his control. And what this executive order requires is immediate action and priority that these government agencies need to prioritize, and they need to act on AI development and safety mechanisms to ensure the safety. And I'm just going to read the purpose statement. So this executive order goes on for 36 pages. It's very detailed. Every directive that's given to an agency, there's a deadline, it's very specific. But you can see the purpose section, again, says AI holds extraordinary potential for both promise and peril. Responsible AI use has the potential to help solve urgent challenges while making our world more prosperous, productive, innovative, and secure. At the same time, irresponsible use could exacerbate societal harms such as fraud, discrimination, bias, and disinformation, displace and disempower workers, stifle competition, and pose risks to national security. This demands a societal-wide effort that includes government, private sector, academia, and civil society. And so this, I am very hopeful with this executive order. Never in all of my years, either working in an agency or teaching in this area, have seen such a broad, sweeping executive order. There are 8 guiding principles, all of which make sense. Safety and security, of course. Innovation and competition. Workforce support. We don't want to replace our entire workforce with AI bots. Equity and civil rights, protecting the public, protecting privacy, advancing the federal government's own use of AI while making sure that we are seen as a leader on the national stage. When I was reading the executive order, I was writing down all of the different agencies that are tasked in the executive order. And this is not the complete list. So this is, I got up to about 20. And so the president is tasking Department of Energy, Department of Commerce, Department of Homeland Security, Department of Defense, Department of Labor, Health and Human Services, Department of Justice, the Civil Rights Division. I mean, the list goes on and on. You can see the FTC, the PTO, HUD. And so these agencies are tasked not only to work themselves, whether they're promulgating new regulation or guidance or reports or testing, they're also directed to work together. And so 2 agencies in particular that I want to point out. The first is OMB, Office of Management and Budget, and NIST. So OMB, when you have agencies, so these administrative agencies are massive. Something like Department of Commerce, thousands of employees. Within Department of Commerce, you have 10 to 20 sub-agencies. Each of those agencies have hundreds of employees as well. These are massive, massive entities of government. Can you imagine? So when the president says, Department of Energy, Department of Labor, Department of Commerce, you need to work together on X, Y, and Z. you know what that's like. It's almost impossible. And so OMB sort of acts as this interstitial tissue to try to help these agencies work together with one another. It tries to remove barriers. It tries to help them. In this case, they're designating AI officers, and they're creating this opportunity for these agencies to work together. The other agency I mentioned that's really playing a key role is NIST, the National Institute for Standards and Technology, and they are tasked with developing the standards to ensure AI safety and trustworthiness. And I am just going to read, this is literally just a snippet of this executive order, but as I said, there's 36 pages of this type of language, and it goes on and on. But for example, within 240 days, it's always a deadline, and this is 8 months in this instance, the Secretary of Commerce, in consultation with heads of other agencies, shall submit a report to the Director of OMB, identifying existing standards, tools, methods, and practices, as well as the potential development of further science-backed standards and techniques for authenticating content, labeling synthetic content, using watermarking, detecting synthetic. So you have labeling and detecting. Remember this morning we were talking about the synthetic content? So this is the entire executive order is this very specific language. And so, I think somebody yesterday said, oh, it's an executive order, it's just rhetorical. I mean, I have to respectfully disagree with that position. This is very specific government action. The president has the authority to task these agencies to do work under existing law. You do have a good point, though, Alka, in terms of the money, right? Congress controls the purse, and so that's going to be an issue. Why do I find this promising? Is you see industry and government, and then that's why I wanted to lay the framework at the beginning, are working together. Industry and government, and you don't see that often happening in the regulatory space, and here they agree that this technology needs to be regulated. There needs to be safeguards in place. And then, of course, you have these massive agencies with incredible talent of researchers and attorneys and economists and scientists and programmers all working together on these very complex and important issues. And I will say, and also inviting public participation. So under Section 553 of the Administrative Procedure Act, that's how I started, you will see a massive explosion in the Federal Register in the upcoming weeks of these agencies sending out notices, either it's advanced notices of proposed rulemaking, they're asking for feedback on reports or notices of proposed rulemaking, and they want the public's participation. Every single one of you can participate. You can attend workshops that they're having on these issues. It is widespread and massive, and it's going to be happening under almost every agency in the government. So that's my spiel. All right.
Connor?
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for sticking around on a Friday afternoon to hear from us. What I wanted to talk about is the role of Congress in all this, the role that Congress should be playing, and the role that it really is not playing, and what implications that might have for the technology and for our democracy as a whole. So I had this political science professor when I was in college who would sit up on the stage and lecture, and he had only one visual aid for the entire course, and it was, many people in here, have you ever seen or would you remember the type of printer paper that was like perforated together almost like in a scroll and it had holes on the sides of it? Some of you are nodding your head. I think it still exists out there somewhere for typewriters if you have one of those. But he would get typed out on that type of paper, Article 1 of the Constitution and Article 2 of the Constitution, and he would just sort of unfurl them like this. And the purpose of him doing that was to show how much more power the Constitution grants to Congress under Article 1 than it does to the executive under Article 2. Just in sheer verbal volume, there's just a lot more, and it specifies a lot more type of power. So part of the vision of the founders, obviously, was that Congress was going to be the branch that would take on the largest, most complex, most important challenges in our society. If your opinion of Congress today is similar to that of 80-some% of the American people, you're probably laughing to yourself and saying, Congress is the last group of people in America that I want taking on a problem like this. Like, they are incompetent. The last that I saw, the general approval rating of Congress was similar to like organized crime groups and terrorists and things like that. They're not very highly thought of or respected anymore. The individual congressmen, yes, but the body as a whole, no. But that is what the Constitution envisions. And I think it's important to always remember that, because what has happened in the modern era is you get a lot of things like Dean Barton just showed you, executive orders, government by executive orders. And in a lot of situations, including probably this one, it's better than nothing, right? The executive branch, President Biden, Vice President Harris, all their sort of designees, they did a lot to put that thing together. They gathered a lot of knowledge, they asked a lot of questions, they brought in a lot of stakeholders, all the rest. So that's not bad. I mean, that's probably not happening in North Korea or China or something like that. We can be proud that that's what's going on. But what I wanted to say is that the Congress is empowered and should be expected to ask a whole range of questions that go beyond anything the executive branch ever will ask or have the incentive to ask. And they have the power and probably obligation to do it in public, in front of the TV cameras, under oath, so that the American public can get some sense of what is coming in their lives with this very, very powerful technology that frankly scares a lot of people. You know, I know there's probably plenty of people in this room who think, don't be scared, there's tons of opportunity here, but I'll just tell you, like back in my old congressional district, I think the number one thing that your average person who knew what AI or artificial intelligence was would say, is it going to take our jobs? You know, is it just going to be the collapse of the steel industry and the coal industry all over again? And Congress is the branch that really should be addressing that fear. So the types of questions that even a semi-incompetent member of Congress is obligated to ask are the things that normal people would ask, and they should be doing it. So to take the jobs issue, you know, you don't have to be a technical expert. You don't have to be very well read up in AI to sit in a congressional hearing and talk to an executive or someone with authority at an AI company and say, have you done any internal research? Have you written any internal memos about the timeline and expectations for your product and who you're going to sell your product to and what it's going to be used for and what industrial sectors are going to adopt it and what effect that's going to have on them? My guess is almost certainly yes, right? Because these people have to say something to their investors to get money, right? When they go to a VC or whoever, private equity, whoever they go to, they have to be able to say like, hey, in 5 years, here's what we're gonna be making and how we're gonna be doing it. So there's information that exists inside these companies, and Congress can get it. The executive branch probably had no legal ability to compel that information in the creation of this executive order, unless they have probable cause that that company committed a crime or some basis for a civil investigation by the DOJ, or if they create some basis for investigation by the FTC. But Congress is the one that can just subpoena that information, and they might have to fight about it in court for a little bit. And there's a long list of things like that. There's oversight of DOD and nuclear weapons. There's, on the positive side, you know, there's a history. A lot of people will compare AI to nuclear weapons. You know, the first ever nuclear power plant, which was here in Western Pennsylvania, was designed, built, and owned by the government. So in an era of emerging, really world-changing technology, it wasn't a bunch of firms and startup guys wearing Patagonia vests out there like figuring out what we're gonna do with nuclear energy. A Navy admiral ran it. The government did it itself. It may seem totally crazy to think today that that could happen with AI, but again, a member of Congress wouldn't have to know that much to sit there and say, why shouldn't we just do this and compete with you and bring a whole different set of questions and values to the development of AI? In reality, the DOD is doing that with billions of your tax dollars every year and hundreds of different AI programs, but who's really asking them or demanding information about, you know, whether their tests show that AI-powered drones will turn and kill their own pilots if the pilots make them stop from hitting a target that they're optimized to hit, which if you look up was a very real controversy this summer about whether that actually happened in a DOD war game or not. And surprise, surprise, we didn't get a straight answer about that. But there are really serious questions from an oversight perspective that I just wanted to say are not that complicated. You don't have to be a genius or a specialist to ask them, and it is the role of Congress to do that. They haven't done it. What they like to do instead is call in a bunch of famous executives, Elon Musk and Sam Altman and all the rest of them, and show that they've forced them to come up to Capitol Hill. And it gets a great news story. The last time they did it, they went into the Senate, and it was off the record, closed to cameras, no oath, no nothing binding, and that was it. It was a media play. You know, and if you followed the issues with Instagram that the Wall Street Journal in particular has really reported on, Meta had internal research showing exactly the effect that Instagram has on young people, particularly young women, teenage girls, how it destroys their self-esteem, causes depression very directly, and AI-powered algorithms are part of that whole equation. A whistleblower came to Congress and testified about it and shared all the information. Has any new law passed since then? No, of course not. So the mission has sort of been abandoned, unfortunately, and you can speculate on a lot of reasons for that. I would say that from the ground level perspective, it's just that our leadership right now has very short-term thinking. If it doesn't really involve fundraising and picking up a few seats in the next election, you know, it's not all that significant from their point of view. But I felt it was important to testify that in the body of our law and our tradition, there is ample opportunity for members of Congress, political bodies to step up to this challenge and stand up for the average person out there who is not a specialist, which is most people. That's in fact our job. So hopefully going forward, we as citizens can demand that kind of response a little bit more directly for good or for ill with respect to the technology, but in fulfillment of what I think a democracy requires. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Now, I've already asked Alka so many questions this morning. She's already talked a lot, so I'm just going to ask her to respond just for a couple of minutes with her own experience and reflections on the two presentations.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I will say this is an extra special treat to be up here with these two individuals who are mentors, visionaries, have given so much service. Connor, being in DC is not easy. I just had to work at an agency. I can't even imagine working in Congress, but thank you for your service, and Dean Barton, thank you for your leadership. Okay, so I'll just hit a couple high points. I agree, you know, I think both of the presentations prior to mine have really set the stage and I think are spot on. I'll just share a little bit about my experiences. When I was at the DOD, and this was back in January 2020, when I was brought in, I was asked to develop policy around responsible AI. They're like, we're the DoD, we want to adopt these AI ethics principles, just write policy for us, tell us what we need to do, right? And we know from the prior conversation, policy is not easy, right? Policy is not easy. And the last thing I wanted to do was write words on a piece of paper that just sat on a shelf for someone, somewhere, and no one would actually implement it. And I think what's really important is as we talk about responsible AI and we get into safety and security, we need to take a step back, and this is exactly where Connor was going in terms of like, I'm gonna double down on what I said earlier this morning around AI literacy. We can't be talking about responsible AI unless people even understand what AI is, right? And so point number one I will make is around the need for coordination. And Dean Barton, you already alluded to this with that slide, which was beautiful with the 20 plus agencies that need to be at the table. I don't know if you guys know, but there was actually an executive order back in 2019 or 2020 that the White House had put out on AI. And I was part of those conversations and all the agencies were around the table. And it's hard, right? And to think about how big this current executive order is, you might not realize it, but everyone looks at every single word and thinks about every different potential implication of the word, the meaning of the word, the interpretation of the word. And so when we think about, all right, now this executive order, all these agencies are going to be tasked, they each have certain remits to do. How do we make sure that even on the basic vocabulary of AI, and by the way, the DoD uses the definition of AI that was in the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act, right? Versus what was in the original executive order. How do we even just kind of baseline around vocabulary, let alone practices of data collection, data labeling, right? Around testing and evaluation standards. And so I think the coordination piece cannot be understated. And I think hand in hand with that is recognizing, and again, I think Dean Barton, you set the stage really nicely with this in terms of what NIST in particular is being tasked to do. They've got a heavy role in terms of creating a complementary AI risk management framework for generative AI, and they've also got to create these standards on safety and security. Right now, I think they've got about 20 people and not much of a budget. Right? And so how is that work actually going to be done, and how is it going to be done in a timely fashion so that as these technologies are being developed, they can actually be utilized, right? The concern is that these standards might take a couple years, and in the meantime, look at what's already out there. And in practice, how does anyone go back and pull back a technology that's out in the wild, so to speak? The third point I'll make is, and Connor, you alluded to this, is how the AI conversation could be utilized or could be moved forward as a geopolitical advantage. And you were talking about in the congressional perspective and so forth. But if we think about it on the bigger stage, from the geopolitical perspective, right? Everyone wants to be seen as a leader in AI. So the UK AI Safety Summit that happened 2 days after the White House executive order, I mean, not a coincidence. I don't think I'm spilling the beans there, not a coincidence. But everyone wants to be seen as a leader. And one of my thoughts is, in that rush, are we losing the integrity of the standards and the actual details of the work that needs to be done to make sure that we are doing this work responsibly? And even, Connor, you alluded to, I believe, Senator Schumer's meetings, his insight meetings. I mean, the first one, the biggest critique was that they were pretty much all men in the room, right? So they don't even reflect the communities in which these technologies are going to be deployed in. So how do I know that my voice, my concerns, my ethics are being part of these conversations? And especially as we think about socioeconomic disparities, as we think about disabilities, as we think about all of these other community aspects that need to be in these conversations is really critical. The next comment I'll make is, and again, this was alluded to as well, around the executive order and the enforcement mechanism it has. So I will say the executive order is instrumental in creating alignment for the federal government so that every agency isn't just kind of doing their own thing, right? So that's definitely absolutely a positive. I think it's also a guiding function for other countries who might not have the resources to lead in this area and might need to look at leaders such as the US in the space to say, okay, what should I be focusing on? And I'll just share, when I was at the DoD, we created the Partnership for Defense. It was the first convening of other defense organizations across the world. And the beauty of that was that we saw that everyone was thinking about the same types of issues. And then the other side of it is we realized that a couple countries that have the resources, and I'm talking about expertise, the research expertise, as well as the industry resources and so forth, have to lead in a certain aspect. So the executive order, I think, is wonderful from that perspective, and I think it aligns everyone, and that is the key mission. I think the one piece we need to think about is how do we build on that to really make sure it's got teeth. And along those lines, the last sort of thought I'll just put out there is that, next year, and Connor and I were talking about this, next year's an election year, right? So let's be honest, things kind of come to a standstill in DC at a certain point in time. And so when you're looking for people to drive this mission, drive this executive order forward, are we going to have enough people? Are we going to have enough people with the right expertise? Are we going to have a lot of that sort of forcing function to make this conversation continue, rise to the level that it is rising to, and bringing people in? So with that, those were just some of my comments in response to what was presented earlier.
All right. Thank you all for that sort of opening piece of our conversation. I want to shift the topic a little bit to something that Connor had mentioned earlier. Some of the more compelling political events in the last 12 months have been about generative AI and labor issues. Specifically, the SAG-AFTRA and WGA strikes, both of which are, I think, as of a couple days ago now resolved, thankfully. So, I can get my TV shows back, so I'm excited about that. Both labor stoppages, however, revolved around issues of fair usage of AI, among other things, and generative AI. So I'd like to delve for just a minute into this intersection of labor, union, jobs, and AI. What does that intersection look like going forward? Is it just about losing jobs? Is there more things to it? And just talk about that sort of regionally as well as nationally. And Connor, since you brought it up, I want to start with you.
Great, thanks. I'm not qualified to opine on the sort of factual prediction, what is going to happen with the overall workforce as a part of this. And I know there are qualified people that are trying to analyze that and answer that question. But what I would just say is that from the perspective of an average person out there who's looking for representation and legal and leadership politically on this issue, it's a very rational position to take, to be, whether you want to call it afraid or concerned or skeptical, in particular in this region where the history is that technological development, at least in the industrial sector, definitely did take away people's jobs. And it's true in a lot of different places, but if any of you have ever been in a steel mill in the 21st century, particularly recently, you tend to see a few steel workers sitting up in a gallery, controlling machines with joysticks down on the floor below, and literally no people down there. And coal mining has had similar technological advances that have changed it quite a bit. Not all for the worse. I understand there's plenty of benefits to that. But again, from the standpoint of a person in a town where thousands of people used to work at that mill and now tens of people do, it's very rational to look at this technology with a certain amount of skepticism. Now, one way you could approach this issue is not from a technological perspective, not trying to answer the question of what is AI going to do, whose jobs it's going to take, et cetera. You could just take action on labor rights, right? I mean, I think to me, that's one of the lessons of the SAG-AFTRA episode that we're going through right now is, AI is percolating into their workplace. They know that and they see it. They're running it into it every day. And that's probably how it's going to happen in a lot of places. It's going to take on, it's not going to be one thing, AI, it's going to take on its own form in different workplaces. And there's a way of looking at it that just says workers themselves are going to be in a really good position to demand, to bargain over this technology. Not to destroy it or eliminate it, but to have the power in a negotiation, to have some say about the timeline on which it's adopted, how it's used, and how it affects them. That seems fair to me. And we have labor legislation sitting around Congress that we passed in the House many times that never got through the Senate that has nothing to do with AI. It would just simply strengthen their position when it comes to organizing, bargaining contracts, striking, getting decisions from the NLRB. That's just a way to think about this problem. You don't have to change AI. You don't have to tell some company not to keep developing the great ideas that they have, but you could just make the other side of the negotiating table a little more fair and balanced.
April?
Sure, I'll admit when this first started happening and these negotiations started taking place, I didn't pay a lot of attention because frankly I don't watch TV and I don't watch Netflix, so they kept saying, oh, your shows are good. I'm like, oh, you know, I mean, every once in a while I watch a movie and I thought I have years of movies to catch up on. And then within days I started to understand the issues that were involved and that AI could digest the work of a comedian or a screenwriter and sort of regurgitate something newish, and then that person would be out of a job. I mean, that's just immoral, and that is patently unfair. And so when you get into understanding the consent issues and the copyright issues that are associated with it, it made a lot of sense. My understanding is that the SAG-AFTRA agreement, they haven't figured this out, but what they have agreed to do is recognize that this is an issue. And so I think what's going to happen is that you're going to have the screenwriters and the actors, and they're going to be working hand in hand with government and with industry because we need to figure out the watermarks and all of these things that go along with this type of technology and concerns.
Well, yeah, and I think even at the best, I think the agreement was for 3 years. And certainly, generative AI is not going anywhere in 3 years. It's only going to be a bigger question. So I think these things are getting bigger and not smaller. Alka, I wanted to turn to you with the next question, which is going back to the question of national security that you brought up before. You know, we haven't really talked about that much today. We don't, you know, like this is not a Department of Defense focused conversation, but it is an important part of understanding policy, and sort of as both you and Connor were talking about, one of the huge roles of government is to understand what does our military look like. You know, I served in the Air Force for a couple of years on sort of the computer security side, and was part of some of those teams that were trying to build. Back in the day, we weren't building AI, we were building sort of like, you know, defense security machines and things like this. And certainly those things are being built all the time. And there's, of course, now we're into drone warfare, and there's all these questions around there. So, Alka, I wonder if you could just sort of specify for us a couple of things that we should sort of be aware of and keep our eyes on when it comes to national security and when it comes to AI in the Defense Department specifically.
Sure. And before I go into detail on that question, John, I mean, I think my sort of perspective on this is that anything AI touches is a national security issue, frankly, just because of the people who are using it and developing it, right? Developing and using it, because we don't know if those safeguards and these safety and security mechanisms have been put in place, right? And if we think about it even from, you know, a healthcare perspective, if people aren't, and actually let me take a step back. If we think about it from like a digital perspective of connectivity to the rural, this was a conversation earlier this morning around how do we make sure people are connected in rural areas and they get access so they learn what AI is, right? I mean, if you think about it from that perspective, those people aren't connected and therefore have a chance to learn about AI, that's a national security concern, at least from my perspective. And I could be over, and Connor, you can totally check me on this, but like, from my perspective, all of those pieces are integrated. And I think it matters more holistically than just from a technology perspective. If I'm being very specific around the military aspect, I think one of the biggest policy opportunities and or actually focus areas is around cybersecurity, specifically as we think about our systems, our national security systems, what the DoD is doing, what the IC is doing, what some of these other, you know, CIA, FBI, all these wonderful three-letter acronym agencies. But I think from a cybersecurity perspective, getting ahead of, again, nefarious actors who might be using Gen AI in harmful ways around cybersecurity, impacting our systems, impacting our grid and so forth. So I think that's one area. The other area is, you know, when we think about agencies like DARPA, who's doing the cutting edge technology development, how are we thinking about intellectual property protections and or aspects as it relates to these technologies? And so I think that's another one that sort of you know, I shared this, not to be redundant, but I shared this earlier too, is like, these are all interdependent conversations. We can't be having them in silos because they all impact each other. And then the last one, I would say from a policy perspective, and this kind of picks up where I had shared one of my earlier comments, is that this executive order, there's a lot in there around the DoD and what the DoD needs to do and so forth, but there's secondary impacts to this, downstream impacts, and that's the defense industrial base, right? And the defense industrial base, who, by the way, so the DoD has, you know, they're one of the largest procurers of technology. They do it from the they bring it in from the outside. So the amount of money that they're spending really is, to me, an incentive and a forcing function to make sure the industrial base is doing what they need to be doing with these technologies to make sure that they're safe and they're secure. And so, again, trying to think about these policy conversations not in silos, but more broadly, because one piece impacts the next piece, which impacts the next piece, right? Going back to sort of that systems engineering, thinking about policy. In terms of sort of what we can do, I don't know if that was part of the conversation or question, but I'm just going to go go down there, John. So Dean Barton had shown NIST and some of the work that they're doing. If you actually go to their website, you can register for any of their, actually they have a couple different things going on. One is they have webinars, conferences. I think there's one on the 17th that will talk about the executive order, but they also have created a Slack channel to try to engage more participation locally, right? And so conversations specifically on AI governance, conversations on AI policy aspects, and then I think standards. So they have 3 different buckets, and I can't remember if those are exactly the 3, but it's in those realms. And the point is, though, anyone can participate on the Slack channel. You will be seeing drafts. You know, drafts will be shared of potential documents that they want to go forward with, and you have a choice, you have a chance for your voice to be heard. And I think, frankly, NIST is one of the biggest opportunities to do this, because when you look at commerce and you look at some of these other agencies, to your earlier point, there's so many sub-agencies. It's hard to really get to the decision makers and the ones who are actually going to put out the information. But NIST, I think, is a direct line for anyone who wants to get engaged.
Thanks so much. Connor, do you want to jump in on that?
Sure. As I was sitting here, I was thinking one of my biggest policy recommendations, if I had total freedom, would be that we should reinstitute the military draft, but only for AI experts. And so, like, Sam Altman would just get a letter one day that says, "You are now Sergeant Altman. This is where you will report for duty." And it would be a reserve post, so it wouldn't take over his entire life. But the reason I was thinking that is because when I was in Congress, I was in this sort of bipartisan veterans working group where we worked on this issue a little bit, and we got to meet with Eric Schmidt, formerly of Google, and some current retired military people. And they had taken on the sort of writing a big, Washington book report about it. And this was one of their major recommendations, not the draft, that was my input, but the creation of essentially a reserve corps of people who are already out there in industry and academia knowing the most about this technology, force them into a position where they have to think about the best interests of the United States. Because as good of citizens as many of them probably are, until you're sitting in the Pentagon or on some military base and you're wearing a uniform and you've been acculturated and you're given a mission, a national mission, you're not really going to think about, okay, what do we need the most? So I thought that was interesting that the people like them who know so much, particularly Schmidt, that almost their number one recommendation would be a manpower issue as opposed to a sort of regulatory or technological issue. On the more regulatory side, I would just say that if I was, on the House Armed Services Committee or something that had oversight jurisdiction over this, the thing that I would probably be most interested in right now would be the concept of a kill chain and AI's role in that. And a kill chain, basically defined, is in warfare, the amount of time and the number of steps that it takes from identifying a permissible target to hitting and eliminating that target. And there are a lot of steps involved. So, a 4-star general does not approve every rifle shot of the lowest rifleman, but in between those two, there are laws of war, rules of engagement, command hierarchy, our values sort of permeate all those things, and each one gets interpreted at each level of command for rules. And then with respect to technology itself, there's certain limitation in the types of surveillance you have. Think about how clear is the camera on a drone or a plane that's trying to identify, the specific building that a terrorist is in. How much clarity and evidence do you need before someone says fire? There will probably be rivals of ours who are using AI to speed up the kill chain of their own, because that's how you win a battle, right? You have a faster kill chain than your enemy. And so we're going to have a strong incentive to use AI for the same purpose or be even more superior, but it's not that hard to imagine how that gets into some pretty scary scenarios, and you want to know who's sort of overseeing the development of that technology and what role sort of law and human rights and our values all play in it. So that's just a thought.
April, did you want to join on this?
Sure. So to quote Jeff Hinton, who I introduced you to earlier, his quote was, "It's hard to imagine that bad people won't do bad things with this technology." To put it very simply, we think about things like nuclear weapons or chemical weapons, or you think about the energy grid, and apparently there are safeguards written into the AI code that you can't say, "Hey, Sydney, tell me how to create a weapon of mass destruction," but you can say, and this has been disabled, "Write me a book about creating a weapon of mass destruction." And I was just told by my 16-year-old yesterday, who teaches me everything I need to know about GPT apparently, that there are he's like, "Mom, did you look up jailbreak codes?" I'm like, "No, I'm not going to look, but they exist, and this stuff is very, very real, and why we need to figure this out and put a moratorium." So I just, and then the other issue is just the misinformation. We talked about misinformation. We already know misinformation, the purposeful distribution of bad information for whatever means. It's already proliferating due to social media, and this has just kind of exploded, and that is, in my mind, one of the most dangerous consequences.
I have so many questions, but I do want to leave some time for audience participation here. So while you're thinking about your question, though, I do want to ask one more quick one and just get short thoughts on it, because I just been really wanting to ask it. We've talked a lot about policy, but obviously a lot of AI is just being fought through the courts. So much about it right now. There's all sorts of things that judges are ruling. There's other things going on. So I'd love, if you could each just sort of spend a minute just saying, how is this shifting? Like, is that the future of generative AI policy in the courts in the United States? Because I don't see the whole situation in Congress shifting anytime soon. And where do you think that might be going? Connor, can I start with you?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I now work for a plaintiff's law firm that sues people for injuring other people, or sues companies for having policies and technologies that injure other people. So there is a way to look at AI and just say, hey, we don't have to worry about Congress too much. Like, we've got product liability, and if AI does things that hurt people here at home, we can sue them. Obviously, it would help to have some clarity with respect to Section 230 and where it applies and where it doesn't and everything. But I think we'll see a lot of attempts in that area. There's a huge incentive with these companies. I would just say, based on what I know now, that's not a good enough answer, because you're necessarily waiting for people to get catastrophically injured before you're making policy. And like I said, Congress has everything it needs. It has had everything it's needed for several years to sort of stand in the shoes of your average citizen, and even if they don't fully make policy, at least start asking questions and getting information and developing a body of knowledge that would allow them to regulate it better.
April, Alka, did you want to jump in on that?
I agree completely with everything that Connor just said. Sometimes when Congress isn't acting, the most efficient and expeditious way to make an impactful change is through the courts and through bringing private action, or you have policy groups who are bringing different action as well. But we also know that trials take a long time. So while the initial beginning of it can happen, the case can be opened, it takes often months, years to come to a conclusion.
Yeah, and I'll echo everything that's been said, and I think it goes without saying, and the hard challenge with policy is because this technology is moving so fast that the policy has to be flexible. It has to be a living document almost, so that it can be, anticipate other advancements, right? And I don't know that Congress or others are moving. Obviously, we know they're not moving fast enough. So then people are left with contractual liability, existing areas of relief, and I think that then becomes the precedent-setting aspect, and the timing definitely is an issue, but right now, because you're seeing a lot of self-regulation, I think you're seeing a lot of incentive-based contractual requirements to get the right behaviors. I think I think unfortunately the legal system is probably where we're going to see at least the initial activity.
All right, I won't hold you off any longer. Questions, right here.
Hi, thank you so much. I wanted to tell Connor, can I call you Connor? I'm from Mount Lebanon. Okay. Yeah. It's called Continuous Stationery. My dad sold that paper when I was a kid. Oh, cool. And we had boxes and boxes of it all over my house. Yes. My dad will be excited to know it's living on in memory. So in listening to all of you speak about this, the question I want to ask up front before I forget this is my main question is, in a perfect world, if you were in charge, knowing what you know about how things actually work, and you were the one who were able to have the oversight and the enforcement capabilities, what would you like to see happen at a policy level? Because without oversight in any ways to enforce anything, policy is useless. And if we're going to depend on, a kind of a willing transparency from these companies that are going to make an incalculable amount of money, and they can therefore do immeasurable harm and ideally immeasurable good, waiting for whistleblowers or an absolute crisis to come first is not an ideal situation. And we've seen it with nicotine executives lying in Senate committee hearings. I covered the steroid baseball hearings in journalism school where they were literally perjuring themselves in front of the smiling Congress. So, what do you see as the actual tools? And I'd ask you to think about it in terms of no limitations, but the way our law is structured now and the way the organizations are supposed to work. Because at the end of the day, what matters is who knew what when. And that's ultimately where the accountability lies. So, thank you.
Outside of nationalizing Silicon Valley. Outside of that option.
No draft? Draft is not on the table for that one? I'll take a crack at it. I think clarifying, updating, not even eliminating Section 230, but just some level of clarification that shows that companies that own and develop AI products can face liability for when they injure people. Let's just not do the last decade all over again, what we did with social media. Let's not do that. And there is a lot of sort of gut level agreement on that in Washington and in society. But I'll tell you, when the Section 230 conversation heats up in Washington, at least with respect to social media companies, there's a lot of Democrats that represent Silicon Valley and have been financially dependent on those. And there's a lot of Republicans who have their own alliances with Elon Musk and whoever else. And there's a weird sort of bipartisan coalition that keeps us from doing that extremely simple, immediate, protective thing for people. So if there was a way we could win that fight on AI, even if we lost it on social media, I'd love to see that. And I think it would have some immediate beneficial effect. I think after that, what I would say is just, I'd love to see the Congress just go on offense with some hearings in different committees on different topics. You don't have to know what the end state is. Again, the basic job of a representative is just stand in the shoes of your constituents and demand answers. You have subpoena power, you have the force of law, you have the bully pulpit, you have television. There is a reticence by congressional leadership in both chambers and in both parties to pursue that kind of thing nowadays because of the way Congress has evolved to involve so much control at the top of the Congress. And if you look back and think of famous congressional hearings in history, and Watergate is probably the best example, it was just a totally different era in terms of the authority and the balance of power within the Congress, and a committee chairman could do so many things on their own. But that's what I would say if I could talk to Hakeem Jeffries or someone about this, is just go on offense, show the American people that you're fighting on this very simple questions that I've laid out that are not technological, and that you're going to demand change. Why aren't they having a hearing that says, hey, we all know next year's campaign is going to be an absolute nightmare for the American people, right? We all know that already. So how about this? We're going to inspect all your algorithms, Meta, X, TikTok, before the campaign kicks off, on on June 1st, because we want to get some experts in here and see, are you amplifying purveyors of misinformation and anti-Semitism and all the rest? Like just demand that, okay? Obviously you'd get held up in court and you'd have to go, but at least then people would get a sense like, oh, our representatives are fighting over an important issue. So that's how I would answer it.
April?
Amen. I have long thought that Section 230, I mean, just the lack of accountability that's associated with it and the damage it has caused to our society and to our youth is really disheartening, and the lack of ability to do something about it is frustrating, to put it mildly. So I agree with everything that Connor said. I think just whatever we can be doing to work together to harness, there's so much that we can use this technology for that is good for our society. And to be able to harness the good and mitigating and having safeguards in place. I mean, and but there are so many issues that can cause real serious peril in our society, and figuring that out together. Congress, the agencies, government, our society, all of you participate in the process. As Alka was saying earlier, you just go on these websites. I mean, you can go on the Federal Register website, it's regulations.gov or Federal Register, just Google it. You can look to see what actions are happening. And yes, there's a workshop next Friday. I happen to be in DC. I signed up for the workshop. And you can participate because they want to hear your voice. All of your voices are important. They will read all of your comments and hear from all of you.
So I'll circle back. I agree with everything that's been said. I'll circle back to where Connor ended in terms of, Congress just taking a simple action, right? I say simple in quotes, right? Taking action. And I think there's two pieces to that conversation. One is action, because yes, let's hold people accountable. Let's hold these companies accountable. Let's call them out. Let's get some transparency around this. But it also functions as an education opportunity, right? So those who aren't thinking about this or aren't realizing how much the social media companies have a role in elections, we're educating, right? And so if I had an opportunity, I think, I would love to see Congress just do like a basic AI 101 education piece, and it doesn't have to be detailed. It doesn't have to go to the level of very technical, but hey, this is happening. This is a technology. These are potential harms. This is what you need to be looking for. These are basic questions you should ask whenever you see AI being used. Are you getting some transparency around what the model's doing and what data? Now I'm getting a little bit more technical, but what kind of data and so forth. But I think there's an education component that we need to be talking about nationally, in addition to the workforce, sort of hand in hand with the workforce conversation. And then in an ideal world, I would love to see some kind of oversight body, and I know FTC and some others are sort of playing this ad hoc a little bit, but an oversight committee that is very inclusive and representative of all disciplines, right? Really cross-functional in terms of disciplines, cross-functional in terms of societal representation and so forth. And I think we can't be having these conversations around AI with groups of people who may just look at one certain way or just have one certain background. I think the humanities conversation was brought up earlier today. And so how do we just make sure that's just baked in to the oversight governance process? And if we could scale that globally, even better.
All right. That was a great question. All right, another question. Let's go over here. Saw a hand? Somebody, microphone. And then we'll come over here.
Thank you. This has been super interesting. I was curious if you could talk about if there are if or what are the issues when it comes to with these policies needing the Apple and Google and OpenAI and all of them needing their cooperation and their expertise, and then navigating the fact that they are coming at it with very different incentives and a very different mindset. Just sort of how do you navigate those incentives when you're doing such a collaborative kind of, hopefully, this really huge collaborative project?
I'll start on that. I would say that the job of the agency and the agency attorneys is for the highest good of the society. And so when you're reading comments as an agency attorney or people are testifying, you have scores of
of companies and trade associations testifying at rulemaking hearings, and you know what their incentives are. And so the folks who are in charge of in writing the regulation need to use good judgment and have the higher good of our society at heart.
And I'll just say, I mean, from my prior work, the incentives have to be aligned to the values of the organization, right? So whether it's the ethics, so all these organizations have ethics principles, right? So when we think about these incentives, are they really aligned to what they've already said are their principles? Or frankly, at the end of the day, you know, the original executive order from the White House outlines the principles from a federal government perspective. And so for me, that's baseline for the conversation with these industry folks of, okay, these are our values. How are the incentive structures actually supporting and advancing these values? Are people being incentivized to act to make sure these systems are reliable and safe and so forth?
Yeah, and I would bet that with respect to this executive order, the way it works, like there were representatives of these companies like approving drafts, you know, not with veto authority necessarily, but allowed to have input, because that usually seems to be how it works. So I think they definitely get in the door really easily on most decisions. And I would say, you know, one of the arguments that they often make, at least to members of Congress, is keep in mind that if you make it harder for us to develop this technology, it's going to be a Chinese rival that beats us. And then you're living in a world in which, in this particular form of AI, it's not an American-based firm that has the cutting edge. And that there are many people that think they exaggerate that, but I think it's a legitimate argument and something that at least we have to keep in mind, and the government does seem to take seriously. But you just can't be ignorant of the history of the last decade or 15 years. And again, I think the Instagram example with the effect on teenage mental health is so illustrative. Like, this is an example where it's not like Congress called in experts on teenage mental health and technology, and they all testified that Instagram was having a bad effect on all these people, and here's what it's causing, and now we're blaming Instagram. Like, Instagram commissioned and performed its own internal research that concluded that teenage girls were getting depressed, attempting suicide, having incredible body dysmorphia issues specifically caused by this technology. Like, they knew that, and it doesn't appear to have changed their practices one bit. And a whistleblower disclosed all the documents. Mark Zuckerberg has testified multiple times. And so, yes, we want them in the conversation, we want them in the door, but you have to remember examples like that when it comes to the way, you know, we have to stand on behalf of the public ultimately.
I think we had a question right over here.
Thank you. So other technologies that are in private hands are already being used as instruments of war, or at least, you know, assisting with those. Connor mentioned Elon Musk. You know, access to Starlink, he basically unilaterally or close to it throttled that access to thwart a Ukrainian attack in Crimea and also to break a siege in Gaza. We have one person who is making these choices that may or may not be consistent with the policies of the home country. And so my question is really, these concentrations of power, is there a way to, you know, prevent the obvious consequences in a way that's still consistent with, you know, freedom of private property, just freedom generally, liberalism, you know, all the other things we value? Because, you know, during the space age, these instrumentalities were not in private hands. They were in government hands. And that seems to have evolved organically, whether by the government's choice not to say engage in space anymore, things like that, or just the markets operating. So times have changed, and do we need to radically rethink? You know, you joked about nationalism, or nationalizing, sorry, or nationalism. Oh, geez, it's getting worse. But is that a joke? Is it the only way to ensure the safety of the whole project from these sometimes unusually mercurial and, you know, sometimes even nefarious, I think, people?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just weigh in on that one. Great question, great example, obviously. You know, just a reminder that we the taxpayers pay Elon Musk every year quite a lot of money because of SpaceX. So on net, he's coming out, you know, way ahead on all our, and he does, I was on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee. He does perform a good service. SpaceX is a good contractual partner, but it does seem a little bizarre given his position in our society. You know, I think what we have to get back to is a more muscular, you might even say intrusive sense of the role of public regulation and investigation. You know, we're coming out of an era, obviously, that was probably more laissez-faire, especially with respect to the internet, but with lots of, you know, deregulation in the financial sector, for example. There used to be much more intrusive examinations of banks, you know, and one area, thankfully, where it has not fallen apart would be nuclear power. I think it's always a decent analog, not perfect, but if you went to a nuclear power station today, like the one that's out in the Beaver Valley, it kind of feels like a military base. It's owned by a private company with shareholders and all that stuff, but the NRC's authority there is so strong that they can sort of enter at any time. They can compel inspections and different reforms to take place, and all sorts of things that a profit-making company would not do because they're expensive and they slow you down. And I just think we have to be thinking in that way about AI, keeping in mind that in the whole history of the internet, we just haven't done that, you know? And so it's something we've done historically in other areas, but it seems foreign to the technology area, but that's where we have to get to.
April, okay.
I'll just say I'm really hopeful with the FTC. I mean, in the last year, 2 years, I think they've been tackling some of this, right? And so that gives me a lot of hope because they're going after Amazon. They're going after these tech companies in ways that, for reasons that don't advance the general public's interest, right? And so I think it's just a matter of time before some of these regulatory aspects catch up, and whether it is going to be the FTC taking Elon on or whoever. But I'm really hopeful by what has been happening recently there.
Well, there's also been a lot of questions too about the open internet question, about the question of like nationalizing the utility of internet, you know, access, Alka, that you were talking about before. That does play into all these questions because yeah, that doesn't answer all the questions, but it would be a little more strong of a statement for government to say, no, internet access, I mean, it's as much as a utility like in my life as power is to my house. I mean, like if I lose internet access, that's the first call I'm doing and I can't do anything else until it happens again. And that's, if anything is a sign of utility, it should be something like that. So I think the government is leaning towards those pieces, but I think they're all sort of, Alka, as you were saying before, they're all sort of dominoes in the same conversation.
I'll just add, I think the baseline problem here is that there's such a deep distrust of government institutions. Yeah. We need more people like Connor in office, right? Because the public is watching the circus that plays out in front of us. And there's also the proliferation of misinformation, but we need more wonderful leaders like the students we heard earlier today to be part of this conversation, to run for office, to be part of running this country so that we can rebuild the trust back into our government institutions.
All right, I think we had time for one more question. His hand was up earlier. Do you have a question? Right there.
Thank you for a very insightful panel. So I have a question that's a little bit personal to my situation. Is there any discussion about getting the research on AI back into the hands of researchers who publish papers for the public to read and understand, rather than multi-billion-dollar corporations who don't publish their findings for obvious reasons? They also have the incentive to make profits, where the researchers really are incentivized to come up with good, meaningful research beneficial to the community. And I know in the early 90s, if you look at AI research, DARPA, it's like 3 or 4 headers of some of these dissertations because DARPA has sponsored it or paid for it. And that's really seen as like a really nice, fruitful time in AI research. So is there any like looking to get back to that?
Yeah, I can just give a short answer. Yes, there's a piece of legislation that I think Amy Klobuchar has mostly been the lead on in the Senate that involves using particularly the National Science Foundation. And it has an element of compelling companies to reveal things about their algorithm and data that NSF-hired researchers can examine and do research about exactly, and that would be owned by the public or sort of the government. And that has, it's not the kind of thing that's on the front page of the paper, but that bill has gotten a ton of traction and attention and bipartisan sponsors and stuff. But like everything else, it's just sort of in a nether world of like when would it ever actually happen? But it does exist, and I think they realize how valuable that would be.
Yeah, I'll just say real quick. So especially now, and especially with the executive order too, there's a lot of aspects in there that are focused on the R&D piece, because they know there's so much R&D that still needs to happen to be able to really create the standards around safety, security, testing, and evaluation, and so forth. So I think NAIR, don't quote me on it, National, oh gosh, okay, so something in the White House. There's NASIC and NAIR, but it was like the National, I don't know, Association for like research, but they issued a report, I want to say last year, but it was really about how critical research is to advancing these AI conversations. So there's a tension on it for sure, and people recognize the need for research. But to your other point around, trying to get industry research arms to be very transparent, their incentive structures aren't set up for that, right? And so if we really want to force that, then we need to think about a different incentive structure.
All right, before we switch on, one more very short question. So in 60 seconds, before we close, what is your biggest point of hope in this space? Something that we could latch onto, or that you personally have found really helpful to, like, you don't just want to be doom and gloom all the time. Biggest point of hope in thinking about AI, generative AI policy. April, I'll start with you.
Well, it's what I said in my presentation, the fact that industry and government, for the most part, are working together on this, and then just all of the brilliant minds that work in these government agencies have now been tasked, and this is a priority, and so that gives me hope that attention is now focused on this in a very purposeful way.
Alka?
Yeah, I'd say the same. I don't think we can put the genie back in the bottle for ChatGPT and all these LLMs and so forth, but I do think the one positive of that is it's brought everyone into the conversation, whether they want to be or not, right? And so the fact that everyone's at least exposed to it gives me hope that now, okay, collectively, maybe we can address this and move the conversation forward. And then two other quick things. One is the activity that's happening at the congressional level, even though, we're waiting to see what the outcome is, but the fact that things are happening is definitely a positive. And then the applications, there's some really positive applications for AI, especially on the humanitarian side. And I think as a humanity, that gives me a lot of hope.
I would actually say that it seems like the labor movement is on a small winning streak these days. And that's probably what I would look at as a sign of hope, because as you can tell, I'm pretty pessimistic about Congress taking the actions that they should take, and I think the executive order is a good sort of second option, but of limited effect. And I think that the people who are controlling AI technologies are just really, really powerful and are going to be able to shape this in their own interests. And the success of the labor movement recently is the one thing that seems to suggest a little bit of a shift in the balance of power, in which some people affected by this might be able to kind of stand up for themselves. And so, a very small percentage of our workforce anymore is unionized, but if this streak continues, it might grow little by little and demand some actions on this faster, actually, than the political process responds.
All right, please join me in thanking our panelists this afternoon. And I'm gonna ask our panelists just to stay put here for the next exciting part of our conversation here, which is our poster winners, because my point of hope in this space is definitely the students that I have been able to work with this semester and the last couple of years at Duquesne. It's really a source of hope for me to see students that really don't have a lot of attachment to this, don't have a lot of expertise, end up coming through and doing fantastic research, putting together posters, doing that fantastic student panel earlier. So I've really enjoyed that. I've really been inspired a lot. So this was really, really hard. We had we have faculty scholars associated with the center and fellows. A bunch of them were judges for this, and these were very close. So as you can see, I actually had to extend it and give some honorable mentions as well because of just how close some of these things were. So we're gonna start, here we go. First, with the undergraduates, 2 honorable mentions for Samaya Henry and Liam Hill. Either of them here right now? All right, stand up, here we go. Congratulations, fantastic work, both of you. All right, and afterwards we're gonna take a picture with all the award winners over there. All right, and then the grand prize for the undergraduate poster goes to Kayla Cratter. Kayla here, stand up, Kayla. Fantastic work, Kayla. All right. And I'm also thankful to all the workers here who got pictures of all the students of all the posters during lunchtime so we could put them into the slideshow here. All right, so on our graduate side here, Morgan Gray with honorable mention. Morgan, stand up here. Here we go. Fantastic work. All right, and then the grand prize for the graduate student poster goes to Christine Soya-Leopard. Christine, are you here? Fantastic. All right, and then this year for the first time, we had an exciting part where we allowed everybody to vote, and y'all really participated. We had like 200 of those in there that people put in throughout the whole day. So this was, democracy is a crazy thing. So we had a three-way tie for first place here, and so I was just forced to dig into the pockets a little deeper. And admit that I don't have pictures for all three of them because I was tight on time, but here we go. Three-way tie, first place were Adelaide Stark, Lena Schneider, and Madison Idlemeyer and the team. If you're here, can you stand up, please? All right. So congratulations to all the students and all the student poster presenters. It was really, really a fantastic job. So a few thank yous here before we close. So thank you to all the speakers and the moderators today and yesterday. All these talks are online immediately. The live stream links are on the website, as well as everything with the speakers. All the posters will be on the website. Give me a week or two, but they're all going to be on there for you to see them all. Thank you very much to the Hillman Foundation, to the Grefenstette family, and to President Gormley for their strong support for the center and everything that we do here. Thank you, of course, for the students and the faculty. The faculty posters were right here throughout the day. If you haven't seen them, look at them on their way out. They're really fantastic examples of pedagogy and pedagogical use of AI. And finally, thank you all for attending. This is the best attendance we have had since we started this symposium 4 years ago. It's really fantastic and a lot of hope for looking for the future. So I look forward to seeing you at future events, and thank you so much for a wonderful, wonderful day today. Thank you so much.